Good morning, St. Charles. It is a pleasure to bring to you the second St. Charles High Overwatch Invitational. I'm, of course, Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty. We're thrilled to be here and bring to you today's tournament. We have 8 teams joining us from the St. Charles, Missouri area. So, who is the best when it comes to Overwatch 2? Jesse, how are we feeling today?
Feeling great. Obviously, a good early morning showcase. This first game we have for us, a rematch of last year's final. So that should be a great way to kick off the day. As yeah, a lot of games going on today. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. But obviously, the start is ever so important for these two teams.
Yeah, as you said, long day ahead of us. We have at least 8 games being played here on stream alone, not to mention that's going on at one of the 3 stages throughout the venue today. And we're going to start out with our group stage. There are 2 groups of 4 teams, and that will then seed us into our 8-team double elimination bracket, which will take place after lunch in the afternoon. So we don't worry about that for now. We're going to focus in on this group stage. 3 games will be played for each team against each other in the group, as a typical round robin structure shall go. And as you said, Jesse, this is the 2 champion teams from last year. Both of them made the finals. It was Francis Howell who ended up taking the title, but the home team in St. Charles Corsairs here, they're not going to let that go.
Yeah, that's obviously something that's still going to be just in the back of their head. Like, hey, we fell just a tiny bit short last year. Obviously, not all of that roster for either of these teams came back. Some of them graduated. We had some JV players get promoted up. But obviously, that sentiment is still our like, hey, we want to win our home event. We also want to take down the team that beat us at our home event last year. So definitely a little bit of extra motivation there for St. Charles. But for Francis Howell, it's hey, let's repeat. Let's do this thing back to back, and that is going to be motivation enough to get them through the day.
And we'll go ahead and start to take a look at these rosters here momentarily. And I think that's one of the great things about this event is that there's very few teams that have only 5 players. You have a ton of options for substitutes, making sure that everybody can have a chance to play at a LAN event like this. Because Jesse, this is such a unique experience to be in person on a stage with casters, a whole bunch of people watching you. And typically, esports has been marked as more of that kind of I don't want to say reclusive activity, but it brings it into the front light. You get to show off what you've been working on throughout the year so far, and I'm very excited to see what these players have in store.
Yeah, and there's also like the extra stress that comes from that, right? Because usually, you're playing at your school, you're playing at home, you're usually in a very familiar environment. And then you get to this stage to where it's like, hey, you're playing in person, your setup might be a little bit different than what you're used to. And yeah, there's a lot more people watching you do it. There's, audio going to be going around from us and the game feed as well. So it can be a little tricky for players who are not used to this environment to get used to it. And that's why I think it is a really good plus having it be a group stage and then go into the bracket,
Mhm.
because it will take a little bit of time for these teams to really settle in. And, I only played online once during my high school career, and it was not at an event to this level. So I remember the nerves to that. So yeah, it's even, amplified here at this kind of event. But at this point, I think these teams have been prepping for a long time for this. So I have no doubt they're still going to show out.
Yeah. I think what's interesting too, this is the second year of the event now. And 3 out of our 8 teams are returning from last year. And out of those 3, they placed first, second, and third respectively. So kind of those top level returns. Of course, they have different looks in terms of the rosters. The one exception to that being Francis Howell, who maintained pretty much the same players throughout that change. Like, this is a team that's looking to come in with a very strong performance and say, hey, we are the defending champions. And they get to be showcased on the stage first. From what I understand, though, we will get every single team up here on stream at least once throughout the day today. So we'll get everyone a chance to shine and see what they've been working on.
Yeah, and I think that's awesome. The fact that each team, no matter what, hey, you're going to be on stream, you're going to be on the main stage, and it's something you can always kind of look back and like, hey, I was on the stream. You know what I mean? So that is going to be something that's incredible. But obviously, as we get to the second half of the day, obviously, the more you win, the better chances and odds you have of being on stream and getting closer to that title as well. So now we can get a look at the lineups here for this first game of the day for Francis Howell, the defending champion Zenith, Boot Shop, Dashing Escape, Zyphos, and Rogue will be the starters, and V Mantrio and Superhoff will potentially be coming in late on.
Yeah, we'll have to see what this looks like. I'm not exactly sure if this is who is starting or who is on the bench because I know both VM Trio and Superhoff are support players, and like Francis Howell, for example, don't have too many others on their lineup right now. But I want to take a second to talk about this roster because every single player on here, except Zyphos, who came up from the Francis Howell JV team, and Bootchop, who is a new player, is a returner from last year, the championship team, and they're going to look to set it off against the St. Charles Cyber Corsairs, who themselves is mostly the JV team from last year, who's continued to develop and grow and is now ready to start off our series on Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a chip on the shoulder for St. Charles. It's like, hey, a lot of these players were on JV last year, so they weren't able to get that experience, but they've also last year got to learn underneath those seniors that were once here, and now going into this year, they can really show up and shine in this roster. But yeah, it's one heck of a first game. That it is for sure.
Yeah.
You get to face the defending champs in a finals repeat. Obviously, maybe not the exact way, depending on how you look at it. You can either look at it like, hey, we're getting our hardest game of the groups out of the way, or you maybe wanted to build to that a little bit,
Mhm.
with the other two games. But regardless, it's not like it's win or go home during the beginning of this. It's all just for seeding. So this could be a really nice time for these teams just to adjust and get used to each other, especially in a meta right now that is odd, I guess is probably the way I'd put it. It is not a typical meta that we've seen. We can see a lot of variation, but especially at this kind of level, meta only means so much. You're going to be going with the
Yeah.
comfort picks a lot of the time. It just depends on kind of where those comfort picks sit on the ladder.
And that's kind of where it's going to come into today. There's, of course, players are going to be much more comfortable on certain heroes that are going to be totally fine. Like we get a bunch of flexibility. It's just kind of you get to showcase your flexibility and that variety of skills. So while it will be a little bit of emphasis on individual skill, I'm really looking forward to seeing the team play that goes out because Overwatch is such a heavy team game. Need your supports to help keep everybody healthy, your tank to create space and allow the damage players to get angles and, well, do damage, quite literally. So, as we get ready to head into our series, we got to see how well these five players are going to work together. It is a best of three for the entirety of our group stage. The first team to win two maps will go ahead and take the win. And we'll be starting here on Antarctic Peninsula for a control map.
Yeah, it will be Antarctic Peninsula for our first round and for the first map. And yeah, as these teams getting ready to go in. Yeah, we actually do have Superhoff and Vimantrio in, so the subs already starting off. And I will not lie, it's great to see the Juno for both teams currently.
Yeah.
That is something that it's been around a lot ever since the hero came out. She's been everywhere.
Mhm.
So I'm not super shocked to see that. St. Charles, I will say, this is one of the more creative comps that I've seen in a while, but it can work. Like the Life Weaver can work really well with the Doomfist to get it out of sticky situations. You're going to be running the was the Cassidy. Going to be running the Reaper with the May to try and lock down the front. It could work really well, especially against Bootchop, who is on that Rhine, and you have to be playing close.
Yeah, Bootchop is going to have a hard time getting close. Rhoda's entire mission is just going to be punching Bootchop backwards, unless Bootchop just sends it into the backline. I believe it was a pin onto the tank, but everyone's okay unless your name is Bootchop. It was way too far into St. Charles' High's backline and just a little too much damage around the way. St. Charles, Francis Howell's been able to stabilize on the meanwhile. Rogue coming up big and
Bro coming up big, and this is why the May has been so prominent all over the place. The fact that, yes, it is a lot of damage coming through, but it is also the fact that you can use those May walls to really isolate everybody on the other team and block off the healing, block off the retreat. Now, St. Charles, as fun as the Doomfist was during that first fight, they will give up on it, and Rhoda will go over to the
Hey, it's the honorable Reinhardt v. Reinhardt mirror matchup. Two guys just swinging a hammer at each other. What more could want from this matchup. And then I think it's what Boot Shop and Francis Howell, the type of the game that they wanted to play. It's more of this head-to-head sort of gameplay. Of course, there is more frontline damage on the St. Charles side, of course, here, but this time it is instead Rhoda who ends up going down. Francis Howell wanted to play this Reinhardt from the beginning, and Boot Shop
Yeah, you can tell this is a very comfortable pick here for Boot Shop. Just going right on in. Poor Dread Pirate has nowhere to go. And already 50% counting for Francis Howell on the first round of Antarctic Peninsula. Now we get into the conversation of, hey, ultimates are becoming online, right? You can see at the top left, top right of your screen, respectively, those percentages going up. Almost everybody for Francis Howell has it already or is about to have it. The only one not having a super off. That could be a little bit of dread here for St. Jude.
This is a fight that Francis Howell should absolutely be winning. They have way too many powerful tools. This is St. Charles. I will force Hale. Their shatter laying down several foot on their back, courtesy of Boot Chop, and then is sliced them all to pieces with his own Dragon Blade. Team kill coming through, and there's one final fight left here on Icebreaker.
Nice little combo there. The shatter going into the blade. There's no way for St. Charles to run. But like you said, it's 90% already. They got to try and get some, but the aggro blitz.
Francis Howell pushed so far up, they're not giving St. Charles High a chance to move anywhere near this objective. A wonderful call from the Francis Howell tank to take that initiative and deny a fight from happening altogether. And this is kind of what you're expecting from those returning champions to play together as a team with Zenith and Boot Shop joining this lineup.
This is exactly what you want to see from this lineup. Is that kind of consistency and that kind of coordination. The fact that so quickly we're like, hey, we can just push forward, use the blizzard. There's no way for them to deny it. We might as well just go in and take advantage of this with it being already 85%. Exactly what they do. St. Charles is not even able to use a ultimate that they wanted to use. So that's a great first map for Francis Howell, or first round of the map, I should say, for Francis Howell. And like I said, they wanted to play the Rhine. They forced St. Charles to play the Rhine, and they win the map. That's probably exactly what their game plan was going in.
Yeah, Francis Howell certainly made St. Charles play their game. And
Yeah.
a lot of times with Overwatch, especially when you can have more variety in hero picks, if you're forcing someone to change to something that's not necessarily as comfortable or as well practiced, that's a massive win in your pocket there. Francis Howell really showcased that in round number one. Boot Chop looks very confident when it comes to this Reinhardt. And also, shout out Rogue on the Mei. Mei and
Yeah.
Reinhardt work hand in hand, especially putting up these Mei walls, almost acts as a backboard for these pins that Boot Chop is just sending it in.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you need a little bit of an assist. Yeah, there you go. Wall is up. You don't have to inch as far to try and get the pin kill. Even though, yes, the charge cancel is now a thing. Still, some Reinhardt players have a little bit of a history of going a little bit too far. But so far, honestly, for both teams, that hasn't really been the issue. And those Mei walls help with that fact even more. But yeah, great first round for Francis Howell. For St. Charles, it just felt like, it was because they did have a few swaps, right? They swap off the Doomfist after the first fight. They go on to the Symmetra later on. They were never really able to build their ultimate economy very much. They were never able to use an ultimate during that first round, which that can be a bit of an issue, especially in the state of the game right now. So I want to see them kind of just stick to something during the second round, stick to a composition unless it's being heavily countered by Francis Howell. And I think that might be when we really start seeing the St. Charles team start to shine.
St. Charles High there almost got unlucky with the heroes that they walked out on.
Yeah.
For the luck of the draw, Francis Howell had the better composition. It countered out a good amount of St. Charles gameplay, and they never really were able to recover from that from the start, especially when the control rounds can move as fast as they do. If you start off on the wrong foot, it's very hard to get yourself to stand back up and fight because you want those big ultimate abilities to take back the objective. But because St. Charles had to swap so many times, they never got those tools that were necessarily needed to take those big fights for Francis Howell.
Yeah, and you feel bad because it's like, hey, they're making swaps that actually do help them in a neutral fight. It's just those last two fights, they were not neutral by any sense of the imagination. It was Francis Howell had ults on ults to use. St. Charles, because of the swaps, really didn't. So that is kind of where it's that catch-22 of if we have more time, yes, that can work long term. Just sadly for them, didn't really have a lot of time to work with, considering when they made those swaps. I believe we're still trying to figure out the issue for the pause right now, but hey, it's a land. I want to say this: we've both worked a lot of lands up to this
Yep.
point. Things happen at lands. They're like, regardless of how much preparation goes into it beforehand, something always goes wrong. So this is not an uncommon occurrence, no matter what level of lands you're at. So yeah, it just hopefully should not be too large for us.
It just sounds like we had a PC go down, so we're working on, or their IT department is working on getting that fixed up as we speak. But we get a little bit more time to, just talk about the tournament, the event as a whole, as it stands. And we've only had one round so far, and especially when we look at who is at this event, we have 8 schools total. 3 of them are returning, so we have a little bit of an idea of what to expect from them. But the other 5 are brand new to us. We don't have a ton of information on them. So even right now, we can say Francis Howell are the favorites, but there's just these 5 mystery teams that we'll have to learn more about as the day goes on to see if any of them can be a real threat.
Yeah, it's like obviously Fred Sal's favorite. And I think going in, you have to say that because they are the defending champs and they have a
Mhm.
lot of that roster returning. And you look at that first round, it's like, yeah, no, that tracks so far, considering how that first round went. But like you said, these 5 teams, to our knowledge, like they are new to this circuit. I want to see how they play against, Francis Howell, against a St. Charles. Obviously, 4 of them are in other groups, so it's you can't really see a whole lot out of them until we get into bracket stage against these 2 teams. But it does leave the door with like, hey, these brand new teams, they could shake it up a little bit. And you never know. Maybe one of them catch Francis Howell off guard in the bracket stage, and we have a new champion on our hands today.
Hey, you never know. Well, that's the
You never
great thing
know.
about these tournaments is you don't know until you get there. Anyone is a threat until proven otherwise. And I'm really glad that these teams are treating each other with respect. And we're not like they're not doing anything too silly. There's not
No.
like these massive skill gaps, and they're incredibly respectful of their opponents. And that's kind of the beautiful thing about esports is because we're such a close knit community that we all connect over our one thing. In this case, it is Overwatch, and a lot of these players know each other, have played each other in the past, and are in fact local. Some of them even friends outside of that. So it's great to see these communities kind of build up and enforced by LAN events like this.
Yeah, especially when I was in high school playing in a league similar to the state I was in. Yeah, it's awesome because you recognize a lot of these names. It's like, wait, that's what they look like. That's not just their, their tag and their Discord icons. So it is kind of cool having events like this, and especially being able to see one another and talk to one another. But obviously, at the core of it, it is competing, and you obviously want to be the last one standing, but for one team, that'll be the case. For 7 teams, it won't be the case today, and that's just the reality of it. But I do think that regardless, as someone who lost at one of these lands before in their time, there is a lot that you can take out of it, and a lot of the memories and the experience you can take out of it. So I'm really excited to see how this event goes today, and especially because of the fact that, hey, it's land. Like, regardless of what tier you're at, like, we've done everything, we've done other youth events, we've done collegiate events. Lands are just the best. Like, point blank,
So great.
lands are the best because it is in person. It just amplifies everything.
Dude, I'm actually so jealous that these players have the opportunity to do this in high school. Like, my senior year started an esports club. I ended up graduating, moving on, but I keep checking in to see how it's doing. And they got teams, they got lands, they have competitions now. Like, this is something that isn't going anywhere. And the St. Charles High School Invitation, like, this is just one of the many events that is taking a massive step forwards towards kind of encouraging this culture even more and having it at a high school level, whether players are in it for fun, for the social aspects, or they want to compete, move up to a collegiate level later on in life. Like, there's so many ways that they can find benefits from just being in college.
And I want to say, as someone who's been around the collegiate space for a while, and you have as well, it's fun. Like, if
Oh,
you
yeah.
are, regardless on if you're just, you're going to college, just joining a club program, joining a varsity program, whatever, do it. It's such a joy. You're going to enjoy it so much. I was involved with my school's program for all 4 years in college. you're currently involved with yours. So yeah, it's worth it. Trust me. Yes, it's going to be stressful because it's college. That just kind of comes with the nature of it, but it is incredibly fun. So excited. This is the next generation of college players. So I'm excited to see kind of them showcase their talents now, and maybe we got a few recruiters watching that are interested in seeing, hey, maybe we need a new tank or a new support coming into the next few years.
Mhm. There's a lot of schools are out there looking for that now. Like I even had a couple
Yeah.
people reach out to me after was talking about this event. Like, hey, we're watching this. Like, what's the stream link? We want to keep updated. Like, there's always people that are looking to recruit to give scholarships for things just like this. And as the high school esports culture continues to grow, there's only going to be more opportunities like that. I believe I heard earlier that is a member of the Winthrop University staff there that will be giving
Yeah.
a presentation, which sounds super cool about recruiting in collegiate esports and all of those kind of next avenue opportunities for these top players. And that's gonna be a pretty exciting thing to see. We're not gonna lie,
Man, I want to hear from the Winthrop person about.
honestly.
Well, I'll say Winthrop. For those of you who don't know, they're ranked what, number 2 in the country right now
Yeah.
for Overwatch, only behind Illinois State. So yeah, that's a pretty high caliber presentation. I would go to that myself if we weren't thousands of miles away currently from St. Charles, Missouri. But no, I think that's a great opportunity, not only just for the players, but for the parents to recognize, like, hey, this is what it is. It's a real thing. It's not just something that your kids are telling you to play longer on the weekends. As my parents were just as confused about it when I first got into it. I'm guessing yours were the same.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So I think that honestly, it's even more for the parents than it is for the players. Like, hey, this is legit. This is a real thing. Whether it be playing or managing or broadcasting, doing what we're doing right now. The PC is alive. We have given it life-saving measures. It is back. So now we'll be finally getting back into this one, as it is obviously a 1-0 on the map so far for Francis. And yet nothing to change on their composition. That is no shock. St. Charles, actually, they're going to go back to the Doomfist. They're
Okay.
going to try it one more time.
I don't mind the Doomfist here. This map is a lot different than what we saw in the last round. You can see how narrow these little corridors are that you have to walk down with the Junkrat to just chuck bombs down there. Rhoda can knock Boot Shop out of position. There's a lot of opportunities for the St. Charles High Cyber Corsairs to move in, but it's not going to be easy. You have to move past this Reinhardt and a cheeky scrub with the first final blow, but this is what you're afraid of. Boot Shop is in there, and he's basically a blender in this tiny room of the St. Charles High Cyber Corsairs, and go ahead, knock him down a couple pegs, giving Francis Howell the first.
Yeah, that is not a blender that I would want to be in with a giant.
Do you want to be
German
in a
with
blender?
hammer. Well, just not in general. Unless it's like just got a bunch of like cash in it or something. That would be like those old like Chuck E. Cheese machines that had like the cash spinning around and the coins spinning around in it. That would be the only blender I would ever want to be in. But that was not the greatest start from St. Charles, but they didn't have that one bright spot of Cheeky Scrub getting a pick, and maybe they can do it again.
They're gonna try. I'm looking at Boot Shop and Rogue. They already have their ultimates up. That is ridiculously fast, and it just shows how much Boot Shop and Rogue have done in just this 25% of the round. Rhoda is doing what he can to just push the team backwards, but there's the Earth Shatter 5 laid on their back, and they're put once again with icicles poked through their bodies thanks to Rogue. This is a wonderful set of teamwork from Francis Howell.
And they canceled out, I'm pretty sure they canceled out the Rip Tire from Cheeky Scrub. They were in the animation, and that could have saved them during that fight. If they get it off, and at least, can help absorb some of that pressure coming in, trying to take advantage of the shatter coming in from Boot Shop, but instead, it's a disaster. The Rip Tire is gone, and the whole team gets wiped out.
Big thing here for St. Charles High, though, is Bane has an orbital ray to work with, one of the best ultimates in the game. The problem is your tank goes down just before the trigger can be pulled on that, then zoning everyone else backwards. St. Charles High have to wait for War to return before they can push.
Pretty sure Rogue accidentally blocked off Zenith during that. Oh, that's a little unfortunate, but it happens. As orbital rays, both T's popped, but yeah, that fight's done as quickly as it started. Team kill for Francis Howell and already 15% away from starting us off with a map win.
V-Man Trio took great initiative there by using his own orbital ray, made Francis Howell take the fight before St. Charles High were ready. Now there's only one more chance for the Cyber Corsairs to get on the objective. Rhoda will do it, but is met with a blizzard, caught and frozen into a popsicle. Can they manage to keep him alive? Dread Pirate and Bane are working overtime to help their tank player, and it's enough. Rhoda gets in there. That's Zenith and V-Man Trio both hitting the deck, and this is that really big sign of life that we needed to see from the St. Charles High Cyber Corsairs. They'll flip it over at 99%. Get some capture going on sub level.
That's exactly the fight that St. Charles needed. And yes, they have to use a four ult during that fight, but they got over the line. They got this point capped. And even if they don't win this match, right, that is at least momentum. Like, hey, we're already progressing through this map. We're getting better and better. The shatter!
Boot chop again. He just can't miss with these Earth Shatters. All Boot Chop and V-Man Trio in the kill feed, and Francis Howell made sure that St. Charles High capture was short-lived. Take away map number 1.
Map number 1 goes the way of the defending champions on a very positive note. As yeah, what can I say? Boot Chop, they did it. They did it all on the Reinhardt. These shatters were phenomenal. This was the first fight just going in, not a care in the world, and you know, you got to shout out the supports as well during this, keeping their tank alive. I don't think they went under 200 HP, which for a Rhine, that is incredibly difficult right now. Rhine just gets bullied a lot of the time. So the fact that they were able to get that kind of value, but also be able to be kept up for that long, I think they only had the one death the entire map. That is an incredible stat line and a great way to start off the day.
And shout out to V-Man Trio and Superhoff, the supports
Yeah.
of Francis Howell for that. Like, a Reinhardt as aggressive as Boot Chop needs to have supports that are ready to follow him into battle and trust him. And that's exactly what happened. The Juno play was spectacular from V-Man Trio. Got so much value out of those torpedo missiles, as well as just the speed ring, making sure everyone could move in and out of the battle safely. Overall, wonderful team play from Francis Howell to start it off. And I think that St. Charles struggled to adapt to this really fast pace that Francis Howell were setting from the very start. And it wasn't until that tail end where they actually built up those ultimates where we saw them win that fight.
Yeah, it is. It can be kind of oppressive when you go against this kind of teams where, hey, they're always, hey, put that ring down. All right, we're going to go. Ryan's going to go in. They're going to, you know, maybe cancel the pin, try and make you think they're going in, and then you're going to use abilities that you don't really need to. And then there's other times where they're like, oh, they're actually just going in. They're just going in, no fear whatsoever. And it's an incredibly difficult play style to try and play around. And the sad thing for St. Charles, the next map is probably the worst map they could have gotten. Or I should say maybe the best map Francis Howell could have gotten, because it is Kings Row. It is the home of Reinhardt Cops. This is where they were born. This is everything that Rhine mains want to play. It could be a very long day for St. Charles on this map, just because of the fact that, again, this is preset maps throughout the entirety of the day. But yeah, this is a rough map too, considering what just happened.
It's the last place you want to be.
It's the last place.
Everyone has to stand so close together. There's these choke points that you have to walk through. It is Reinhardt's, and more specifically Boot Chop's, playground right here. You just hold up your big old rectangle shield. You got a hammer. You swing it around a couple more times. And with how far in there Boot Chop was able to go because of his trust in his support players, like, this is the best case scenario for Francis Howell. I want to see what St. Charles can come out with, because I liked the idea of running like the Doomfist and the Life Weaver to, like, when the Doomfist gets really aggressive, the Life Weaver can just like literally attach to Lee, say, hey, come back, and they get back nice and safe. Like, there are great ideas on the side of St. Charles. They can understand some of these mechanics and collaborations that you can do with your heroes. But unfortunately, with how fast Francis Howell have been playing, St. Charles haven't exactly had the opportunity to set up those plays.
Yeah, it really has just been Francis Howell's lobby so far, and St. Charles trying to adapt. When in reality, you want it to either be, hey, it's going to be an even back and forth, or you want it, if you're St. Charles, to be on your side. It just hasn't so far. Francis Howell came out swinging, and they have not let go of the momentum since that point. So that's exactly how you wanted to start it if you are them. But again, this Kings Row side, and it will be St. Charles. At least they get to pick which side they want to start on.
Hmm.
So hey, maybe they want to start on the defense to try and shut this down. Personally, I'd probably want to start on offense because of the fact that at how well Francis has been playing offensively, maybe you want to start on the offensive and at least understand, like, hey, on the defense, this is where we have to stop them by, which I know can be tricky, but I do think it's probably at least better for the momentum side.
Yeah, if you're St. Charles, you want to have some sort of positivity heading into this map because just judging by how Antarctic Peninsula went, knowing how Francis Howell Central is going to be favored on this map alone, it's not going to be easy. You want to start off where you can set the bar, you can set the pace to know how far you have to hold. How hybrid works, the different to control though, is you take turns attacking and defending. Whoever pushes it the farthest wins, and there's various checkpoints that happen along the way, starting with a little bit of capture points. And as we get to load into the map here momentarily, I think that's going to be the big test of whether St. Charles they wanted to start on the attack, as you said, get some more momentum wind under their sails before they head to that defensive side, or they're going to let Francis Howell make that first stage.
Yeah, I believe if I'm understanding the graphic that we have right now, St. Charles will be on the defense first.
Mhm.
So I think they're taking it as, hey, we want to know how far we need to push it. If we need to complete the map, if we need to get through second phase, which I can completely understand that thought process as well. Again, I don't think you lose either way you're looking at it. It just depends on how your team prefers to look at a map like this, especially when you are in an eliminate not an elimination, but a win or you lose this match, you lose this series, it can be a tricky spot to be in. I don't believe I see any subs on either side, at least off
Mm-mm.
the first look here. But yeah, I'm more curious what St. Charles want to run. Because yeah, we assume Princess Howell is going to be running the Reinhardt. Them running the Actually, I'm gonna wait on that because it's offensive spawn.
Yeah.
They could change what they want to play. I like that call from Cheeky. I think this could be a sneaky
Yes.
pick, and yeah, especially yeah, you are going to be a fan.
Oh, Venture, the hero that Cheeky Scrub is on, is my favorite hero in the entire game of Overwatch. You are essentially a little mole who just digs under the ground, pops out, and does massive amounts of burst damage. Being the newest hero that was added, I'm very interested, or well, second newest. Curious to see what Cheeky Scrub can do, but I'm more interested in Windowmaker on this Widowmaker, their namesake, as a matter of fact. And I remember him from last year. Puts out stellar performances on this sniper, is going to look to change the tides for St. Charles.
Yeah, Widow's actually on both sides. Not something I necessarily expected going into this map.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
there you
job.
go. Reinhardt moment. Go in, and now they have.
I don't think Boot Chop knows what fear means. Like, he's just in there at all times. I mean, that's a wonderful wall, too, from Rogue. These two players have been working together so incredibly well. Even if it's Boot Chop, the one in the kill feed, always Rogue with the setup.
Yeah, always Rogue with the setup already. St. Charles making a swap over to the Bastion.
Oh.
That is a crucial stagger onto Windowmaker, and yeah, that will make sure the Widow will not be here during this first fight near the archway, and they will get the spawn that is all the way at the end of the map. So, Francis, now you can kind of just relax. Granted, that is a nice ball here. No, they're just...
Ooh. That was close, but I do like where St. Charles High School are taking this. Putting Cheeky Scrub on this Bastion, you're trying to be a paper shredder, essentially. You're not going to let Boot Chop do as much as he's been allowed to get away with previously. So Cheeky Scrub should help slow this pace that Francis Howell have been setting so far. The problem is the Earth Shatter's already up, only onto Rhoda. There's plenty of healing for Dread Pilot and Thane. Keep your tank player alive, but it's Zenith, a sneaky flank. It's the better of Widowmaker in that sniper duel. And it's St. Charles High School, once again, have to take a step backwards. Boot Chop pinning straight into that defensive line. Francis Howell continued to put the pedal to the metal here, despite the amount of healing and support that St. Charles are putting in to sustain this. And honestly, Jesse, they're doing an excellent job of staying alive right now.
I'm a little shocked that they've been able to sustain this for so long. And say, pick off, back.
Yeah, Zenith has been great when it comes to this Widowmaker positioning. It's never in a spot that's expected, and it always surprises. St. Charles high, and that's how you know you're a great DPS player. Positioning and aim are two of the main factors, and Zenith seems to have a both. Francis Howell, they're going to get that capture, Jesse, with nearly 6 minutes on the clock just to finish the match.
This is an unreal pace so far from Francis Howell. That's something we see often. Yeah, they're going to pop the info site. They know exactly where Widowmaker was trying to go, but they decided to back up. Orbital Ray will just buff up everybody. St. Charles, they're able to find that.
And this is good because Roto was able to get up to the high ground and grab Zenith with the extra damage. Problem is, you still don't have an answer for Boot Chop and the Earth Shatter. That's 2 for him. And it's just a Francis Howell train pulling into the station, rounding the last corner of Kings Row. All they have to do is get that cart to the golden circle. It's St. Charles that they're just trying to find some way that they can sustain this a little longer.
Yeah, you gotta find a way to stop the bleeding, but are they gonna touch?
Wow.
No, they can't even touch.
All right, Francis Howell straight up marched into the spawn rooms of St. Charles and just said, nope, you can stay there. We're going to move the payload. Just stay. This is your home now. Like, this is an impeccable pace. They gained time. You start with 4 minutes and you end with 4:51 on the clock. That means that St. Charles High School not only has to cap, but they have to do it with a significant amount of time remaining.
This is maybe worst case scenario if you're St. Charles. I won't lie. This is potentially worst case scenario purely for the fact that, yes, you go and you start on the defense because you want to set the tone. You want to understand what your win condition is going into the second half of this map. And now you go into a situation where, hey, Francis Howell, everything was going right. And even when St. Charles, they had a great stall at the end of the second phase, trying to wait for their teammate to come back and, you know, using the tree. That was great. And then everything kind of just flipped on its head again because the fact that Zenith's able to get another pick. There wasn't really an answer for it. Widowmaker couldn't get the angles they were really looking for to try and challenge Zenith. So now you go into a situation to where you practically need to replicate that, or at least you need to finish with time on the clock, which can be easier said than done. It doesn't make it impossible. This map is also very, attack sided and attack favored, so they could put it together, but especially that is especially with Amaga on the field, that adds a lot of variety. But
it's just all Zenith right now. He's just clicking head after head, and it's one shot for one elimination. And St. Charles have already had to swap their comp. Cheeky Scrub and Widowmaker moved to Venture and Bastion respectively because they know they can't match Zenith behind.
Yeah, and I respect them realizing, like, hey, you're having a phenomenal game. I don't really try and challenge that. There are this log is going to be interesting, but they actually do a great job first time around countering them, and they do find the pay.
Bootstrap was in there. And
he was in.
Yeah, like, you can have a ton of trust in V-Man Trio and Superhawk, but this time, you're on a Mercy Eureka. That's significantly less healing than before. Francis Howell figured that out. Will swap to the Reinhardt, but not before St. Charles will get some serious capture percentage on this point. I love the adaptations that they made with their DPS line, and we'll get the reward for it.
Yeah, they are rewarded with the changes, and yes, I do think the Maga pick was also a little adventurous. I won't lie for Francis Howell. But if you're St. Charles, like, hey, you recognize it, you countered it, and now you're at a pretty similar pace starting the Streets phase of this map. This is when it can get really tricky. They don't have a way to challenge Zenith when they're on this back tiger. It'll take a long time for Cheeky Scrub to get into that kind of position. And even so, you gotta make sure you don't miss. And here they're at least in the background, but they don't.
It was so close. I mean, Cheeky Scrub, playing Venture on this point is not an easy thing, especially with a lot of these heroes wanting to play relatively close range. So all they got into position, St. Charles High School weren't in a position to follow up with him at that time. So Francis Howell will have this hold on one of the most devastating choke points in the game. You can see how narrow the spaces you have to work through. Windowmaker attempting to make his face with an artillery strike. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but this Gravitic Flux will. It catches 3, lifts him up in the air, pancakes him down to the ground, and it's Cheeky Scrub with the follow-up on the tank's ultimate. St. Charles High School has done a much better job on this objective, specifically the Venture player in Cheeky, setting this pace and making Francis Howell start to question what they need to do to change.
Yeah, I just say that they get picked off, but I think overall, it's still been the way to go. And the orbital ray will be used. Holy.
This is Overwatch, people. There's just trays everywhere, damage boost, and the earth breaking beneath your feet. Except for Bootshop can't quite get the follow-up this time around. Has a bit more sustain, but with how low his shield currently is, Pikachu sees it as an opportunity. Tectonic Shock, huge burst of damage put into the ground. It's just not enough to burn anyone down. They're also healthy. V-Man Trio and Superhawk have been working overtime to make sure their Mei stays alive, lands the Blizzard, and it'll be Rogue, eventually putting an end to the chaotic battle.
Yeah, that's just Overwatch 2. That is just a whole lot of ultimates. I think, only one person died after all those ultimates. And then another fight right after that. It was just absolute chaos for both of these sides. But hey, at the end of the day, it's defense that is able to hold strong. Rogue, snipe with the icicles. Yeah, that just, it stunts this entire push. You just gotta wait now if you are Charles, because yeah, you can't proceed.
No, that does insane amount of damage to you, and like Bootchop knows the limits. If there's even the slightest bit of an advantage for Francis Howell, you are expecting them to full send it until they can't no more, which eventually will reach that point to retreat. Cyber Corsairs will have to build up to another Gravitic Flux to break out of the spawn.
And this is where already, I wouldn't say typically you start to worry, but for St. Charles, you have to worry. Due to the 451 time bank that is there for Francis Howell, you need to make sure either this fight or the next, you really start making progress, or you're not going to give yourself enough time later on.
And this is a Kitsune Rush now from Superhawk. All the cooldowns are accelerated. Even more damage to be done from Bootchop. Rhoda slowing the pace down with the Gravitic Flux. Bootchop barely hanging on for light, yet it's all Superhawk pumping the healing into the Reinhardt player. Find themselves alone in a room with Dread Pirate, certainly dreading that situation. And Francis Howell managed to hold on with great ultimate management.
Great ult management there, yeah. The one ult, you still have 4, and you get out arguably one of the best ults in St. Charles at this stage.
Oh, no. Again, I don't think backing up is in Francis Howell's vocabulary. They just push the limits until they physically can't. Like, they'll go until they're dead. And honestly, because of how fast they're moving, St. Charles High have barely been able to set them back a pace, which makes this fight all the more important, Jesse.
And especially the fact that they get to play near Archway, which is exactly where they want to play, around the Mei. The wall is just wide enough to cover the entire way. I think Greenshot kind of a little bit of a failed flank there, as everybody was actually going topside. And now they are in a rough spot.
Oh, and even
or not.
See what I'm saying? It does actually punish Bootchop. This is massive. St. Charles knows that there's no tank on the other side. It's on Zenith to be the hero, and he's doing just that. Gets 2. All he's lonesome with the Bob at his side. Oh, a wonderful plays from the Ash player. He's even trying to chase down Cheeky Scrub. Doesn't get it, but doesn't need it.
Yeah, doesn't need it this time around. It's the fact that also Francis Howell, they just bring fights back. Like, it is crazy to me that they can just bring these fights back. Yes, St. Charles, they do a great job that time around. That is a great pin timing.
You don't understand how difficult that is. That is like a 5 frames you have to actually get that pin off, and Bootchop did what was impossible. That was the only ult that St. Charles High had going into this, and Bootchop removed it before there was an opportunity to have it. Francis Howell are looking to close out the series right here and right now. Not a chance of getting a touch on the payload. It'll be Francis Howell moving up to 1-0.
They will start group stage 1-0. St. Charles will fall to 0-1 at the beginning of the group, but their hardest game of the group presumably is out of the way. Very beginning of the defense. Bang. Granted, the Mercy Roost is that is awesome. Yeah, there you go. 1, 2, just great shots. Even laying the next shot on the Sigma as well. But Francis Howell, hey, they're the defending champs. and they're that for a reason. 2-0 to start the day, exactly the start that they needed to repeat.
Every player managed to stand out in their own regard. I mean, special shout out to Boot Chop and Zenith there, two players that were not on this roster last year, have been making an incredible showing for themselves. And along with the support line, the DPS, I think Francis Howell, they're coming into this tournament with the mentality of we won it last year, we're going to win it again. And if they keep playing like they are now, Jesse, that is entirely possible.
Oh, it's entirely possible if they keep it up because yeah, that was a very dominant performance there coming in from Howell. That is exactly how you want to start off this tournament, especially against the team that you beat in the final last year. So that again, exactly how they wanted to start. For St. Charles, yeah, you got time, right? You got time to figure this out, how exactly you want to rebound from here. But this will be a phenomenal starting point for them to really start this repeat.
Yeah, we continue to see how Francis Howell will perform later on in the day, but we'll also have the opportunity to look at many of these other rosters. But you gotta say, Jesse, just having this as our first match certainly sets the bar high for what is left to come today.
Oh, it is going to be an incredible day. Like this is just the beginning of the chaos that will be going on. So yeah, this is going to be a great start, but obviously a lot more games to go. I think we got 7 or 8 more games still to go here. But I believe are we just are we doing a map 3?
Are we? I believe we're in best of
I
three, so
I
we'll
didn't
have
think we
to
were.
figure out. We might be doing it. I was told it's a best of three. It might be a best of five. We're gonna find out together. So it sounds like we will be playing a third map after all. Regardless of the winners, we'll have to clarify. Perhaps we had a bit of a miscommunication there, but we'll go ahead and figure it out. Havana is map number 3. So we're just gonna go ahead and send it. And I gotta say, if this is actually what is happening, Jesse, Havana is like the sniper map to play. You got Zenith.
Granted, yeah, it is. Yeah, that is true. Like you have Zenith. This is a sniper map. Widow goes burr. In this map, that is just how it goes. Sadly, as someone who has to play against a lot of Widowmakers, and my aim is not great. There's a reason why I am behind the mic and not
Hmm.
with a mouse and keyboard in my hand. But yeah, this could be a very again. This was a very unfortunate map set. I will say that for St. Charles against France, any team against Francis Howell, this is a very, very unfortunate map set because it does play into their strengths so much. But this is also a reworked Havana, right? Just got
Yes.
one of the few maps that got reworked. So I'm curious if teams have maybe like started some strats around the rework. I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't think Havana's was as extensive as like Dorado and a few of the
No, it
other
wasn't a ton.
maps. It was some minor stuff, but again, it's something that you can, still mess with.
Yeah, we can see. It doesn't sound like we actually are playing. So we didn't get
Yeah. Okay.
confirmation. It is best of 3. So we're just working out the kinks here. I would love to see another map between these two teams. Don't get me wrong, but again,
Hey, later.
ton of Overwatch that we have to play. So confirmed, Francis Howell do have the win. They'll move up to 1-0 in the group. St. Charles 0-1, and no team will get knocked out. There isn't any eliminations taking place until the afternoon, where we have that double elimination bracket. Still 2 more matches for either team to play before all of that seeding is decided.
Yeah, still plenty of games to go. 2 more games for each of these teams left in the groups. But yeah, we'll be taking a little bit of a break. We're going to let the next teams get ready on stage A to get ready for their streamed match. Don't go anywhere. This is just the beginning here for the second St. Charles Invitation.
Welcome back to the St. Charles High Overwatch Invitational. We're just getting started here on this wonderful Saturday morning. We just concluded our first round of the group stage, prepared to head to our now second. We're going to have two brand new teams joining us here on the stage. It will be Duchenne Esports taking on State Dominic's High School Varsity for match number two. Two teams that are making their first appearance at the St. Charles High Invitational.
Yeah, first appearance for both of these teams. What a way to start off here in this on this day. It's going to be a long day, but hey, you need to continue to be on a good start in the groups. And obviously, can't remember off the top of my head if these teams have already played their first group game or if this is actually their first group game of the day. I'm going to look real quick. I don't believe either of them have played yet. So this is going to be their first game of the day. And hey, just like our last one, start off on the right foot so far. It was sadly not the case for St. Charles, the home team, but obviously this one game doesn't define the rest of your day. It's still a very long process, and I think that's going to be the thing that these teams need to remember the most.
Oh yeah, you said it at the beginning. It's not a sprint, but a marathon for the entire day. It really does test the endurance of these gamers. You're in a stressful, very stimulating environment, and that's one of the hardest things that you really can't learn anywhere else as an esports athlete, other than just doing it for the first time in these types of venues. So very glad that we get to have everyone up on stage at least once throughout the day today. So Duchenne will be on, I believe, on the left side, and it will be St. Dominic's on the right. Actually, not. Go ahead and flip that. Why don't you? Just for funsies. We got our rosters in front of us. V-Bird, Palmer Games, Johnny Jr., and Poppy Chula, and Kaz Comic for St. Dominic's for their starting lineup, their varsity squad.
Yeah, the varsity squad. Neither of these teams have substitutes, at least listed. And then for Duchenne Duo Legends, Ben Bemo, Humble, and Rusthawk. So again, this is going to be a map to where I want to see what are the comfort picks for both of these teams. What do they like to do? Are they wanting to run the rush? Do they want to go dive? Even though dive is, unless you run it well, is not, super right now. Rush is kind of just king. As we look at the map pool, again, this is going to be different than our previous map pool. So this time around, instead, it'll be a Samoa, Midtown, Shambali Monastery if we need it for map 3. And then somehow, if we tie Midtown, we'll go over to New Junk City for that tiebreaker map.
I'm more likely to see any ties, especially with the removal of the assault game mode. Now just having the only opportunity for a draw on a hybrid map type, which would be map number 2. But we get to focus on Samoa for a little bit. It is the newest or most recently added map in the game as of now. It's a very pretty map, but it's not been super well received by the Overwatch community because there's certain points, Beach in particular, plays very weird. You have like this little deck high ground, and you walk down some stairs to an open point. There's no cover anywhere, and positioning a little weird, and a lot of teams just haven't practiced on it as much as a result.
Yeah, I won't lie. That's the map of Samoa is just pain. It is just pain. Especially if you're a tank, you're like, oh, I'm gonna go down to the point, try and cap it for my team. You get shot from 3 different angles, and at that point, you're already half health. So it is going to be rough if we actually do end up going to some map. We won't though. For our first round, St. Dominic High School. So it's almost like a rush, but just with the Sigma instead, which is typically more of a poke style tank that we see. But it's not like it's impossible to run with the Sigma. Duchenne as well in a similar build, but they're definitely more full on poke. They want to play their distance. They're going to try and have Finn Bemo in a great position to just try and play a little bit farther back and to try and catch those like Johnny Jr. and Junior, like V-Bird, stuff like that. And the TP out of spawn as well for good measure. And the Echo will actually be the swap after the TP.
This is a great Echo map. I'm very happy to see Humble here. As we start to see this fight unfold, you'll know this is called City Center, and because there's a giant pole in the center of the objective. Teams are almost going to play a ring around the rosy most of the time. However, it does seem that St. Dominic have set up a great wall behind Duo's back, forcing out the hands for him, as we call it. A boulder chucked in, and that should be Humble, the one going down first. St. Dominic's wonderful start. It was really all Poppy Chulo setting up that play for them, isolating the tank.
Yeah, again, it's just like the last series. These walls are going to be so crucial because of the fact that, yeah, they're going to be able to isolate the tank, and especially the the instinct for a tank, especially when you're on Sigma, is to use that grasp, right? You're going to take in and absorb all of that projectile damage coming through, and you're actually going to be able to, get a certain amount of that back as shield health. The one thing is, if the other Sigma uses Accretion Rock on you, it denies all of it. So it can be a really tricky spot. Another great ball.
This is great. I mean, Papichulo on this May is setting up Dominic so well. The problem is, Palmer Games is a little bit too aggressive, and as a support, you don't have that much health to take that damage, and then the front line, Duo 2, pushing the limits of what they're able to accomplish, especially being down to support. It's a risk, sure, but it's Humble playing the Genji as a third final blow. Excellent play from Dushen's DPS player.
Yeah, already after the swap, 75% ult for the flex DPS. Even though, yeah, the fight started great for St. Dominic, not in the end. Did they try and use Blizzard during that? I didn't even realize that during the fight. Blizzard gone for Papichulo, and that is an ultimate they are going to be wanting back.
One of the best ones in the game, but for now, you're going to ride with Gravitic Flux. Takes away half the team's health bars if you get caught, and has Comic finishing Rustalk off with a boulder. Second now, completely negating Huffle's Dragon Blade. Another really powerful one. There's no one in their line of sight to actually get the damage that is necessary. I think Dominic has used most of their tools. Only Palmer Games has a rally remaining, and ideally you don't want to have to use it, and it won't be the case. Duo and Humble are taken care of, and St. Dominic.
What a chaotic fight, right? Like, you have the blade thrown in, you got the orbital ray, and the sound barrier, gravitic flux, everything just getting tossed, and St. Dominic eventually able to lock it down as we go into this next fight. Like you said, the rally from Palmer Games, the only ultimate currently on the board. I wouldn't be shocked if Johnny Jr. was able to build up that blade in the meantime, but it would be a lot of eyes then on Rustalk. Their rally. Can they stun Johnny Jr. during the blade to allow their team to at least get in a better spot? And as well, Vivo, they have the Deadeye. Time to make some space. Oh!
St. Dominic couldn't run away. A great way for Rustalk and Finn Vimo to work together and win that fight for Dushen.
Okay, so I know I was saying, like, hey, they could stun the Genji, but that works too. It's a great way to go at it instead, because the shield goes down. Able to get both supports, I believe, from St. Dominic. That just shuts the fight down right away. The only downside is now you got nothing. You got nothing in the ult department. Maybe you get an orbital ray from Legends, but that is really about the only ultimate you have to play around. You have to win this.
Yeah, if St. Dominic managed to clear Dushen from this point, they win the map outright. Papichulo's Blizzard put that with Johnny Jr.'s blade. You can't run from it if you're frozen in place. St. Dominic had way too many tools for Dushen to handle. It'll be flip over, and it doesn't seem that Dushen will have another opportunity to get a touch. It's just Legends running for his life, trying to get the point, but it's B-Bird with the final chase. No touch to be had.
No touch for Dushen, just with the timing of that fight. There was just no way they're going to be able to get a touch. So great. It was a decent map there for Dushen, but a great one for St. Dominic, as you don't see this Lucio Briggs support line a lot. I won't lie, it is not a super common one, especially because it is two main supports technically. But the fact that it can work, right? You're going to be using Vber to speed your team around, take advantage of those walls from your May, try and get Johnny Jr. in a great spot. But also the fact that, yeah, you have a little bit of defense, right? If you have their Genji pushing in, or if the current lineup for Dushen stays the same, you have a Venture that you're going to have to start worrying about. That is something that you need to keep in the back of your head. And the Sim will actually be stuck here, not just for the teleport this time.
Ooh, I like this angle from Dushen. St. Dominic, their whole composition, they don't have a ton of healing. They've been winning because they go so fast and they just don't take damage because they find elimination quickly. At the end of the day, it'll be Dushen who is more sustained. They can take these longer fights, and that's going to be great. Having Finn Bimo, well, no longer having Finn Bimo, bit off a bit more than they could chew. Bounce Johnny Jr. in the back, but ideally, you just want to play this slow and take your time. Unfortunately, just not the case. Is it just Johnny Jr. finding elimination after elimination?
Like I said, they want to play this slow, but they just haven't been given that opportunity. every single time St. Dominic, like, oh, you're trying to slow it down? Nah, we're going to turn it up just a little bit more. Because they know, like you said, they're not going to win the long game. With the healing comp that they have, unless they get, some great time amps or some great armor packs given out by Palmer Games, it's going to be difficult for them to try and win those longer fights. That's why they want those
Oh, the
quick fights.
boom!
But that is
Bird is just tearing it up right now on this Lucio. He's just moving everywhere all at once at light speed. He's a support player, and he's getting more damage done than some DPS players that we've seen.
we love a little bit. We're like, we're just a little bit of a frog just running around trying to get those kills. So far, yeah, it's been working. You can also see in the ult department, they will be the first support to get their ultimate on board. They meant to be the first in the entire lobby. Kaz Comic will just get 4, but having this aggressive of support, especially when you have such trust in the other support to get the healing done, can be a massive, and they go already. Dimensions down.
St. Dominic has just taken so much initiative. It's similar to what we saw from Francis Howell last game, and they just get so aggressive so quickly that Duchenne don't have an opportunity to react, even if they had the ult advantage. It's now up to one final fight to decide if St. Dominic can take this to another round.
This round, honestly, it's just been all St. Dominic. It really has been. Duchenne has not had an answer already. They're going to make some DPS swaps. Cassidy was in the last fight. Now they have the Tracer as well. But, hey, you got to make sure that people can touch, but you got to make sure you can actually get these ultimates online.
Critic Pluck from Taz Comic first, but no! It's actually a whiff. Duchenne managed to dodge out of the way, and now St. Dominic have to use every tool they have left in the bag. Gets the Blizzard to come up big. Palmer Games, Humble, all frozen in place in the orbital ray. Just too little, too late to find the value that it needs. Only a St. Dominic win on Samoa. It'll put them up towards series points.
Yeah, St. Dominic, it's the opposite of it was last series, to where the map got closer as it went on, as we went through the 2 rounds. That time it just felt like St. Dominic, they got way more confident during that second round, especially when it maybe shouldn't have worked. Like, there was more damage coming in from the other side, and they still were able to get it done. The break play has been astonishing so far, and I think that is where they're really shining, because Brig, if played well, is one of the best heroes in the game right now, and that is a great example of it.
On paper, Jesse, this Lucio Brig shouldn't be working
No.
in a lot of ways. There's very few manners in which this can be successful, yet we're seeing one of them being played to near perfection right now. St. Dominic have done an excellent job in ensuring that they're taking fights quickly, and they're not allowing any room for pushback. There haven't been these massive responses out of Duchenne straight up, because they're just run over before they can even think, or they can see they can't get those plans in place. And that's a common pattern that I have a feeling we're gonna continue to watch throughout the day today, with these teams that often act first are the ones who can win these series a lot easier.
It is one of the first things that I learned as a player. You want to be proactive most of the time and not reactive. Granted, there is certain compositions where being reactive is great. Like, if you want to run a counter dive, yes, you want to be reactive. Excuse me. But being proactive, it's so much easier, because you are forcing the other team to make a split-second decision across 5 people on how they want to do it. And if they are not super confident, or if they just haven't played against this style of composition before, it can cause panic, it can cause confusion, and typically it'll leave one person out of the loop. And we saw that a lot of the time during that last round, to where there's usually 1 or 2 people from Duchenne who weren't on the same wavelength as everybody else, and they would be the ones that got picked off early.
Mm-hmm. And I think that we're going to see it go a little bit differently in this map, at least you'd like to think. Midtown is... it's different from Kings Row. This one, there's a lot more space that you have to close between your teams, and you want to play these longer ranged heroes, and that more often than not will slow down the pace of gameplay and make sure you don't get steamrolled as quickly. So if Duchenne want to come up with a different style of gameplay, if you have any hit scan sniper players that you want to put in at this point, would be an excellent spot to go ahead and showcase that side of talent. And overall, just prevent really just saying Dominic from collapsing onto you
Yeah.
from the very start.
Yeah, if you can try and at least deny some of that, that could be a massive win condition for Duchenne. Personally, like maybe go in Orisa. I don't know if they're confident on the Orisa for the tank for Duchenne. Orisa is just busted right now. You can argue she is the best tank in the game currently,
Oh yeah.
and the fact that she has the javelin spin to knock away opponents trying to push it. They have the javelin itself that you can pin someone to a wall. So it's like that is a great asset to try and deny some of that. But again, it is also a hero that if you're not super familiar with it, it can be very tricky and you can just get ran on because if you use all your cooldowns too quickly, it's relatively easy for the other team. Just like, all right, they used everything. Now we
And it is interesting here because Duchenne, Jesse, if I'm not mistaken, Humble is no longer playing the Genji
Oh, yeah, we
and
got a
will
role
now
swap.
be playing tank. So a role swap is a pretty uncommon thing to see in competitive Overwatch because it changes the pace of the game. Your job is 1,000 times different. Humble will now be the one leading the charge or Duchenne on this Orisa. You just talked about how strong that hero, that battle cattle, as I like to call him, is. And St. Dominic High School, we're gonna have to see if they're ready for this new style of play because Humble's entire job will be making Kaz Comic's life miserable.
Yeah, they're just gonna, yeah, like you said, make comics life as difficult as physically possible. Especially again, like with the Bastion, with the Orisa, with the Ashe and Dynamite. This can be very tricky to go against. But again, if they can try and poke out the Orisa early, maybe it works. But already the ring is used to like, hey, we need to get out of here.
Like, Humble just walked in a straight line towards the entirety of St. Dominic, just like, watch out, guys, I'm coming in. Like, not a bit of fear from Humble. And that is how powerful Orisa is. You just can't deal damage to her. She has so many ways to reduce the amount of hits that she takes, and it works out for Duchenne's favor. They clear St. Dominic out of this aggressive angle, have moved through the underpass already, which is one of the most difficult parts in this entire map. Johnny Jr. left on a sliver of HP, too, so St. Dominic have had to back off, try to defend some of this aggression that Duchenne have just found. It's about to get a lot worse, especially after losing Palmer Briggs, that sniper. These hit scan Duchenne have done exactly what we've needed them to do so far this time.
But they still haven't been able to get through one of the, granted, one of the hardest chokes in the entire game. That is why, again, Waller goes down, Papa Taylor gets the pick off, and even though they lose their break, St. Dominic is still able to win the fight, and already almost a minute and a half off the clock for Duchenne. That is rough, without any tick on the point as well. But like you said, they have the right idea. Like, they forced them off high ground. It is that second high ground that can really be tricky for the offense if they don't wrap all the way around to top subway, which is what they're
They're trying to get up there, but that's all of Humble's cooldowns. He's going to have to drop to the low ground. Duchenne, they don't get much out of the positioning, but Poppy Chulo is down, and Poppy Chulo single-handedly has been the biggest threat to Duchenne thus far. Now no longer having to worry about that. Great opportunity to move over towards the objective. Rabbinic Flux and Orbital Ray from B-Bird. They dominate using a ton of these ultimates they build up, and you'll see how threatening this damage boost is. Each team is lacking the support right now, and it's Humble full health and ready to throw some hands on this point, chunking everybody low with both Duo and Emo. Finish them all off. Then broke through the choke and should be able to capture the objective.
Yeah, that was great, and it all started because of the fact that Humble used that javelin spin and knocked down Papichulo to the low ground. At that point, it's every May's worst nightmare, even just every DPS. You're alone on low ground. Your team is nowhere to be. There was no way that Papichulo gets out of that alive, and eventually, Jen able to build through. But still, 3.5 minutes going into Streets phase, and you can see this high ground ever so important on this map on the top side of the mid tower.
We talked about how first point choke was difficult. Now trying to have to go through a tunnel underneath the high ground. The angles that St. Dominic have as the defensive team are superb, and Bobby Jewel is no problem landing these icicles from a distance. Finn Bimo doing his best with the artillery strike, gets through a little bit of space, and that's good because it gets Bobby Jewel off. That was a javelin out of Humble. Johnny Jr., though, taking things into his own hands in the backline, but gets burned down in the middle of his ultimate. Great counterplay from Rust Hawk and Finn Bimo to keep the team alive with the barrage of Dragon Blade. St. Dominic High School have still managed to stay on this high ground throughout all of the chaos that has been happening. Shen are only now making the attempt to push it, and it's a feeble one at that. Rust Hawk has already hit the deck. Purple James rally so much health towards the brig, almost oversteps, but the tank is there to save the day, along with Johnny Jr. returning 76.
Scrappy. Scrappy, scrappy, scrappy. That is what that fight was.
Oh, yeah.
It just seemed like, oh, St. Dominic, okay, so this fight isn't quite lost yet. Let's just go in. Why not? Pop the rally, force a little bit of confusion, and yes, that cart does at least get to the underside now of the Midtown Tunnel, but this is where it gets really interesting because of the fact that you like you said, you have to either just push it, everybody low ground, try and survive the rotation, or you have to try and push on the high ground to get them off, and already,
So
they
hard.
can't even get there. Already, Johnny.
There's no cover in this main road, and you saw how low those health bars of Duchenne were getting with the amount of just chip damage that Johnny Jr. is able to tuck in here. Duchenne have no choice but to try to tank it. Humble uses all their cooldowns for peeking for 2 seconds. Even that isn't enough to keep the character with the most health alive. St. Dominic have such good position.
This is the god spot of this map, right? Like, we know in some games there's, you know, god spots all over the place. This is arguably one of the best positions to be in because unless you have a very quick rotation, you need to be like, hey, 3, 2, 1, we're popping ring, we're going high ground, and you just kind of have to pray. Kind of what they're doing right now. They pop ring, they're actually going to go under, but already.
But it's only catches Humble, and Humble is not going to get frozen anytime soon. Pocket Chulo, though, not in great position. Finn Bamo somehow made it into the back line. He doesn't have any support to assist. The drop down from St. Dominic, they didn't have to use any of their cooldowns to get there, and were automatically at an advantage when taking that fight. So Duchenne only get a couple more meters off of that push, and only one more shot.
They get one more chance at this. Already 3 minutes have been off the clock, and that card just continues to regress. Now that is, you know, another lost fight for Duchenne. They're going to make some swaps. It'll be now the double hit scan luck with the Cassidy and the Ash.
Okay.
But again, it's hard because, yeah, Humble just gets melted.
You just get fried, and there's way too much damage. And Humble, you don't have a shield to protect the rest of the team like Cavtomic does on the Sigma. So even the small compositional difference seems to be kind of hurting Shen on the attack. They swap to the Wrecking Ball, but Poppy Jewel pulls some form of gymnastics with their May Wall. Almost ended up getting Finn Bimo from that. At least the touch is guaranteed. Shen has to kill it on the move, but they don't have any ults. It's Johnny Jr. and Taz Cosmic. Rabbinic Flux combined with Soldier 76. It's way too much. Duchenne to have to overextend. You can see how difficult this map is to attack on, and Duchenne, all things considered, did pretty well.
Yeah, all things considered, not bad. And especially how map 1 ended too. They ended map 1 on a pretty rough note, to the fact that they were able to come back in this map and looked relatively decent. Like, going into first point, they're able to cap with a very nicely executed plan. It's just when they get into this part of the map, the Arista isn't as good because it doesn't have any shielding for the rest of your team. But it's also just the fact that that high ground is so oppressive to try and push into. It can be ridiculous. And this is not just a high school level issue. This is a collegiate issue. This is a pro level issue. It isn't something that teams across the board have been like, yo, this part of the map is hard. Like, it is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. So I could easily see a world that Duchenne still win this map, because let's say they lose at point A, but they hold that high ground well. It is still going to be just as difficult for St. Dominic to do it on their attack.
It was about 5 minutes of defense that St. Dominic had to hold there, and they did it without too much of a problem. The map architecture heavily favors the defensive positions, and Duchenne seemed to understand that. They're playing almost an identical composition to what we saw St. Dominic run on their own defense. Now, the only difference being Finn Bimo on the Reaper.
Yeah, I wonder if that is more like, hey, we know they're going to play fast. We know they want to play quick. This can be a way to try to take that, but actually, he's playing more of an aggressive position.
Okay.
Oh, somebody's already on point.
I mean, the Icebox already out. I believe it's Johnny Jr.
Yeah,
Picks up the
wow.
Tracers on the point. They may get a tick for their troubles. Duchenne, St. Dominic completely disregarded the defense existing in the first place and walked right on forward towards the point. You get a tick, but unlikely grabs fight when Duchenne just drops down and got the vulnerable players in the supports first. There's not really much to sustain left.
That is the one risk sometimes in just pushing through that high ground defense is that, yeah, you could get a tick, but the positioning is just rough from that point on. The defense able to solidify, and I think that was the real first fight that St. Dominic have outright lost in a while, considering how a lot of second phase went for Duchenne. So that could be a nice little, hey, we're still in this. That has to be the message right now for Duchenne. We are still in this map. Let's finish it.
You're gonna have to fight in the subway car. This is like, the rule number one of Midtown is don't fight in the subway car. You can't, it's so hard to cross. Somehow St. Dominic managed to do that, and it's because Johnny Jr. keeps pressuring the point. The objective, while the eliminations are great, the point is what's more important at the end of the day, and Johnny Jr. is playing this so smart, even if he's not getting the eliminations. Duchenne have to back up. The problem is, you don't have anybody left to cover for these types of flankers. St. Dominic have swapped to. They'll go ahead and be it.
Yeah, and it'll be just a little bit more time than what Duchenne had going in. About a minute more here for St. Dominic to go roughly 81 meters to win this map, to win the series, and to start off groups on a high note. But yeah, that was great. And like you said, Johnny Jr. may not be getting as many elims as like, oh my god, they're doing insane. But the fact that they forced pressure on point, it allowed the team to push through subway car when, like you said, it is so difficult. It is almost like taboo to try and push through that. But it allowed them that high ground, and it put Duchenne in a very awkward position, and now already very aggressive.
You kind of have to, though. There's 5 check marks that St. Dominic have. They have all the ultimates that you could possibly want. The first one will be V-Bird's Orbital Ray. Johnny Jr. sticks a pulse bomb to a hot ball, and it's all blue in the kill feed. St. Dominic's looking to end the series right here and right now. One more final blow should go ahead and do it. The team kill bell ringing true. Now the St. Dominic round 2 win.
That'll be the round, and that will be the series here for St. Dominic. Great way to start off the group. Said, hey, maybe a challenger here.
I'm liking
for the top. I'm liking this comp so far. I won't lie. I will say for Duchenne, Humble seemed maybe a little more confident on the tank than they did on DPS. It may just be a map type thing. There are teams out there, at different levels of play that will run different rosters just due to the map type, right? So I think maybe that is the angle Duchenne are running. If that is, hey, that is still, a completely fair reasoning to have Humble go to the tank on map 2, have them be on Flex DPS on map 1. Just this time around didn't quite work. And St. Dominic, again, this is the type of win you want early. It sets the basis and it puts you at a great start, but still a little bit of issues that you can look back and like, hey, we need to improve this, because you don't necessarily always want a perfect game, quote unquote, because then you don't feel like you need to improve as the day goes on. This was kind of that right little sweet spot. Like, hey, there was definitely a few things we can clean up, and that is something that teams are always going to want.
It's never going to be perfect in Overwatch. No. Every single fight, every single map, anything that you do is going to be different because there's so many variables that are factored in. It's a constant game of adaptability and communication with your team. And it does seem that both Duchenne and St. Dominic had those pieces understood. They made swaps when it was necessary, and they were able to tell each other, hey, this isn't working. We need to find something else that it perhaps gives us a better chance. And it did. It did for the time being. But at the end of the day, St. Dominic looked overall so much more comfortable when it came to the Sigma. Again, shout out Poppy Chulo on that May.
Yeah.
I was loving what I was seeing. That is exactly what you need to be doing on that hero. He was single handedly able to win fights for his team just with the May walls alone, not to mention any other damage that he was outputting. So I'm very excited to see where both these squads end up as we move into the playoff bracket later on.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see kind of where they all line up. But hey, we still got more group games to go. Groups are not done quite yet. After the break, we'll have another one just coming up.
again, St. Charles, hi. We are back this time, not necessarily with a game, but a little bit of an update on how the day has been going so far. We're wrapping up round two of our group stage as we speak, so we get to see how these seeding matches are playing out.
Yeah, so I believe the graphic that we have is everything played through round one. Because, like you said, we do have, I believe, one or two round two games still finishing up. So we're going to show all of those results at once. But so far in Pool West, in the two games that we've been able to see on stream so far, it is the defending champs, Francis Howell and then St. Dominic, who are both atop Pool West at 1 and 0, with Duchenne and St. Charles at 0 and 1. And then over on the Pool East side, we're going to start diving into those games here, starting in around round 2/3 in just a little bit. But right now, it is Hazelwood 2-0 standing on top, and with a 2-0 win, I should say, standing on top of the pool. And as well, Fox, nice little close 2-1 over
Yeah.
there against Confluence. So at least we got one game that went 2-1, but so far, these groups lining up pretty nicely.
Our first and hopefully not the last
Yes.
non-sweep game of the day. I'm certain we're going to have a lot of these go the distance, but this does give a little bit of a glimpse into what these teams have been doing. Everyone's got a game under their belt, getting more comfortable with the environment of playing within the venue there today, and it means that we have a little bit more of time to reset, regroup, before you continue on with the rest of our matches. It is my understanding that we'll be having Hazelwood West High School take on Confluence Academy for our next matchup that we have on stream. We do have word, though, that one of the teams is finishing up another match due to a bit of delays earlier on. So we're going to go ahead and send to another break while we get those two teams back in the day later. We'll take a look at their rosters first, just a tad bit. Actually get a preview of what the game has to offer. And I think that for us, Jesse, this is two other teams, again, first time playing at the St. Charles Invitational. Very happy to have them. Hazelwood, though, did have a 2-0 win to start off their day versus the 1-2 close loss that Confluence.
Yeah, I think for Hazelwood, again, having that 2-0, it's the perfect start. It's the start everybody wants going into this tournament. For Confluence, I do think having that close of a loss, right? Having it be a 1-2 game can really help you because, yes, it's going to be a loss. It's not something you want, but it is something that kind of we said earlier with not wanting that perfect win right away. They really have a lot of notes on how they can improve, and maybe they'll be underestimated by teams. Maybe not realizing, hey, yes, they lost that first game. Maybe they're not as good as we thought, but instead they can punch above their weight and really shock some teams later on. So obviously not the end by any means for either of these teams so far. Got a lot of games to go and still plenty of time to put themselves in a great position for that knockout bracket.
Oh, absolutely. This will be our first look that we get at the Group West, I believe, as we move on forwards. But as we said, we'll be having a bit of a break in between, though, as we can get both of those teams up on stage, ready to go as they finish wrapping up their round two games. We'll have Group Stage number 3 coming up, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. glad to be back as we are ready to dive into the second half of our group stages. Round number 3 is on the table, and we are going to head over to our West region group matches. We talked a little bit about them before the break. It will be Hazelwood West High School, the Wildcats, taking on Confluence Prep Academy and the Titans. And Jesse, you gotta say, Hazelwood right now is currently at 2-0, and they haven't dropped a map. This team has looked like they are the best in this West region at this immediate moment, and the one team that stands in their way right now is Confluence Prep.
Yeah, I right now Hazelwood is definitely the favorite going into this game just because they haven't dropped a map so far in the group stage, and that is an impressive feat. Confluence yet to get a series win on the board. They did get a map win during their first game, but yet to actually get that series win over the line. So that will be something they're looking for here, as if they lose this game, they are guaranteed to be fourth in the group. And if my calculations are right, that is a date with the defending champs potentially in Francis Howell. That is not a first round playoff game that I would personally want. So they have the ability here to maybe change their fortune. Obviously, it also depends on how the other game goes in this group, but this could be an opportunity for them to at least give themselves a chance to not play Francis Howell right away.
Not entirely in the Titans' hands at this point, but they did have a 2-1 loss previously, so you have that extra map should tiebreakers happen. And honestly, that could work out in their benefit, but the first step does need to be taking down Hazelwood West, which on paper, Jesse, looks pretty dang near impossible if 3 other teams haven't been able to set them back a mark. And I looked at the series, like the map scores individually as well. 3-0s, 2-0s, 2-0s again, like complete shutouts of maps. Hazelwood West has clearly been cooking something. It's only now that we get to see what it is against Confluence.
And like you said, it's not like it's just the fact, oh, they're winning 2-0 in the series. They're winning 2-0 in the maps. They're winning 3-0 in the maps. They are ensuring that they keep the perfect streak alive. And hey, maybe they could have the perfect group so far. But hey, we'll see if Confluence Academy can bring it to them, get their first win in the group stage. And it would be their only win. But hey, better late than never. Will be Oasis. That will be our first map. One of my personal favorite control maps. I won't lie. There's a lot of variety that you can get here as we enter into Oasis University for our first round.
Out of all of the mini maps in Oasis subsets, University tends to lean toward its more brawly type, where we see our Reinhardts that Burb is showing us, or our Arissas that we saw a little bit in our previous series. As of now, Confluence Titans don't seem to be wanting to go in that general direction. Nothing wrong with that. Hazelwood West High School opting for more traditional pedal to the metal. What we've seen, literally every team who has won so far has opted to go for this style of gameplay. It's yet to fail. Let's see if Hazelwood West can follow the narrative.
Yeah, if they can continue that narrative on, we could have ourselves a few contenders here going into today. This Confluence composition, it is not traditional, but they're going to have a lot of the time the Mercy Pocket either on dead sets or Gutbuster to ensure that they get a lot. Oh, that is quite a compliment.
I love that name.
That way.
I love that name. I gotta say.
It's going to be a lot of damage, but yeah, it takes a
yeah, it would be Toad's mech that instead gets busted. Unfortunately for Confluence, Tato Kujo pulling out this adventure, and you can kind of see Hazelwood West composition. They move as essentially a ball of death. Confluence found themselves separated and got bowled over one by one, resulting in a Hazelwood first match.
Yeah, Hazelwood just roll right in. Like you said, it is just a snowball going downhill. And if you walk in front of it, you're just going to get crushed and go on for an uninvited sledding trip. So already some changes coming in for Confluence. Gutbuster will be on the Reaper to try and deal with Burb a little bit more head on here in the front, but it's their Mercy that's in danger.
Zirius, she got so incredibly low that was add-on heals her up just in time. Burb, though, looking to take the Diva on a trip. Toad thankfully doesn't go too incredibly far. You need to be more concerned about Gutbuster, who he got a bit destroyed from the ground underneath him. Tato Kujo has done excellent work on this venture. It's a hero that has very small windows of vulnerability, and Tato Kujo played that to his advantage so far. This fast-paced sort of gameplay where Hazelwood hasn't even needed to go in so much, just how much the Venture player has been doing.
No, they haven't really had to do a whole lot. They're just chilling out this choke. You've seen some of the DPS for Confluence go over to the flank side and try and challenge Potato Cujo on the Venture, but it's been all for naught. They've done a great job of winning their 1v1s. It's one of the aspects of Venture's kit that really shines, and now these ultimates truly become as part of the play as Bird is waiting to unleash the shadow.
Herb has the Earth Shatter, and Toad is finding themselves the back against the wall. It's always these Reinhardt and May duos, Burb and Nova, working in perfect synergy to win these fights for the team. And it's so impressive to see Hazelwood West do this, and it's no surprise why they're undefeated.
Yeah, this is dominance so far, and it's just because Hazelwood, they're doing everything right. They're ensuring that they're tanking spots, they're playing aggressive, and they're not really allowing Confluence to do a whole lot. We enter the final few percentages here. The Reptile will go out to try and open this up.
Dead Set's one of the last hopes for this team. It doesn't get all that much done. Instead, Pyro Inferno found the tactical nuke, the ultimate of Toad, will result in a Confluence split, but you gotta say, Jesse, they've lost quite a few players in this back half of the fight. Hazelwood have numbers and ultimates on their side. Tectonic Shock for being one of them as full supports down his hands of Potato Cujo. Again, this Venture player has continued to pop off, and he's not stopping anytime soon. Hazelwood West High School looking clean on this first round of University. Herb, that wasn't necessary.
That was rude. Like, rude. That I understand it. Hey, we've all been there, right? End of the round, you might as well just press it. You might, for funsies, you know that Confluence Academy are not going to be able to get there in time, but yeah, that was maybe a little personal there from Burb at the very end of their run, but all in good fun at the end of the day. This composition, I love it because it is speed, and even more speed. As you have the Lucio from Pyro Inferno, they can just be on traditional speed. They can use the amp to really speed Burb around. And then you have the ring as well from Teaser, which just continues that amplification of how quickly Burb can just be in the back line of Confluence Prep Academy and just run through the team. The Reaper, yes, it is a step towards countering it, but it is not the complete answer.
You know, like your dog and your cat, like they'll get really hyper and call them zoomies. Burb
Yes.
has the zoomies. That is Burb right now, thanks to Pyro Inferno and Teaser. Like you're in their toe and a chance at all. Got pinned against the wall before Confluence can make that space happen. And I like the swaps, the adaptations that they're going. They understood that the Diva wasn't the play, but again, it just doesn't stand a match to this close range damage, the speed ball that Hazelwood have going.
I don't think the dive is going to work here. I'm just going to be honest. I don't know if the dive works into this unless you can confirm that, hey, Toad Not Toad can go in and get a lot of value onto either Pyro or Tease. But the issue is they're running with their tank the entire time. Look at that. Ball goes down. They try and get out. They get booped. Team fight done.
It was a nice little pinch at the choke there. Burbs and, well, alongside Potato Cujo sailed at opposite ends. They're so close that you just can't run away. You're automatically in those sight lines. The Maywall went up from Nova, and this is just textbook Reinhardt gameplay.
There'd be a lot of Reinhardts. LH Cloudy would be proud. To be a historian of Overwatch to understand that one. But
Ooh, I like
this is Ryan gameplay at their finest, and that's a little unlucky. Because they were on a great flank angle. It's just Confluence didn't go them. Oh, whoa, me.
Really is. Like, this is great. You're going a different direction with the shadow. It does get blocked, whether it was intentional or not. That's the reality of it. And no one just came. A lot of Potato tears Confluence to shreds. That was a whole chaotic series of events, but Hazelwood didn't even flinch.
And I'm pretty sure the Reptile got blocked by Nova being an ice.
Yeah.
That is absolutely tragic if you are Confluence. The one thing you needed to go right, they're going to try out the new Sombra. The new Sombra, admittedly, the new Sombra is not good.
It's a change to get used to, and it's very rare that you're going to have an opportunity to practice it so far. With how well Potato Cujo is doing as well, Venture eats Sombra for breakfast. Like,
Yeah,
this is
hard.
just not this is not it. Hazelwood West now need to win one more fight, but they're just gonna take the action. Confluence, not even allow them to get a touch. Gutbuster is down in the spawn rooms and complete the spawn door touch challenge. Why don't you? Near flawless gameplay, how's it Hazelwood West to win them out of Oasis?
I know we said they wanted the flawless, but that was flawless to the nth degree. Just a phenomenal showing of how good Rush can be with the venture in play. Yeah, the Sombra is just not good in general right now. They were good until they nerfed her into the earth. But yeah, that was exactly what the Wildcats wanted to start. And sadly for the Titans, it is just kind of how today's went, right? They have a lot of great ideas going into these fights. The compositions, they're a little unorthodox, but it's not like they're
Mhm.
completely out of the question on if they can work. And just for one reason or another, this can't get the maps to go their way.
And this is something we talked a little bit about at the beginning of the day is especially in high school scholastic gameplay in general, teams are more likely to stick with what they're comfortable playing, not with what is objectively good or
Yep.
meta in that sense. And that's what Titans esports have opted to do so far. It hasn't necessarily worked out in their favor, and I don't think it's because they're doing anything wrong per se. Wildcats are just doing too many things right for the Titans to just not even have a say. It's like a conversation, but Wildcats are just yelling over everything that Titans are trying to get into this. And it's that kind of oppression that Hazelwood West has showcased throughout their entire group stage run today. This map, though, Jesse, is going to be an interesting shakeup because not Paradiso is our second map. We're heading to Brazil. Is not only the often least favorite hybrid map in the game, but also it is so incredibly difficult to attack on multiple of these points. It's defensively favored to one of the highest degrees because of the high grounds and the difficulty to reach these defensive positions.
Yeah, if you thought Midtown was hard,
Oh,
Paradiso is even harder. And you have to run Rush. You basically have to run Rush and then just go straight to the point and bunker down in a corner. Or you have to play dive extremely well. There's a reason why not a lot of teams like to play it. Just
mhm.
being honest, not a lot of teams like to play it because it is incredibly difficult to play on attack and incredibly, I don't want to say easy, but simple to play on defense. You
Yeah.
can play the high ground, right? You play the high ground, you play your rotations. You can typically get 2 fights off that point, even if you lose the first fight. You normally have enough time to get back before that point is completely captured. So it will be a lot of pressure onto the attacking side in both rounds to figure out how they want to approach this first fight. And I guess we'll see for the Wildcats. Do they just stick to this run? Do they stick to the rush? That it's looked phenomenal so far, even though it's not, the most normal for the first 2 phases of this map.
Mhm.
Or will they, will they try and change it up?
Yeah, and Hazelwood West looked so much to their venture player in that specific map. I mean, the amount that Potato Cujo was able to do on venture, like, it's not easy, but you can make venture work on a lot of these points. There's small rooms that are almost like breaks through these like deadly corridors you have to work your way through. Venture just lives there, and you're walking into their territory. It's not a spot that you want to be as an opponent in the slightest. And I think Wildcats fundamentally aren't going to struggle too much on this map. I do want to look at the other side and Confluence, though, because their composition, as you said, unconventional, but it's often one that causes more chaos. This map will give them more room. They're not going to get just stuffed, as we saw on
Yeah.
Oasis. There's a lot more open space. They can expand more and cause that chaos that they've been looking to do.
It is a more subtle variance of the chaos comp, right? Like the chaos comp we traditionally think of as, Wrecking Ball, a Tracer, and maybe like an Echo or a Pharah in the mix. This is kind of like the tamer version of that, where yes, you have the
Mhm.
Diva. It's not movement on steroids like Wrecking Ball is a lot of the time, but you still have great mobility. You have 2 DPS that can really cause some mayhem with the Reaper, more of a countermeasure to the opposing tank. The Junkrat, just the randomness of those nades going through and the boops from concussion mines. So it's a lot of the same principles. They just haven't really, like you said, been able to do that because the Wildcats just stuffed them in
Mhm.
those chokes and they really never got to spread the field a lot. And that is something, like you said, they can really do on a map like this to where the map is giant, right? This first point is ginormous. Streets phase can be very wide at certain points. This could be the time where Titans really start to take advantage.
Yes. And one thing I do want to see from them too is Gutbuster specifically. I think swapped heroes about 6 or 7 times throughout the map of Oasis there. And while having flexibility like that is great, but we have seen from other teams today that if you don't stick on those heroes long enough, you don't have a chance to build up an ultimate ability. And those ultimate abilities are the things that give you these big advantages to win fights. And if you're constantly switching back and forth, you're adapting almost too much into the game of Overwatch, then you lose out on some other successful opportunities that you just aren't really able to take. And I think Gutbuster has the potential to show up strong on these heroes, but they just never stuck it out quite long enough to get that success they want.
Yeah, and it's that dilemma, right? It's like, yes, you
So
want
hard.
to. It's so hard when you try and play against this comp because they love, like, hey, as soon as I see you, W, we're going in, team. And you don't really have time to think of your own plan, right? Because usually, let's say your team loses the previous fight, when you're responding, like, hey, we have this, we think they have this. How do we want to go at this? And by the time they're answering that question, they're already getting pushed. So it's so hard for Confluence to really get a game plan together other than
Yep.
we need to counterpunch what is coming at us, which is so incredibly hard to do when it is played to the level that the Wildcats are right now. We are now going into the game for Paris, so in the streets of Sao Paulo, Brazil. I don't know. I've never been to Brazil. Don't know if I ever will, but hey, this part of town doesn't look, it looks like a fun time.
Colorful. Like, this
It
is
is very
visually,
colorful.
I think this is my favorite map. I gotta say, like, look at all these super fun, bright colors. It's so pretty. You have the beach off of one coast. Can't really see it in this shot, but it's a great map. Visually, to play, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. This is one of those games that I'll queue ranked, and then this will be the map, and I'm like, oh, do I really have to play this now? It's just unfortunately a newer map within the game of Overwatch. The newest within Hybrid, at least, and hasn't really adapted to the style of Overwatch 2 just yet. We'll be Confluence Academy on the defense right now, and they have made a couple more swaps here as we wanted. Toad, more specifically, being on the Doomfist, Jesse. Wait a
Yeah, the
minute.
Doomfist on defense. Huh. I don't mind it because again, this defense, this map is just a little whack in its own right. So I guess some whack choices are bound to happen, and this is why I haven't even talked about Hazelwood already because they're still trying to figure it out, and that's the benefit of being on the tech. But look at this. This is very aggressive.
Oh my god. Potato, no one on the bench. I mean, I'm kind of sad, but he's doing so well on the Orisa. I'm okay with this. You know, you go from a little mole rock muncher to a battle cattle and make it seem like it was not a problem at all. Bird following up on the Reaper, and this is just a full frontal wall of damage that put Confluence through the shredder.
I love how where we were hyping up like, yeah, this is a very hard point.
Oh,
All that fun stuff, but that. Yeah, they just like, no, we're just gonna cap it and have like 6 minutes going into streets phase. That is that's something.
and I think that what ended up happening too is Confluence weren't ready for this more like rush-based composition. This is so commonly a dive map where you want some form of verticality. Orisa doesn't have that. Reaper doesn't have that. This is just Hazelwood West setting the tempo in their own ways, making the picks that are comfortable for them, but also conform more to the meta, that optimal strategy that we've been seeing a lot more in the pro levels of the game.
Yeah, you have to be able to be adaptable. I love that. Hey, we're gonna run something other than dive on the dive map. It catches Confluence off guard, and they will still stick to the dive, but more of a conservative one now with Toad on the Winston. It's not as boom or bust as Doomfist can be, especially like even at the top tier play. If you're not one of the top like 2% Doomfist players, it's incredibly difficult to get anything out of it. So I like, but yeah, no.
I got Buster. Found himself on the losing end of a couple mines, and Pyro Inferno following it up with a second. No DPS players available for Confluence at the immediate moment. Darius was looking for a res, but she couldn't find a safe angle to bring a player back to life. Hazelwood West continue. They just push that pedal to the metal. There is no stopping this team, and that part will be captured get 6 minutes again to move through just one final objective part of you.
This is an unreal pace. I know we've said that more than once.
Yeah.
This is an unreal pace on this map. Like, if they continue this momentum, it might be the fastest cap I've ever seen on this map in organized play. This is incredible so far from Hazelwood, and it just feels like Confluence. It's like even they shut down the Riptire of that fight, right? They're able to shut down the Riptire by dead set. But instead, they still can't break through because of the constant damage already. God,
Burb is in there, and that's 3 with the Death Blossom. Nova helped group them all together, and his bird chop them all down to size. I mean, Hazelwood have such good understanding of how to play off each other. The fight planning is there, and Confluence have no choice but to try to swap one last time and get one last touch on the card.
They have to pop Primal Rage next to spawn just as they actually have a chance, and there goes Gutbuster Assault.
Oh, Nova, the ultimate shutdown Gutbuster. The champ, he saw the vision. He's like, guys, I can do this, but Nova's Riptire turns a corner and blows it up just before the damage can be felt. Hazelwood are marching this payload on home. Even though Potato Cujo goes down, does not matter. Hazelwood West get the result they needed, and Jesse, that is one of the fastest captures of Paradiso that I think I've ever seen.
They added 30 seconds. That is unreal for this map. And crazy for any map along that line for Hybrid and Escort. But 4.5 minutes is unbelievable pace. And I know what I'm maybe jumping ahead a little bit here, but I know we talked about like, hey, could they be a challenger? I think this is them saying we are a challenger. We are definitively a challenger to Francis Howell to win this thing. So obviously we got a long ways to go until we hit that point, but this has been a phenomenal start for them on this map. And like the Titans, like, oh, it's Spotty, so we're gonna run dive, and then they're like, wait, guys, what are we doing?
This is not normal behavior. Like, there's certain we talk about Overwatch being a game of adaptability, and you want to run like a number of things on different maps, right? You want to be flexible. Paradiso is one of those few maps that dive is just the only reasonable option. If you play anything else, you would be called insane for it. But because of the pace that the Wildcats have set and their level of just I don't know what word to say at this point other than just coordination, synergy, and death balliness. To just march up to the Titans' door and knock it over in rapid succession through these objectives. Like, the Titans never really had an opportunity to get set up because there was always a player from the Wildcats there to shut it down. And while the Titans tried, they moved through several different heroes and options. They're trying to counter out what their opponents are throwing at them. It's just so difficult to do when you have your backs up against the wall as much, and eventually you lose so many fights in a row. The Wildcats have a strong ultimate advantage, and you've hit a point of no return.
Yeah, you hit that point where their ultimate economy is just ridiculous, where they can just use one out here, one out there. They shut down the opposing Riptire. They shut down the opposing Death Blossom. Like, the lifelines for the Titans got shut down because of the fact that the Wildcats were just able to continuously pump through the ultimates. And they weren't afraid to use them, which there's some teams at the top level who are always like, oh my God, like, we need to make sure we actually get value out of it. So I'm going to wait to use it for fights so I can actually get value. I'm also guilty of that, to be honest, when I play. You know that very well.
I do.
And they're not afraid. They're not afraid, like, hey, we're just going to pop this. Why not? And if we get anything out of it, awesome. If not, we had to use it. We can just continue the ultimate rotation. Mm-hmm. So that is a great trait to have, admittedly, for the Wildcats. For the Titans, man, at this point, you just try and get something out of this map. Even if it is just momentum, even if it is just to build morale, it is an incredibly tough situation to go against.
The Titans are giving it their best swing and doing what they can, given the environment. But Hazelwood they haven't dropped a map. They haven't dropped a point all day. Like, this is a team that is riding the highest of highs right now. And there's pretty much nothing that can knock them down from this point. But I wanted to go back to a quick point that you said, Jesse, of the Wildcats managing their resources correctly, their cooldowns, identifying when they're taking fights and stuff like that. I'm on a collegiate team myself. Granted, we're not very good. This team looks significantly better. You don't understand how hard it is to communicate these things as a team to prepare with how fast the game of Overwatch goes. Hazelwood West are talking to each other. They're making sure they're on the same page within the span of like 10 seconds. Like, hey, let's use this ult here and we're going to push at this spot. Okay, cool. They execute it, they move on, they prepare for the next thing. And that is one of the hardest parts to learn about playing Team Overwatch. And just by watching, you can see how good these things are working.
Yeah, they're definitely better than my team when I played. Granted, I was on JV. I was on JV as well, but it's like, yeah, we were not the greatest at on ASU JV. That is for sure. But yeah, it's a great start, and it's a lot of great coordination, and the fact that that included a role swap. It's not like, oh, you went over from tank to flex DPS, which is what a lot of off tanks kind of transitioned to when we went from 6v6 to 5v5. No, you go over from hits and from DPS, like just normal hit scan, over to tank, and vice versa. That's an incredibly tricky change that they've really shown really well. We have fixed the issue with apparently an Ethernet issue with one of the PCs, but that has been fixed enough. The attack starts here for Confluence Prep Academy and Bird.
What is this?
This is
What is
this? Wow, that's awesome.
They just used the pedal platform to lift Burb well high. No one's looking up there at all. Confluence were caught off guard. Zarius goes down. Dead sets to follow. At least gets a trade for his troubles. All the meanwhile, like this is unconventional to say the least out of Hazelwood, but they're making it work. I gotta give it to Confluence though. They have the resurrection. They had an advantage in the eliminations. Potato Cujo and Burb aren't just shot like they are now. What is this? Oh, Confluence would be in it if it wasn't for those two.
What is life? What is this game? Like, the fact that I love seeing Junker Queen out. Junker Queen, like, very quietly has become a pseudo meta pick on certain maps. This is not typically on that map list. It's usually, Flashpoint and Push that we've been seeing Junker Queen occasionally. But they do get the res off. Cleanse goes off as well, so it's at least a 5v5 again. But this Pharah has a lot of people shooting her at the
Gutbuster just looks more like a pincushion at this point with how many bullets are being peppered into him. Nova, though, that would get that elimination. That healing that Pharah needed is now gone. Anna, though, still grabs 2 final blows as a support player. Confluence will respawn quicker. Perhaps there's an opportunity, but there's a threat that lurks above Jesse Bird. Yet.
Yeah, that is the one part of this equation they have not figured out quite yet. And traditionally, having the Pharah isn't a horrible idea. It's very tricky, typically, for a Widow to hit. But Burb is not your typical Widow. That we have learned so far during this. They are not your typical Widow. They're hitting a lot of great shots onto the Pharah, and they will just give up on it. They are going to go to the Sojourn to have more of a direct correlation.
I like the D.Va too. You have a bit more kind of poking pressure, but it's just Potato Cujo. He'll just walk right in there. No fear, nothing really to back down, and all Toad can really do is try to trade it out with the remaining members of the team. Fights will start to get scrappy, but Toad didn't have that backup, the healing, or the damage, just because of how much Potato Cujo was able to get done before the tank was in position.
Yeah, they just got so much done before the tank got in position, and this is now a spot. Well, you got about a minute and a half left. You have the Riptire available. But the issue, this time it's been Nova. Nova's just having the time of their life in the backline of Confluence. I think they're really starting to get countered now, but during those first 2 minutes, they did whatever they wanted. They're still getting things.
Nova's just existing. Okay, well, goodbye. That does not like Nova. Understood. Just committed the whole ultimate to getting rid of the Tracer, which is a great situation, but no one in Confluence can get healed for the next couple of seconds. Oh. It's all because of Hojo. Confluence painted in purple. The best shot that they've had in this map so far was gone with one play.
And the fact that they had the knowledge that, hey, the Kiriko is not here. It is the one person that is not here for Confluence. They have no cleanse. So they can't just cleanse away the negative effects that the Rampage brings, and they're able to lock it down. And the Valkyrie being used by Zerio is that is a rough exclamation point on that fight. With one true fight to go before we hit over.
And Nova's still lurking in the back line. He's just a pest to anything that Confluence wants to do. The pulse bomb doesn't quite stick, but Gutbuster is down. Burb floating in the high ground somewhere in the Rebel party. So Potato Kuja moving towards the back line. That's two down. To the tank player of Hazelwood West. 4 seconds remaining. He's got one more push to make this happen, but it's scattered, and there's no one to get on the point. Hazelwood West, flawless execution of the group stage as they'll lock in the #1 seed for the West region.
Yeah, #1 seed should be theirs. Hazelwood is it's exactly how you want to end the group. As this ult, was massive, and the fact that I have a feeling that Valk was a panic ult, thinking that hey, maybe I could get away, not realizing that due to the rampage effects, they were going to die. Like there's no physical way for them to get out of it unless it was one huck of a cleanse from spawn from the Kiriko. But yeah, it just didn't happen this time around. Wildcats, like I said, perfect in the group. And the Titans, if our predictions of what the bracket will look like are correct, they have a pretty rough first round game against the defending champs.
Yeah, so the Titans will lock in that 4th seed as well. Of course, they'll be able to move on after our break too, and they'll have that downtime and be able to reset before they head into it. But having to look at playing from what we've seen on broadcast so far, I want to say Hazelwood top 2 team. I can't say which in the top 2, but I think Hazelwood's up there along with Francis at the moment. So having to play both of those teams back to back is never a good feeling. But I want to see Confluence go into this and hold their heads high. They played their own game until the end, really, and never gave up on what they thought would work and what was good for them. And that's a great mentality for a team to have. And I'm very glad they get that experience on stage.
No, the fact that you still got to play on stage, which is something a lot of players have never been able to do. Like I haven't been able to play on a stage like that. So you get to say, hey, it happened. Obviously not the result you wanted. And like you said, now you have the lunch break coming up. Like you have that to kind of just sit down, eat some food, recharge. Probably a lot of them getting up a little earlier than they typically want to on the weekend as well today. So, hey, recharge, get some VOD review in, and hey, anything is possible when it comes to knockouts. We've had some Cinderella stories before, and I wouldn't be shocked if we saw another one potentially today.
Hey, it ain't over until it's over, and the day is far from that. We're not even halfway through, as a matter of fact. We have one more round of group stage to be played before we head on to our playoff bracket and our lunch break, of course, later on. So stay tuned, everybody. We're going to go ahead, get that game set up for us to go, and be back with the final part of our group stage today. One final match in the St. Charles High Overwatch Invitational group stage before we head on to our playoff bracket. It is going to be the final two teams we get on broadcast. Again, so happy that we get everybody. It
Yeah.
will be the Fox Warriors playing their match against Team Fusion for their final game today.
Yeah, final game at least of the groups for both of these teams. And yeah, this has been, hey, an interesting group stage. I think we've learned a lot about where teams stand. But as we look at these teams for Fox Senior High School, yeah, Gamer, Lou, Shadowmaster, Stitch, and COD, both, and all of them starting. Maybe we see Trident later on in this series. And then for Fusion, Alexandria, Cryo, Toko, Aaron, and Maya. This is going to be one of kind of the team sitting in the middle of this group right now.
Mhm.
We saw how the last one went. It was not the greatest game for Confluence, sadly. I think it was just, honestly, us learning about a contender more than anything else. But we'll look into this map. Here we go. As it will be Busan. Yeah, Busan could be an interesting first map here because we get a little bit of everything.
Exactly. I'm a big fan of Busan for being the first map of a series because it forces teams to play a little bit of everything, at least in a slightly like more traditional gameplay, you could argue. I think that with today, there is so much viability going with your comfort picks, going with your gut. Why try to
Yeah.
play something just because other people say it's good? Do what you think is best. You do you. That's the message that we kind of want to see heading into today. Team Fusion are a new one for us. We don't have too much information on them. Fox Senior High, on the other hand, did participate in the St. Charles High Overwatch Invitational last year and finished third, falling to St. Charles High in that lower finals game. So for them this year, not many returning faces to my knowledge, if any, on this team, but have that high bar set as a school in the previous years, and surely wanting to live up to that. This will be a good decider for that seeding moving on.
Yeah, like you said, the reputation that's Fox Senior High have going into this, obviously wants to try to replicate or exceed last year's finish. But it is also, yeah, a very important match here to make sure that, hey, are we going against the 2 seed of the other group or are we going against the 3 seed? Because like you said, these two teams are locked at 2 and 3 in this group. It is now just a fact of where do they land, and it could impact who they play in the bracket and when. You
Mhm.
wanna, you wanna avoid the bigs. You wanna avoid the big teams that are trying to vie for this title for as long as possible, so you can just continue building that momentum in the earlier stages of the bracket.
Yep, this is that last sort of opportunity. This game doesn't have too much overall significance on the outcome of the day, other than, again, who you'll be playing within that first round. So as we get to load into Busan here, we will be on Sanctuary, the most open and free roaming of all three mini maps on Busan here. And typically, we'll see either like a poke or maybe some form of dive, but typical is the last word I would use to describe today's games of Overwatch. And a Diva on Diva Mirror would make me pretty happy.
Yeah, today's been quite the opposite of typical for a tournament like this, as we see a very wide variety of comps coming in from all the teams. Yes, we've seen some meta. Yes, we see the Rhine Rush with the Juno. The Juno has been kind of the consistency, just because they are arguably one of the best supports in the game right now. But as we load in, yeah, the Divas are going to stay. The big difference here for me will be Fox Senior. They don't have a ton of range outside of blue with those long range icicles. They're a little bit more for Fusion Stella with snakes on the Baptiste and Cryo.
So a bit more of that ranged poke damage that we've been used to seeing, but I like this Tracer pick that Yahiko's pulling out, at least at the start. Recall is forced relatively early. You'll see players kind of expand around the map. When you're playing a brawl competition, for example, like with the Reinhardts, everyone plays bunched together, but a Diva, you're going to be everywhere. It's all about controlling that space, not letting your opponent have that opposing angles, and so far, Yahiko and Silly Shark have done an excellent job at denying the sightlines of both Blue and Trident's Rage, even taking them off the field of battle. This results in a Team Fusion first half.
Should result in the cap and the stagger onto the Baby Diva as well. Even with the new wave respawn system, it is very common for divas to get staggered out like that. It gives you just a few more seconds of that cap and forces Fox Senior a few more seconds to try and wait for their tank to get back into the fray. But yeah, that is going to be the advantage of this comp, and especially like you said, the Heek on the Tracer, causing all sorts of chaos in that back line of Fox Senior, and they're already looking to start that chaos again.
Oh, but it will be Silly Shark does manage to get the mech back. I was a little bit worried about that, but your tank is at full strength for the time being. Team Fusion looking to get aggressive. Shadow Maze finds themselves in a very far forwards position, and Fusion quick to leap onto that opportunity. Silly Shark with yet another one in the kill feed. This Eva is running amok all over the map. Free final blow.
Yeah, they're just all over the place, and even though, yeah, they didn't have mech right away, I'm pretty sure they actually landed the remech damage onto Stitch, which forced the pull really early from Shadow Mace. So there's one thing after another going in the favor of Fusion so far, and now Fox Senior are going to try and take a different way to go at this. We're going to go all the way here on the coast side, but yeah, they have the Tracer, and they have the Pulse Bomb ready to go.
He goes on the hunt. Pulse Bomb and Toe spot the Moira. Goes a little bit too far to the side. Then down trio though, she uses her orbital ray, and that's so much damage to overwhelm them. As soon as that ultimate comes out, Silly Shark knows it's time to go in. Snakes with a couple on the support of their own, and a wonderful decision from Alexandria there to get Team Fusion's fight win.
I love that call from her. Just go in. It's when Fox Senior don't have a whole lot of time to play with, but you use the orbital ray to finish off the fight, and you still got a few ultimates, and now you got to worry about who is going to touch. And self-destruct is sent in early, but no dice.
And nothing quite yet. Alexandria was in a bit of trouble, but she managed to bounce off the safety mode. Juno, very mobile hero. Now the Riptire and the Blizzard on the point. Trident's Rage at least gets the trade out, but it's Fusion who have the numbers advantage in this battle. Fox Senior, if they want to keep this one going, you have to win the fight, but it isn't looking so good. Silly Shark is still alive and healthy, uses the self-destruct to clean off Shadow Mace, and it's only Stitch remaining. Not much juice left in the tank to keep pushing Fox Warriors forward on this point of Sanctuary, and Team Fusion looked in control from the beginning. Major shout-outs to Alexandria for helping this team set the tempo.
That is the power of a Juno compared to not having a Juno on the other side. Is you can set the tempo. It is a boatload of heals that you can do, whether it be from your primary fire, from the torpedoes as well. It is, honestly, it's hard to not run Juno in just the current aspect of the game. And that is what Fusion have realized, and that's what they're trying to take advantage of so far. And even Yahiko, again, with the Tracer, causing all sorts of chaos, and they'll just TP out of spawn yet again to make sure they get over to this point first. Fox Senior, I wonder if this is just a case of they're not used to playing a composition that is this aggressive. Having that Bastion now could be an answer to it, but the only issue is going to be, yes, there's going to be a lot of that that's going to be eaten up by the defense matrix of Silly Shark. I believe the TP was attempted, but a little bit delayed there. Fusion, yeah, they're just gonna say like, all right, we're gonna be a little bit late to this fight.
Not the end of the world here.
No.
I want to say this again for Team Fusion right now. They have more ways to spread out and cover more space, and I like that composition a little bit more. Lou and Trident's Rage, they're doing big bursts of damage where Yahiko's just trying to be a nuisance, if anything. Like, you'll see them keep blinking in and out of these fights. Silly Shark distracts them all the meanwhile. It's the split attention. Fusion are almost confusing the Fox Warriors by how spread out that they're playing right now, and it's working to their advantage.
Yeah, playing split like that, you got to figure out for Fox Senior who you want to dive in on, because if you are split going into that fight, they are going to be able to quickly converge faster than you are, just because they have more mobility on this team, right? The only person that really has that level of mobility for Fox Senior is the Diva and the Genji. So now everybody sticking together. They're going to be going coast side, and there's no real boot potential for the Warriors.
Not right now. The Warriors are trying to get set up. The problem is, Lou and Shadow Master are sitting ducks, and that's exactly what Yahiko wants to go after. They got the Bastion so incredibly low for Cryo to finish off. Silly Shark comes in and follows up, and it's this kind of tag team, this poke in and out, these like short, quick jabs that Fusion do so well in tandem with Juno.
Yeah, you're gonna jab you from one side. They're gonna jab you from another side. They want to make sure that you are looking all over the place and just not looking at the core of this team. And that's why, especially, you're gonna see Yahiko a lot of the time, not directly with the team. They're going to be on the flank at some point, whether it be on that outside mini health pack, here on the far left side. They're going to be all over because they want to try and divert attention from the core of this team.
Fox Senior High. Looking for a way in. Yahiko did have to use all their blinks early. There's the bash and form out. So Fusion don't necessarily need to push in because they already have point capture, but they're going to do so anyways. Shadow Mace is already down. Yahiko getting checked by some of these arrows from Trident Rage. The important part is you don't have an answer for Silly Shark. The best way I can describe D.Va right now, how Silly Shark is playing, is that of Thanos. They simply cannot be stopped, and there's a one-man army. No chance of having an answer for a character with that much health and damage. Literally just got everyone by the way.
They are inevitable, as he once said. This is an insane performance so far. They will continue pressing pace. You know, somebody is on point. When this chaos of this is going on, somebody is capping, but it will get tested at the very end.
Yeah, it's just a last-ditch effort from Gamer. Coalescing onto point. Very difficult to hit a Moira through that. Snakes has to get the application matrix. Double the damage, double the healing, and double the chance of Fusion cleaning out this map. And I gotta say, bro, this is so much different from what we've seen earlier in the day. And Jesse, I'm gonna call you out here. You just DM'd me. Wow. Like, this is so impressive from a team. We often see squads stick to this brawl, that Reinhardt style of play, because it's a lot simpler to set up. But the pacing and just these little intricate timings that Fusion have set up is so incredible to watch.
Man, calling it out. That is.
I'm calling you out.
We said this in the last series, putting their names in contention. I think with that kind of, because it is not Rush. Right? Like, they're not running the rush. They're running their own sort of kind of wacky comp, but it is, at its very core, normal dive, right? You have the D.Va, you have the Tracer, you have a hit skin that can typically clean up a lot of the targets that those dive targets get low. But this is a phenomenal dive, which dive is not easy to play. It is so hard to play, and the fact that they are doing it at this type of level is just a great sign for Fusion for the rest of this series and for Fox Senior High. Again, obviously, they don't get to pick the map we're going to, but they get to pick what side they are starting on, which could at least give them some sort of leverage to get this back on track.
The hard part with that, Jesse, is if I remember correctly, our map 2 is Hollywood. And if there's any hybrid map other than Paradiso that you're going to play dive on, it's this one, right?
Yeah, it's like this, Paradiso, Numbani. Like, the one thing with hybrid maps, a lot of them love dive. Like, they are very much, hey, first point, you have to play dive. The rest of it, hey, you can maybe play rush and get away with it. But this is not the greatest for Fox Senior High. I won't lie. This could be a very tricky situation for them to be in. But obviously, we saw it earlier. Things can change on a map, right? They can get way closer than it was on the previous map. And it's going to be a lot of pressure on Fusion to continue this level of play. Because, like we said, this composition is just so difficult.
And that's the hard part, is when we look at the Fox Warriors right now, I don't think that they're not finding the same level of connection within their team, right? They have great individual talent and players, but the level of communication that Team Fusion have showed us so far is what has been setting them past their opponents, especially when you are playing dive. You need to know exactly when somebody is going in, because it takes multiple steps to get there. And what we're seeing from the Fox Warriors, for lack of a better term here, they're quite literally just getting lost in the sauce. Like, all the different things that are happening at one time. You have a Tracer on this side, a D.Va from above, the Kiriko way in the back firing down some kunai. Like, they don't know where to look because there's so many different points that they need to get attention to. And that's one of the hardest parts of learning how to play as a team, is communicating what target, what the main focus and goal is for that team. And this is just one of the growing pains that we're seeing a newer roster of Fox Senior High.
Yeah, and like you said, this is very much a different roster from last year, right? Like, this is not the same roster that got third last year. So I don't think it's fair to keep that level of expectation, but they obviously enter with it, right? They can't ignore what they did last year, and they want to obviously kind of reach that similar height. But like you said earlier, they're one of three teams that are returning. There are five new teams, and even though
Mhm.
some, yes, are kind of going through the growing pains of a tournament like this, right? A lot of them aren't used to a tournament that's in person, that is this long in one day. Fusion, on the other hand, seem to be taking it with grace. Like they
Yeah.
are really comfortable in this kind of format. They're not stressed on stage. I think they seemed more loose than they have been the entire day so far. And that's something you can't teach, right? Like that is just something that just comes with time, whether it be one map or multiple LAN events, and that's just something that they look incredibly comfortable on so far.
It's hard for me to believe that this is a high school team, in all
Yeah, dude,
honesty, Jesse.
exactly.
Like, this is better than some collegiate sort of synergies that we watch. And I'm so glad that this team has managed to play not only as an incredible set of individuals, but learn how to combine themselves and work like clockwork. Have these near flawless levels of execution in rapid succession. Like, these are not easy things to do. And it's really going to set a pace here. On Hollywood, the Fusion will be on attack, and I have to set that bar pretty high. I want to see what the Fox Warriors have cooking for this map number 2. It's never over until it's over, and perhaps just that diva, that dive, wasn't the answer. They can throw something else in the mix, such as a Pharah.
Yeah, the Pharah is something. I think the Pharah can disrupt because it wasn't like it was the last series, right? Where it was a hit scan that really set the tone to where a Pharah can't really disrupt it. Here, on the other hand, it was a lot of, hey, the Diva and the Tracer. Obviously, the Diva they can counter the Pharah, but it has to be a full command. They have to go up into the air, dive the Pharah, and that always doesn't even work. If the Pharah is getting enough healing, it really just puts the Diva in a very awkward spot. So I really like this from Trident's Rage, and they also just popped in, right? They weren't in, I don't believe, last map. That or I might just be going insane. But this could be a nice little way for them to enter this. But this is going to be an early flank
Oh!
TP on high ground.
What is this? This is a rare sight to see. Fusion just pushed where very few teams have done before, and it completely catches Lou off guard. And they just moved through the small staircase, completely ignored that super long sightline that Fox Senior Warriors were banking on firing down, doing chip damage with the rockets, that they were down the bastion so early, the rest of the team just falls over like dominoes.
I love that. Like, hey,
So
we
cool.
see that they're pushing up. They're playing a little bit higher up than typical teams do. So the fact that, hey, we're just going to TP over and we're just going to try and hit the back what they do, and they will be able to reap the rewards of it. They will cap point A, and they will have 5.5 minutes going into the streets phase where dive is more important so far than far. It's not like it didn't work. It
No.
just didn't really get the opportunity to work.
And it still won't for a little bit. Trident's Rage was caught too far up. I think there was a recontest that was being talked about, but never fully committed on. So Fox Warriors facing a little bit of staggering right now. You kind of want to slap a band-aid on fast. Fusion are so quick at identifying the opportunity, seeing someone out of position that they can clap.
We said it here and again. I think this is just a testament to some of the teams here this weekend. The organization and the coordination is unbelievable.
It's insane.
Like, it's insane especially for high school. Like especially, this is the first time a lot of these players would have played at this level, and this coordination.
Silly Shark is just also a one-man army. Diva has this insane amount of damage output with those micro missiles. You get close enough, there's a couple shots put in, but the staggering really has never stopped. It's just a calculated, it's almost evil from Fusion what they're doing. They're taking care of the Fox Warriors scattered players one by one, but slowly enough, there's never a full chance to regroup, and there hasn't been a fight on this point, Jesse. That's the craziest part. That is how smart Fusion are playing right now, and it is just amazing to see at this level of experience. 5:45 on the clock, and no contestation to be seen for that second point.
Fox soon, you need to find a way to stop the bleeding. That
Yeah.
is what needs to happen right now, but that means a full reset. There goes the Weaver.
There we go,
Soldier,
there we
the
go.
May. Everybody needs to reset. They have a swap over to the Reinhardt. For this stage of the map, I actually like it
Right.
because it is more enclosed. I think this could definitely work. I've tried that before, Cry, right? You
Happens.
just barely hit your head on the floor. But this is now the chance. Hey, Fox Senior, they have a full 5-on-5. Honestly, the first time this entire map with how this map has gone. Their downside is because of the swaps they've made, they only have the nano. What a throw!
All right, Hiko, I see it. That was quite the Armania. That one won't quite land it. As you said, Jesse, you kind of dug yourself into a hole. Rather, Fusion dug that hole for the Fox Warriors, and it's too deep for them to climb out of. Hiko cleaning up the battlefield, brought out the Drew. No sign of Fox Warriors on this point, and this objective will be completed with the self-destruct, a nice little cherry.
What is it today with these insane capture times?
Literally.
434 last series, 436, beat them by 2 seconds here on Hollywood. Unbelievable pacing here for both and throughout multiple teams today. And yeah, Fox Senior, they got caught off guard the first fight, and Fusion just never let off the gas. They never let them regroup. They never let them mentally or actually just positionally reset, and they took full advantage of it. And now we're in a very similar position as we were in the last series, to where this is not just a mountain to climb. You have to climb Mount Everest at this point to try and get into a decent position in overtime, just because of how phenomenal that attack was for Fusion.
The Fox Warriors, they're down and they're beaten after that last attack. And the hard part is I can't even critique them much. Like, it was literally the Fusion were playing so well that the Fox Warriors never got they didn't get a word in. They didn't get a chance to fully regroup until the very final fight of the entire map. We never saw a full fight other than the first one and the last one. Like, that is the pace that Fusion are setting in this series right now. I'm glad that the Fox Warriors are switching it up. I like this look a lot better. But can they manage to prevent themselves from getting overwhelmed by all the chaos?
Yeah, I love this. Like, especially the Alari has a lot of damage for a support. I won't lie, Alari feels like a huge guy. But they can just play the range game with Stitch as a way to bring them forward. But you can tell they're hesitant to go in because they know how a lot of this series has gone so far, and they don't want to get caught out. But there has to be a point where you just commit. Whether it be you win or you lose fight, you got to find a way to go in.
That's what my mom told me when I was learning to drive. I was awful at parking because I never commit. And she'd always like, you just gotta commit, even if you can redo it. And that's the advice you need to hear right now. Fox Warriors, you gotta commit to a push. You gotta make a decision to move up. Hiko is like a little fly buzzing in their ears. They're all like looking around. Where's the fly? Where's the fly? Nowhere in sight. You need to try to look at the rest of the core and walk forwards. But you're doing so ever so slowly. It's a sleep dart, a bio nade, silly shark, and a bit of danger. Flies back to the rest of the team, gets healed on up, and that's Gamer going down, caught in the disruptor shot of Rocco. Fusion took a lot of time too slowly. They're down silly shark here. This is a good look for the Fox Warriors. If they can manage to keep Stitch alive, I'd say there's a chance, but Yahiko, the little fly, once again, never dealt with, and Fusion able to hold on.
The one benefit they have, if they can get Lu out, is that multiple members of the team just die during that engagement. They are not at full strength either at this point, and yeah, Hiko will not be able to get loose. So this at least opens the door for the Fox Senior Warriors, but they're already 2 minutes gone, and you haven't even got through this first kill. Because like I said, it's not one fly that flies around your room. It drives you absolutely insane.
Ooh. With the blizzard, it hits the trunk of the car. Trade out for Hiko and Blue. Let's make the attack. So Fox Warriors win an opportunity to work with. Stitch gets aggressive as a result. The nano boost is there, keeping him on his feet. A couple swings going out towards the rest of the team, but that's where Silly Shark completely disregards the Reinhardt altogether. This is what Fusion are so good at, ignoring that big chunky threat and going for these small key pieces of the team.
This is just, even with a nano to Reinhardt, they're struggling to push in because of the fact that Fusion are literally just everywhere. They're not allowing Fox Senior to follow any sort of game plan that they had. They've avoided the blizzard. They've avoided and just shut down the nano. And this is, again, minute 20 to go. They have the window on this high ground. No way for Fox Senior to really contest it. And just time after time, Fusion showing that they really are one of the best.
what Fox Warriors are trying to do is get close enough to brawl, and an Earth Shatter does swing that door wide open. Stitch just didn't. Silly Shark just ate the Sun Shadow Map. Oh, you lose out on that ultimate too. Like, Fox Warriors, they finally got that close fight that they wanted, but Fusion were just one step ahead.
That seals that off right there from Silly Shark. You are able to eat up the Captive Sun. That could have been a lot of burst damage coming in from the Fox Warriors. Now, one fight remaining. You already lose Lou, and this death loss is your only hope.
It's all eaten by the Matrix. Ryo's looking right at Trident's range. Fusion want this map to be done quickly. 25 seconds left to go in this map. Then Fox Warriors will have one more shot to make a mark on Hollywood.
One more chance. They're on the Lucio now to continue just trying to get their team to the point quickly, but they're may not be getting there quickly. It is just getting there at all.
I mean, they might get the touch. It's not going to be enough to trigger overtime. Not within the final 3 seconds. Akiko gets the final kill. The tactical nuke zones them out, and there's just nobody left standing. Fusion Stele putting on a masterclass of the Diva Dive. And Jesse, we just are seeing contender after contender show up. Fusion up on the top of my list.
They have to be on, right? Like, that was flawless. It is because of the fact that they have a different composition that we haven't really seen a whole lot today. The orbital right here is absolutely massive from Alexandria. She's able to heal up a lot of their team from that shatter. You think if that wasn't there, they, at least one or two of their teammates die, and that could have been a massive game changer in that fight. But Fusion, like you said, they're in the conversation. That is for sure. And this makes me even more curious how this bracket is going to end up, because I want to see kind of where Fusion is and where a few of these other teams land.
And it's always so hard to tell, like, until teams are matched up against each other. Like, we could see someone doing really well here, but then would just kind of fall apart against another roster. They've played everybody in their group, in their region, but that's all going to change once that playoff bracket is finally seeded. 8 teams, once again, double elimination. You lose 2, you are out. And only one, though, can claim that trophy today. I'm so excited to see who it is.
Oh, I cannot wait to see who comes out on top. Will it be a repeat champion, or will we have a new one rise to the top? I honestly, if I had to bet right now, I'm not sure where I would land, because I do think the contenders, the new teams coming in, they've really shown in this group stage that they deserve to be in that conversation.
Not a doubt in my mind about that. We have, you're always a little hesitant with new teams, new faces, that programs are getting established. Perhaps they haven't practiced together nearly as long, but that just simply isn't the case, especially for a team like Team Fusion, for example. I think they've had the best team play so far today, and it's not super close. Like, the bar just keeps getting raised higher and higher with every team that we've seen play on the stream here today, but it's all going to be changed once we move on after our break. And speaking of break, it's lunchtime, people. If you got any hangry teens out there, get a sandwich. Chill out, because I can tell you right now, you are going to have plenty more Overwatch to play. We'll go ahead, see you back in about an hour with the continuation of the St. Charles High Overwatch Invitational. looking to play Overwatch in college careers, this is your squad. Practice Owl Central. Can they be stopped?
just gotta keep moving forward.
Again, St. Charles High. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch break and is ready to get back to some good old fashioned Overwatch. Of course, myself, Tiny Shiny, and the Twin Salty taking us through the rest of your day today. Before we resume our regular schedules activities of our varsity bracket, we have the opportunity to showcase some of the JV teams of the schools that are participating in the tournament today, Jesse.
Yeah, and a little bit of a JV show match here, which I think A is awesome. I don't think enough tournaments do something like this to where the JV teams are, in a spot like this to really showcase themselves. But this is also a best of 5, not a best of 3
Yes.
that we have been doing up until this point. So we got the Francis Howell JV squad going against the Saint Dominic JV squad. So this will be, I think this could honestly be a pretty good game. We don't really know where these two sit necessarily, but as you know, in traditional sports, as a former JV player as well, I love that like JV teams are usually kind of the heart and soul a lot of these rosters because yes, they're not in the front, they're not playing all the time, but they're always there for the vibes, and I'm excited to see how this goes.
Hey, the really cool thing about a lot of these JV rosters is like I'm gonna use St. Charles High as an example. Most of their roster currently on varsity was their JV roster previously. So a lot of them have taken that step up. A lot of these players are going to be perhaps freshmen or sophomores in high school, getting used to the feeling of being on an esports team, what that really means. And it's a great chance for them to build that skills and get that same experience. So I'm very glad that there are these systems in place for talent to continue to develop and, of course, enjoy all the wonderful other benefits you have of playing. Like, you get to be on a team, you get to socialize, you have a group of friends that you can be around. And for a lot of people, that's one of their favorite things about participating in esports.
Yeah, that's kind of how you and I both got into it too,
Yeah.
to a certain degree. We both kind of got in around COVID time and the dark days. I don't. Those days are far and away gone at this point. But even now, like being able to kind of join a community like this, I think it's incredible, and I'm glad more and more schools are accepting and kind of going into it. So I cannot wait to see how this JV show match will go. Honestly, no expectations either end. Again, this is purely for fun, but we do have the same map will actually as the final for this one, with it being a best of 5. So it'll be Ilios, Eichenwald, and Rudasapi for sure. And then, depending on if we need it later on, Suravasa and a Route 66.
And we'll get our first taste of the push map type on stream
Yes.
today, which will be pretty exciting, I gotta say. But Ilios will be that starting point, and it's often, at least I refer to it as the kind of forgotten middle child of the control maps. A lot of the times, it's a bit of an oddball when it comes to it. If you're going to play dive on control, which not many teams typically want to do, you pick Ilios. But in the case of St. Dominic and Francis Howell JV's teams here, you don't have a choice. You are playing Ilios, whether you like it or not, and it's gonna be fun. I can tell you that much. This map has the tendency to get kind of silly.
It gets really silly, especially over there on Ilios Well. Infamous for boots, right? You have a giant well in the middle of the point. Roadhogs, it's one of the only maps that Roadhog is even like
Please don't say that
remotely good
word.
right now. I'm not trying to jinx it into existence. I'm just saying that, it's possible. Lucio's, Orisa, all of them love this point because of the fact that the boops are there. There's no guarantee, obviously, that we see well, but I won't lie. Inside, I kind of want it. Just for
Hey, we've seen some some incredible Lucio play
Yeah.
today. A hero who's often taken the back seat as of late just because of the prevalence of another support character in Juno providing the same sort of speed. But if you want to get a little crazy and pull out some Lucio, that Roadhog, Orisa, whatever it might
I
be,
know.
this is Ilios is the map to do it. And I think that these JV squads are certainly going to give us a treat because this is kind of the development for both St. Dominic's as well as Francis Howell's teams going forwards. And I'm curious to see like what that direction looks like because coaching a team of newer players always looks different than those who have more experience. It's about building those team fundamentals, understanding what your role is within that team. And there's so many things that Overwatch coaching can teach you.
Yeah, it doesn't help that you're in one of the most complicated esports imaginable.
Yeah.
It is only behind a few, like League of Legends and Dota. Like they're in their own like world of just complexity. But here, this is still like one of the most confusing games out there. So especially at this level, like you said, it really is about understanding the game, understanding your role, understanding like what each hero does and how you want to approach different maps and how you want to cooperate with each other. That is really the core of kind of these JV rosters, whether it be even here, collegiate, whatever. JV really is a spot to learn and to grow. So when you get that opportunity later on, like there's a bunch of former JV players that are in the varsity
Hmm.
teams in this event alone that have already played really well. You're going to be ready for the occasion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's so much development that goes into this game. Like, I think Overwatch is almost like playing chess while walking on a balance beam while also like shooting hoops at the same time because there's so many different things that you have to think about and be aware of both from like your physical pieces like what are my hands doing, am I using a controller, a mouse and keyboard, what do my buttons do, and then like okay, what map am I on, I need to memorize the layout of this map, where the health packs are, what my character is good at doing. Then you need to know what every single character does and how it works in
Yeah.
a team. Like it gets so complicated. So parents, if you find yourselves out there either confused by what you're hearing or what you're seeing, don't worry, you are absolutely not alone. Overwatch is notorious for being one of the most difficult esports to watch and understand, and it's only scratching the surface of what it's like to play it too.
There's a reason why my parents just watch Rocket League.
Yeah,
they
same.
they they understand Rocket League because hey, it's car soccer. But this is one of the most intricate esports out there that is played at a scholastic level. But I do really think you don't think about it a lot, but it is really impressive for kids, especially in high school, to
Oh,
understand this game to such a degree because it is so hard to remember everything. You and I even forget things in the spur of the moment. And we've been doing this for years. Like, hey, we forget the name of an ultimate. We forget the name of an ability. We forget all this stuff. And they kind of have to know it in the process, or, they could lose a fight. They could lose a round. They could lose a map. If the stakes are ever so higher, like if we forget something, you shake it off. It's a meme and you go forward. For them, it's a lot more than that. So it is really impressive that these teams already understood the game to that degree. And I'm really excited to see what these JV teams have to offer us.
yeah, they've been putting a lot of work for this show match today. I know last year we had more JV teams participating in the regular tournament bracket, and I think that's what ended up happening is we wanted to get more schools
Yeah.
involved, but also give the JV teams to experience what it's like to be on a stage. Because we've been talking about this all day, Jesse, that you don't practice being on a stage and playing in front of people with all this noise going around, the casters in the venue, the parents cheering, whatever that might be, you only get that experience by actually doing it and learning how to react to it. So I'm so happy that these teams will get that opportunity to shine on stage and also show what the future for these high school esports teams looks like.
Yeah, nothing can really prepare you for playing on LAN. Like we kind of talked about it earlier during groups. Yes, you can, play at home, you can play maybe at your school and whatever laboratory that you play in. It can still be very, very hard to adjust to a LAN setting because there is way more distractions. You got people walking around, you got noise again from us. Even if you're not the streamed game, like if you're one of those on stage BRC, you have the stream game audio going on when you're also trying to focus on your game that is completely different. And maybe the audio can kind of blend with your game and the streamed game. It can get really confusing and it's practically impossible to try and prepare for that. Yes, you could have your coach kind of clap behind your ears. You can have parents try and scream behind you during a practice, but that it only helps so much because that and the extra added nerves that come with playing in an event like this, you can't prepare for it. Some teams do really well, like we saw earlier today. Some teams, it takes them a little bit of time to adjust. And that's why I'm kind of glad this is a best of five because the varsity teams, they get time, right? They had the three group games. Now they go into the bracket. They've had time to adjust to this.
Yeah.
These JV teams just get the show match. So for the fact that they get a best of five, that at least gives them more time during the series to really adjust.
A minimum of 3 maps here. We could go all the way to 5. I think we've only had 2 so far on stream. There have been some that have gone 3 off on the side stage there, but for us, we've only seen those sleeps. We'll have to see if that curse can be broken. It's kind of a notorious thing with you, Jesse. Wherever you go, the sweeps seem
Hey,
to
no.
follow.
Hey, no, hey, no, hey, no. We don't need to put it that way. All right. The curse does not exist here at the Invitational.
I
Um,
mean,
and for those of you who don't know, collegiate wise, I have quite a curse. Whenever I'm on a broadcast, it is typically a sweep.
yeah, that much is very true.
Yes, it's definitely a curse, but yeah, it is rough.
It can be tough out there. I can tell you that
Yeah.
much. And you know what else is tough? Apparently, BattleNet is
guess.
not too happy with some logins that are going on right now. That's why we're just kind of talking for the sake of talking. But hey, that's what we're here to do. We love this kind of thing. High school, scholastic esports as a whole is something that we're very passionate about, and we're happy that these students get the chance to play and be on these teams. It's just such an incredible experience, and it gives so much direction to people. Esports reaches just a whole new subgroup that really was left untapped before. So like being at these events is an amazing thing. It's even better when the game cooperates. It does sound like that we did find a solution to that problem. So we will be heading in momentarily. Some names are going to look different. It looks like Shifty Ocular will then be known as in-game as Tracer2GM. So we'll probably refer to them as that. But just so you know, that is Shifty Ocular. That is your child. There you go.
Yeah, if you're confused, like, hey, why isn't my kid's name up there? Blame BattleNet. I guess
Yeah.
the servers are not cooperating, which, yeah, it's not like in football when, the field is right in front of you. We have few more hoops to jump through to make sure everybody is actually able to play. But yeah, Tracer to GM, I wish I could even touch GM.
All right.
So if they're hitting GM on Tracer, fair play, because the new ranking system is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, did you say you went 0-6 the other day?
Hey,
Just
no,
talking about that.
Yeah,
yesterday?
yes. I went 0-6 the other day. Yes.
It's fun.
I needed some of these kids to carry me. I won't lie.
No, genuinely.
Watching some of these games, I'm like, man, if I played them in a ranked, it would not be a good day for me whatsoever.
No, that's like the scariest thing for me is I'm like, wow, I think I'm pretty good at this. I'm on a collegiate team. Like, this can't be too bad. And then I watch these kids play, and I'm like, oh boy, I'm getting old. I'm getting up there, and I'm not even 20 yet. Like, it's crazy.
If you're old, then what am I? Like, that's.
Yeah, we won't talk about that. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's I don't even want to face that reality.
No,
quite yet.
actually though, like a couple players like Potato Cujo still sticks out in my mind from earlier today. Swapping from Venture, I'm also a Venture fan, so maybe I'm a little biased, but flawlessly over to the tank, not skipping a beat. There's been a lot of other role swaps throughout the day, and I think that's the interesting thing is we get to see players have strong individual performances, but every time that's happened, Jesse, it's because they have a great team behind them. It's not just this, it's just this Cujo Potato show. It's everybody working together to help Cujo Potato get things done.
Yeah, it's definitely a group effort, and the lobby is ready. Finally, BattleNet is cooperating with everybody, so we are going to get into Ilios for the first map of this JV scrimmage between St. Dominic and Francis Howell. Like I said, it's a group effort. There's a reason why this is a team game. This is not a solo game where you can just solo carry every single thing no matter what. This has to be played with your team to make sure that the goal is reached. And look at it. We talked about Ilias well. And look what we have as our...
Ooh, well. What do we have here? I'm kind of regretting that decision. We are well. As you will rotate this camera to the objective, you will notice there is a giant pit in the center of the map. That pit means certain death, and a lot of the goal of this specific round is to get players into that pit. And with what Mr. HK here seems to be pulling out that Roadhog that we were talking about so much. The best Roadhog map in the game, the only one that hero is viable, so only fitting that St. Dominic's JV team pulls it out here.
Nah, it's fitting. Like you said, this literally is the only map that I would say, hey, Roadhog isn't that bad of an idea. Just because of the fact that it is so easy to use that hook just to drag somebody into the pit. The Junker Queen is honestly not a bad counter, though, to it, as long as they don't get hooked off. That is going to be the big thing here for French Towel, and they all dodge.
Yeah, but they can't dodge an icicle between the eyeballs. Optimal finds themselves with one of those, and it'll be Superman going in with this Junker Queen. And as you notice, big old shotgun, massive target, doesn't exactly get along with that. So Mr. HK has to walk back with Pokeball and Potato God healing them up, but it was Suckman who changed this target to support instead, and Francis Howell will get the first half.
Yeah, they will get the first half, and this Junkrat is just going to chill. Not in this corner. It's going to make it very difficult for St. Dominic to try and push on through. And that is just that constant pressure, the constant damage. Paired with the walls here from straight to the GM, it's going to be very difficult to try and push. And there's another wall.
It's like a 6th sense protection suit preventing that hook from connecting, and honestly, winning Francis Howell this fight, or rather giving them a chance to take it in the first place. St. Dominic not having a great time walking down a small hallway with a bunch of bombs bouncing.
Yeah, it just makes it a little more difficult. Just be dodging those. It's almost like you're trying to play hole in the wall, but it's the opposite way around. Get everything getting thrown at you as you're trying to move forward. It's rough. But now as we go in, 50% counting already for Francis Howell JV, and they got the ultimates now. The Rampage ready to go. No more Roadhog on the.
No, not quite. We'll be swapping over to Mirror, the Junker Queen. Superman, we gotta wonder if it's too late. There's that Rampage only actually ends up hitting Mr. HK. Nice trap from Avalon, though. He's sending it into the back line. Doesn't get too far forward to see how much damage this Junkrat in particular can do for the team. And not to mention how good having a May in this situation is. That will be one JQ-shaped popsicle as Mr. HK almost gets out alive. Might actually be able to do so. Potato God is really a savior for this tank player right now. St. Dominic High School stands for a little bit longer. Not unless Avalon had anything to say about it. We're reaching that final fight territory. St. Dominic want to reset quickly so they can have this fight.
Yeah, need to reset very fast.
When?
At least.
Oh, the Maywall.
Oh, that Maywall could change it.
Oh, that was all Tracer to GM on that Maywall. Goodness, if Mr. HK didn't get caught out there, St. Dominic have a fighting chance, but now it's just the rape of the life for going in the middle of the table. What a genius play from St. Dominic Varsity, a sacrifice of the support to make sure that your ultimate pack gets value once in a lifetime for sure.
What? That's the way to put it right there.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Surely, wow, yeah, the resets now will be coming in. Tracer to game jump off. Maybe a lifeline here for St. Dominic as they're able to win that one out. And they still have 2 ultimates to work with. It's not like they had to throw everything into the mix. They got 2 ultimates to work off of. You know, the Deadeye is more used space more than anything else. It's pretty rare to see it get a kill, but hey, maybe we've seen it already today get a kill, so maybe we can see it go.
Oh, Jesse, you that is the caster first and a half. You better hope that we can make something happen with this Rampage. Rob the other way around. Mr. HK takes the entire team of Francis Purple. He single-handedly is turning this fight around and keeping St. Dominic in control of this objective. Mind you, Francis Howell only needs to clear the fight one more time to win the round.
I will say, hey, the curse didn't, stick too bad. This time. And I'm going to run with it. As the manga is now.
Okay.
I'm admitting. I think, hey, maybe that's the comfort pick, and we talked about the comfort pick as well as key, but the flag.
I see. Ultimate did get value at the end of the day. Unfortunately, Potato God going down. That you'd much rather have a support here than a DP. Yes, but Optimo overstepped their bounds just a little bit, just chased on down to the trades have remained even. Pokeball has the killing of the Coalescence, and Jesse, a round that we thought was over, St. Dominic are going to take it to one-fight territory.
Yeah, they have the mini reverse sweep on their mind, bringing it from 99 to 0 all the way back, 10% remaining. But Francis has a little bit of time, so it's not like they're rushing to get to point, but they still can't just roll in.
You have to use the Riptire to quite literally blow the gates open, but it hasn't quite found a target. You got to get close somewhere. There it is. Mr. HK is down. Francis Howell are not too happy. The St. Dominic's comeback so far took care of getting first, and the rest crumble like dominoes. And only Optimo on the bench. There are no cooldowns in sight. And Francis Howell regaining control and claiming well is round number 1.
Well, that was something. That was a very... That was a nice map, honestly, for both sides. St. Dominic showed that they can come back from a pretty rough situation. As 99 to 0, they get it to 99. They just can't get over the hump, purely because of the fact that they had to consistently use ultimates throughout that time. Francis Howell kind of just hanged back and didn't really have to use a whole lot for a few of those fights, because they knew if they lost the fight, oh well, they have more fights ahead of them. And when it was literally do or die time, they're able to pop the ults and in just in time. As now we go over to Ruins. This is the one where we occasionally will see the rush. Like, it's not granted today. I'm done trying to predict purely off maps what kind of comps we're going to see, because we've seen rush on literally almost everything, and then we saw dive on rush maps. So I'm honestly done trying to predict off that kind of case, but I do think it benefits Francis Howell slightly, because the Diva could have an issue here, as they're going to get poked out with a lot of different things.
Diva is a much bigger target than a Junker Queen, so Mr. HK will be taking a bit more damage. That's the Reaper player of St. Dominic, though, gets pulled back in. A wonderful knife from Sukman, but they don't have quite at the damage to feel it off. Thanks to Mr. HK, put that defense matrix up and prevented their Reaper from taking more of the killing blow. Had a rather lit play for the time being. Sukman rather low on the health bar, and only a matter of time before these eliminations start coming through. Optimum Pokeball finding one apiece, but Francis Howell still have a very healthy and rather angry Tank making eye contact with Mr. HK. You're gonna have to find some way to clean up this scrap fight quickly, because having Sukman alive for this long is dangerous. He just took care of both supports, and now the reinforcements have returned for the Diva. The threat never dealt with. The Francis Howell is back.
This is why you gotta finish the job, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta make sure you kill the tank, because especially Junker Queen, yeah, they can just, if you give them 1v1, they're going to take that all day long. That is what this tank thrives in, is taking the 1v1s, hitting you with the Jagged Blade, dragging you closer, and then hitting you with the Carnage to finish off the job. And one of the longest opening fights I think we've had today does eventually go the way of Francis Howell once again, but because of how long that was, ultimates are already on the board, both sides.
Let's see what Avalon can find with this Riptire, but does catch a sneaky little Reaper in his corridor. Set on the other side with the Rampage that goes through. It's all Sukman in the kill feed. He just cannot be stopped. He's been so strong on this Junker Queen.
The Junker Queen is so hard to play against, because yes, you want to make sure you focus the tank, but they have such survivability to where even if you get remotely close to them, they're going to find a way to heal back up, because of the fact that whenever they melee you, whenever they hit with the Jagged Blade or the Carnage, they heal a little bit back from that, and that makes it hard, and that is really...
Avalons did overstay their welcome a bit. Mr. HK hunting for Dead Finch with the commanding shout, gave just enough overhealth. Sukman saved their Baptiste along with the entirety of the healing. St. Dominic do flip the point back over, just forcing Francis Howell back, with the fight far from over. St. Dominic need to push their advantage now, and they've done just that. Are up in numbers, 4v3, but the Tracer to GM holding on to this overclock. Jesse, they want to engage fast.
They want to engage fast. They don't want Dominic to be able to settle down. They have realized that, hey, we're the team typically that's going to put things press on quicker. The Diva can kind of just chill and then try and find something who's out of position. We want to go as a solid unit. They need to be the team that initiates, but even then, they still stall a tiny bit, but they do find their targets.
It's always Sukman, in terms of tanks, is small, fast, and has a bunch of close range damage. And any time that Francis Howell can help their tank get close to St. Dominic's backline, it's sure to mean disaster.
Especially when they can close the gap so fast.
Oh, yeah.
Because they use that commanding shout. It's almost like you have a Lucio amp right under your feet. You can go so fast, and now, basically the GM is looking on the outside of maybe a flank. But yeah, they get
It'll be the Coalescence, but it's Avalon to shut it all down. The Rift Fire takes out Pokeball, and there's no supports available right now for St. Dominic. Francis Howell, if they don't close this out quickly, it might be difficult for St. Dominic to get a full re-engage.
I think, yeah, they're not going to have their tank regardless. They have both DPS ults, but it's going to be incredibly difficult to touch, and it will be Opto who tries to touch, but will not get there in time. But actually, touch just
Oh no, the
trap!
trap! Oh, that's so sad. I mean, you do get the touch. Death Blossom is ready, but no! Avalon was on it. Frame perfect concussion mine to make sure everyone on Francis Howell stay on their feet. And Mr. HK, all of the reinforcements have gone down, and it will be a clean 2-0 here on Elios for Francis Howell's JV squad.
That is just, I wouldn't necessarily say like ultra clean, but
Yeah.
relatively clean. There was definitely some times to where St. Dominic were like, hey, we're around. Like, we are definitely still in this. They're able to get some percentage over on Ruins. They're able to get to 99 on Well. I just think, again, it's a theme today. The Junker Queen is very difficult to play against if it is played well. And so far, we've now seen that twice to where when the Junker Queen gets initiated, that team has won both times. I want to see if Francis Howell is this something they want to continue, especially considering Eichenwald, you can kind of run anything on it. I would say Dive is definitely more preferable, but it's not like Rush is impossible on this map. But yeah, this could be an interesting map too, because I think it favors the comforts of St. Dominic more, but Francis Howell definitely looked better in that second.
Yeah, and honestly, if I had to name one person who really got it done, it was the Junker Queen.
Yeah.
The Junker Queen is such a mechanical hero. You have to be able to land your Jagged Blades, which is a very hard projectile to deal with anyways, pull them closer, do all of this chip shot with damage while having to react at lightning speed, and it's very difficult to do, but you can almost solo tank in a way that you don't need nearly as much support, and if you're able to let him run wild, then do just that. If you can get this guy anywhere near a sub 250 HP character on the side of St. Dominic's, then it didn't end well 9 times out of 10 for that team. So with the map now changing, we will be going to Eichenwald, as you said, Jesse. Very different in comparison to Elios. You're not going to be able to close that gap, get Sukman as close, at least easily, on this type of map.
Especially once you get to second phase. Once you get that point captured up and you're starting the payload portion, conquering the castle is very difficult, regardless of what composition you're on. And it is, again, it's something with these hybrid maps, man. It's just like Putty, so to where the high ground is just so dang hard to try and push through. And you have to try and take advantage of it if you're on the defense, trying to sit up there. This first point, though, kind of up to interpretation. The only downside to this first point is there is one choke point to really push through to get to the point. And especially if a Junkrat continues to be played, that is just an extra layer of flavor that is going to be definitely pushing the attacking team.
It's not fun walk down a small corridor with a Junkrat, because Junkrat essentially doesn't require much aim. You kind of just hold your shoot button and the bombs just bounce and roll and go everywhere, and they're massive. You can't dodge them easily. So when you all have to filter through the small choke point, Junkrat's like, I'm just gonna stand back here and chuck some bombs at people. That's what we kept seeing in the last map, right? Avalon did that very well, and that's because of their knowledge of positioning and rotation. That's what's going to make or break these teams on this map.
Yeah, the rotation. This map is literally rotations, rotations, rotations. If you have the rotations down and you feel confident in the rest of your team to follow, then you're in a very good spot to really do well. And especially with Francis Howell starting on the attack. It is St. Dominic's decision to start on the defense. And especially now that we see, hey, the Sigma's being played, maybe they feel more comfortable on the defense. They're going to play a little bit more long range. Again, with that Junkrat, that can be oh so annoying. You have the Maywell as well to go up on that choke, the Sigma shield. This is honestly a really good poke
This is
composition,
great.
and it is exactly how you want to answer Sukin on the Junker Queen. If you don't let them get close, the value is just not there.
If Superman somehow manages to get past this choke without taking at least half of their HP in damage, like, something has gone wrong. And somehow, wait, how did the trap get there? I have no idea, and clearly that's what St. Dominic's Junkrat player also thought. We'll have to see what's able to happen. You'll notice these guys are very far back. St. Dominic wants to play as far away as possible because that's where their composition will succeed the most. There's a Maywall, though, and skates around the outside of it. Now it's Avalon looking for a flank, but gets caught in a trap of their own, and Mr. HK there to get the job done. You can watch where you're walking on this one because Junkrat's trap is just as devastating as the bomb.
Yeah, I love that trap in that room. It's just you kind of hide it there, and it's kind of hard to see the trap, especially if you're the opposing Junkrat. You think, oh, they're looking for my trap, but you got to look for the other trap as well on the other side. And already, they will give up on the Junkrat. I don't know if I totally with the swap because it's kind of you're trading an apple for another apple. It's not really that much of a difference.
A bigger apple at that. Like, Mauga is just a giant pin cushion. The only difference is you can run in like that. Colin and Superman use all of their cooldowns just to live through that one push, and you don't really have an answer to move past. Avalon does get a couple eliminations of their own. It takes longer for defenders to get back than attackers, so perhaps a window of opportunity for Francis Howell to work.
Yeah, there is the opportunity, at least now the wall doesn't really get anything, but it actually allows them to use that just to rotate. Now they can go over the point. They're going to try and catch the Kiriko off, and they at least get the cleanse out.
Oh, but if Dead Bitch's sound barrier, you have a ton of extra health to work with.
Oh!
Onto the flank, a wonderful play to keep St. Dominic afloat when everything looked like it was over.
Right now, if Francis Howell, I should say, wanted to push him, I don't blame him. You gotta just relax for a second. Still have the closer respawns, but it won't be by much. What a tire, though, from Sideshow, just to ensure that, hey, we are still in this, and 0 ticks given up for that as well.
They lose Tracer to GM on the way in. The ice block stops the Mauga mid charge, and yeah, I'm sorry, Superman, you're not getting anywhere anytime soon. St. Dominic, Jesse, they're showing us exactly what we expected on Eichenwald. This is a great composition for them to be playing.
I think this was the perfect answer. Like, this
Yes.
literally was the perfect answer to what Francis Howell were doing, because they want to rush, whether it be on the Maga, whether it be on the Junker Queen. I think the Junker Queen's look better than the Maga so far, but I think, again, we're talking about them going from like an apple to a pumpkin. It's just a bigger hitbox with the same relative goal. But
Avalon
randomly gets 2.
And those are both the supports, Jesse. That should not happen by any degree, but it does. Avalon is giving this team really just the win on a silver platter, an angle that only a Junkrat expert can find.
Who says that? I know.
Me.
Look at that. Look at that.
That's, yep, right in.
Nice little Rick. Nice little Rick saying that. Hey, give
got
them the
it.
credit when credit is due.
You know, hey,
even though...
pro geometry. They're learning geometry in class, and they're applying it here.
Going in.
Maybe is that why I'm bad at Junkrat? Like, I don't know, geometry was easily my worst subject. I'm guessing that's why we leave it to others to play Junkrat. But honestly, that was not a bad hole. I can take a lot of time off the clock. And this part of the map is even better for you. As long as you continue to play the high ground, you don't really allow them to push in. It's going to be continuously difficult for, say, Francis Howell to push you. Even though Mr. HK is actually kind of sitting more towards the mid-level rather than high.
And that's going to be more of a problem, but at least the trap slows down Avalon. If Avalon was able to connect on that flank, it's in this fight ending much quicker than it is now. It will be the cage fight popped on out. Nobody can escape the clutch of the Superman, and Francis Howell are making quick work of what is often called the hardest part of Eichenwald. Sideshow trying to slow them down, and so wait, it's another double kill with the Ripfire. Always the hero for this JV squad whenever it's needed.
They're just there. They're just always there when it is needed. Twice now, they have saved their team. And you gotta think, without those, maybe we're talking about this payload already being in third phase and Howell having a substantial time bank to work off of. Instead, there's only just over a minute and a half. They're about halfway through streak, and it truly is anybody's game still.
Hey, Dominic, though, they have all the ults to work with, and that Blizzard is a juicy one. The protection Suzu gets some of them out, but not Sukman, not Tracer to GM. The Riptire from Avalon, too little, too late. You are not going to be able to get value out of it, especially when Pokeball has their eyes.
I love how, yes, even though the cleanse saves, I believe there's 2 in the back line from the Blizzard, the Gravitic Flux is there right away. Like, hey, we're going to lift you up. It doesn't matter if you cleanse, you're still going to take half of your health in damage when you hit the ground. And that was a brilliant team play. And they also get 2 massive ultimates out of France.
And now it's time for the Blizzard of Tracer to GM, and Optimal already down to the main source of healing, and Potato God doesn't seem to be in a much better spot as of now. Thanks to the recent Diva swap of Sukman, this is a great way to contest the high ground and keep that game moving at the fast pace that Francis Howell Central wants to set.
I think this is the move they should have done maybe a bit ago, but I'm glad they at least did it. The fact that, like you said, way more mobility. You're not going to be as stuck, and already Mr. HK understand that. They're going to be ran in circles by this Diva if they don't swap. They will get the touch, though, here with 20 seconds.
Both Kitsune rushes on the point. Victor HK even went to an Orisa to quite literally barrel her way through the opposition, but they're low on cooldowns, and again, both supports going down. They can never move through that chokes. That's what I'm talking about with Avalon's preemptive positioning, knows where the players are going to come from, and make sure they never escaped, and that'll give Francis Howell a swing at this third objective.
That'll allow them another attempt at this. And yes, it's been a little bit more of a slow burn for Francis Howell during this map compared to Ilias, where they were there, punching right away, feeling confident. It really has been them slowly adapting, and now, fun enough, it's Mr. HK that's going to bring out the start.
I mean, I don't hate it, but this tactical nuke is going to be close. Everyone lives for now. It's a Nano Junkrat. We know he can work the magic, and they'll do it just one more time. That's 2 down, plus the mech of the Diva. Any progress now been halted, and Francis Howell have one more shot at a Viking Wall completion, unless Avalon just keeps doing what he's doing. He's alive, barely, but has gotten rid of pretty much the entirety of St. Dominic.
Yeah, I think if the spawn advantage, wasn't in such of an advantage of St. Dominic, they could have put him. Now they can.
Dude, Avalon is cooking right now. He's keeping it up, and that Riptire, my character, 2 on the board. These are Junkrat players put the kill feed into fireworks. Wonderful showcase across the board. A Blizzard slow them down a little bit, but there's nobody to follow up on the frozen players. Optimo is back, but with 5 HP to spare. Francis Howell are looking down the lines of a full completion thanks to a May wall from Tracer to GM. They'll have 11 seconds on it, too.
We'll see. That may have some pretty major implications. Having time left on the board. Because for those of you who are not super familiar with the game mode, if you finish with 0 seconds on the board, and just theoretically, let's say St. Dominic, they finish with over a minute, then Francis Howell would not get a push in overtime. It would just be St. Dominic who would need to get a tick, and that would be all they would need to win the map. Otherwise, the best results Francis Howell could get was be a draw. So the fact that that wall goes down denies the touch from St. Dominic. That is phenomenal for Francis Howell, because they at least now have a chance. And yet again, they're going to stay with the rush, but our favorite German as his homecoming now is, well, never mind, they baited. That's, but now they're going back.
You did it. There you go.
Rude, stupid, rude, but I'm glad you do it.
They just had to make sure that you were wrong for a second. It's like, oh, no, okay. Kind of funny. Even though they had no idea. We'll find the time. I do want to shout out, I don't think we touched on this earlier. Pokeball and Optimo ended up swapping roles, where Pokeball was on May for the entirety of this map versus Moira, a support on the last round. So the swap between damage to support seems to have worked out pretty well, as Pokeball has found decent value on the May so far, but you're really going to have to do so here, especially with Sukman taking up the Reinhardt.
With Sukman on the Reinhardt, I admittedly, I haven't personally seen a lot of the interaction between Reinhardt and Queen. It's not a super common one. I think the turrets, though, are going to be there, because that is going to slow down his attack. Yes.
And the turrets are all in one little clump. They slow you down and do damage and cannot miss. It is not possible. So getting Avalon out of the picture is great, but the turrets are still up and existing, doing the damage and denying space that St. Dominic need to take desperately. They're spread out, and Dukeman is doing what he needs to do, and that's just stand in a small room and ensure like, hey, you shall not pass. St. Dominic are, well, they're passing on to the next level.
Yeah, they're passing on to the next generation of squad.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, it's okay. The Manga swap now I don't mind as much because you were just trying to melt the shield. That is literally all you're trying to do. Melt the shield and then melt the rest of the team. But again, these fire strikes seem to hit at least 2 people every single time.
And he already has the Earth Shatter too, and there's nothing to stand in the way.
Oh,
Blocked. Not quite. It was close to getting blocked. I thought it was there for a second, but it was just past Potato God. Superman is continuing to dominate as we saw him do.
I believe the Brig blocked it for themselves. Just not. And now Potato God wants to go off of the Brig and onto the Moira, a little more healing to go out the Bastion as well. So they are full. Hey, let's make Superman's life as difficult as humanly possible.
Yeah, they're doing just that. It might be tough with this next fight or so, just because you made all of these swaps. You're at a disadvantage with ult. The only difference would be if Pokeball makes something happen on the Blizzard, and it is the case. Loki of Earth is down. That's the majority of the healing. No longer an option. Francis Howell centraled up, traded out quickly. Deadfish gets one of their own, and now a race towards the objective. The rotations that we've been talking about are important, and it seems that the attackers, St. Dominic JV, has found more value out of it. Avalon has such high damage on this beam and is trading players out one by one. You have to take them down before it is too late. And a couple players standing, Mr. HK alongside their Moira to cap this one through.
Loki of Earth, are they still stuck? Yeah, they're still stuck on high ground.
Can you get over the wall there? You can't.
No!
Oh no!
I don't know
They're
how
trapped.
they get out here. That could be massive because that would be, again, main healing for Francis Howell. Not available. You know,
Wait, no way.
They
Loki
got
makes it
out.
out.
Nobody looked.
Loki's out.
Nobody looked. Well, that's, never mind.
All right, everything's fine. Deep breath. Everything's good, and you have an orbital ray to work with on both sides. So it'll be a bit more chaotic, or you can just break the earth every one's feet. Okay, Superman, that's fine as well. There's just nothing to stop it. Ultimate, not a shield in its text, and Superman can look pretty dang good.
Optimal will back all the way back. I was gonna say, like, where in the world is that Juno?
Optimal's okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
All the way back. Wait, that went from disaster almost of Loki of Earth getting taken out to Superman just shatter wins the fight. And now they have Blizzard to work on. That is aggressive.
You just kind of threw that one in there. It'll be the Bastion frozen. It just doesn't know what the breaks are. I don't think he has them genuinely. Has gotten 2 in the backline completely by himself. And Mr. HK eventually comes back to help the rest of the team deal with this pesky tank. And it should be enough to burn the Reinhardt player down. The Metro wall was a little bit out of position from where the fight was actually taking place. The Bastion ult from spawn sealing the deal.
Yeah. The ult seals the deal, and I love these fights are never going to be complete, right. It just doesn't come with the territory of this level of play. You know, collegiate even. For a lot of the times, depending on who you're watching, it also gets pretty chaotic. The summer they walk right.
You can't do that. That's a no-no. But at least Potato God has found some good value out of the Coalescence, and Optimo help the team push forward with an Orbital Ray, and you can see the implications of that damage boost. The Orisa now swap over Mr. HK. That's a hero that Stephen really doesn't like to see on the Reinhardt. Still has Earth Shatter to go here and make a really good contest.
Yeah, so far, they've actually been able to snowball this really well. Now the fact they are almost at the end of the second phase. They got the Bastion over here, but now Orbital Range Shatter.
Oh, got it. the most part, Mr. HK pushed Superman back enough to keep them off the team, but can't stop the pin from rolling into the back. Superman might as well be a freight train at this point. There'll be one final reset. St. Dominic High School, and arguably one of the hardest points in the entire map.
There's a reason why we were shocked at how quickly and how efficiently Francis Howell was. Yes, even though they only had 11 seconds left, so that's because they got stuck on third phase. This portion of the map is so hard. And now, their big ultimate is doing EMP is almost not like, you know, yes, Sombra is not as good as she used to be. We kind of talked about that earlier. Her ultimate is still one of the best in the game. If they can get value out of it, it could be the difference.
Yeah, the EMP is in, and Loki of Irv and Superman are both sent to an early grade. A massive play to follow it up. Mr. HK, and that will be the point as good as St. Dominic are keeping it close, Jesse.
Keeping it close. Got just under the timing, I believe, how I had going into this. A little bit less, but still enough time, and at least for Francis Howell as well. I would assume at this point, if St. Dominic finished the map, it'll be either with under a minute left or in overtime. So if they do cap, it shouldn't matter too much, but they have to figure out how to cap first.
I mean, Deadfish cannot keep finding these one-off eliminations. It's very rare to see from a Kiriko, but Deadfish has managed to do it many times over in end fights before they really get the chance to start. It's a great spot for Francis Howell to stabilize this last point of the
Yeah, this is how they want to set it. Especially, again, the sim also isn't great. During second phase, it really gets better here in third phase. The turrets can be extremely awkward for St. Dominic to play around. So now the fact that, hey, they have to go up against the Shadow. And sim wall, honestly, for them, if they can just draw out ultimates, or just do that works.
Tracer to Jim, you can tell they wanted to throw the Blizzard there, but they just got two tunnel vision, forgot they were walking into the entire team, but at least Super's Earth Shatter is denied at the bare minimum, and Francis Howell, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, and that's thanks to the Baraxa play of Mr. HK and Potato God here, rounding the final corner, and with about 23 seconds here, it's looking to be an overtime capture, and not a clean one at that. Optimo, orbital ray from above, more healing active damage for St. Dominic. It is only now that it is matched. It might be too little too late. Loki of Earth has barely any health left to spare and has none of it. If Mr. HK has anything to say about that, St. Dominic will go ahead and roll this payload on the last effort in the Blizzard and turn this around, but it gets on from the grave. Stupid's returning. Chances are still alive. The respawns are so much closer for the defending team. Francis Howell's more numbers because they respond faster, even though they ended up getting eliminated more. Last second contest will go ahead and seal the deal. Francis Howell will squeak their way to a second map win.
Ooh, that was close. That is the recontest of dreams from Francis Howell, and they just had their ultimate in time. They chucked the Blizzard in, and honestly, it was them and their tank that just slowly picked off the members of St. Dominic, who are so close to doing it. But honestly, I think we still got to talk about Fisher. Like, the fact that they were able to bring back so many of those fights on their attack gave them the possibility to cap that. And if they don't cap that, we're talking about a 1-1 game right now, because St. Dominic would have passed the point.
Junkrat supremacy. I'm here for it. I mean, both from Avalon as well. Like, these two Junkrat players were just head to head going off, and it was fireworks on both sides. And that's what made these fights so scrappy, that once all this dust settled, there'll only be like 1 or 2 players standing instead of like maybe 4 or even more than that. So I think that's what we got to see with the Junkrats. Once that was transitioned away from, it got cleaner, right? We had more, I don't really want to say scripted, but more predictable fights in a way. You lost that sense of randomness with a Junkrat, and it got a lot better. And I think that's why that map was a lot closer. I mean, big shout out to the Junkrat player on St. Dominic. I apologize. They're on a school account, so unfortunately we don't know their name, but just so you know, you are doing incredible right now. Keep that up, because honestly, Jesse, I don't think that this is going to be a 3-map series if St. Dominic plays like they just did.
I would be shocked if this is a sweep. And I think if it's a sweep, it would be a, you know, like, hey, Francis Howell, they adapted really well. I think that would be the story, rather than, you know, something against St. Dominic, because they have pushed. They've pushed Francis back, and they have forced Francis Howell to really make some adjustments. And again, it literally is one pick difference, one fight
Oh, yeah.
differences in both of these maps so far. So it is not. I know earlier in the day we had some 2-0s that, yeah, they felt like 2-0. Like they did feel like, hey, one team was just feeling better on the day. This one, again, you could change one or two fights in these maps, and we could be talking about 2-0 for St. Dominic. Like that is how close this
Mhm.
has been so far.
Hey, that's what we really like to see,
Oh,
in
a thousand
all
percent.
honesty. So, it's kind of what you can make of it. But I was waiting on confirmation to see. Sometimes, like after two maps, teams want to take a bit of a timeout, take a break. But good news is we're going straight on. We're gonna
We're gonna
keep
run it.
on
All right.
moving here. We're running it. We're gonna send it. And again, I don't think this is gonna be a 3-0. It has the St. Dominic have a ton of potential here. But as you said, Jesse, the adaptation from Francis Howell, and I think they're a little bit faster to identify
Yeah.
what they're struggling with and then make that change. While St. Dominic's are doing the same thing, maybe they do it a fight later, or they try something a little bit longer than you probably should have. And that's really kind of the smallest difference that we're seeing between these two teams. But it does look different on push just because of the way the map plays, for sure.
Yeah, push is just awkward because of the fact that if you gain a big lead in the beginning, it can be really hard to try and bounce back from it. So, and actually, we're gonna find out that they want a break. Actually, we're
They
not
changed
gonna
their
run it.
mind.
So they changed their mind. Honestly, it is Francis and Ange's bathroom break. But yeah, we'll be back here in just a few minutes with maps 3 and potentially beyond map 3 here of this JV showcase.
Our JV Overwatch showcase continues right here with map number 3 of the series. Currently, it is Francis Howell's Central JV who holds the lead 2-0 right now, needing one more map to win out the showcase. But every map we've looked at so far, Jesse, has been closer and closer. St. Dominic seem to have found their second wind in map of Eichenwald. Let's see if that carries through to Runasapi.
Yeah, Runasapi, it is the newest push map in the game currently. It has also become one of the favorites among push, I think partially because people are not the greatest fan of push, depending on who you ask. But also the fact that this map is very dynamic. I think it's way easier to rotate on this map than it is on other push maps. And I think it's just a fun map. I won't lie. It's a very fun map. Unless you play support, sometimes on support you kind of just get ran over on this map. But I want to see what teams run because we've seen literally almost every tank from these teams so far. I think the only tanks we haven't really seen, at least in this series, have been what? Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, Zarya.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've seen a lot so far already, and a little bit of east that we've seen over these variations.
I think it makes sense for Francis Howell to put Superman back on this JQ. By far been their strongest tank with the most carry potential. So I'm looking forward to seeing him back on that. And the side of St. Dominic, though, they're going with something that you could borderline call a cheese composition. Malga, May, Bash. Like, these are insane amounts of burst damage meant to isolate and obliterate.
Yeah, I won't lie, I love this. I think, because in the collegiate realm, we have seen the same comps over and over and over and over again. This is very much a breath of fresh air for us. See, hey, we're seeing some Juggernaut comps. We're seeing Mogger come back a little bit, like in Space Station. You know what I mean? Like, this has been great to see. Again, this Symmetra continues to be a pain in the side of St. Dominic. It's already
it wasn't just that. That was also a Maywall from Tracer to GM to make that happen. There wasn't a way out for Optimo, and they didn't really have a choice but to stand in front of that beam. St. Dominic dropped a very strong art. Like, they had the right idea with the composition. It's just the execution for Francis Howell was too good.
Yeah, that execution was phenomenal from Francis Howell. Put the wall down, focus on support that gets walled, you push in from there. Yep. Mr. HK going over to JQ. The Junkrat also comes. The Maga typically is not bad. Junker Queen melted. I ain't gonna lie. You just get tossed around when you're against the JQ. But because of where that fight happened, the tick is achieved already. 55%. They reached the official halfway mark, and now they have an advanced spawn point until that bot returns to the midway.
And this is a very important mark, and oftentimes we call with Push that if you don't do well in this first part of the map, it is darn near impossible to make a comeback later on. So it's going to have to be fighting uphill for St. Dominic right now, and it's already not going the way that they want. Potato God has gone down, taking the Pokeball, tucking in the Blizzard. At least managed to catch Loki of Earth. The body block is enough to at least make it a trade for the team. Francis Howell Central still several options to work with in terms of ultimates, yet need none of them here.
This, I will say, just with how Push works, I think St. Dominic needs to lose if they want to. Or they need one heck of a comeback just because of how Push operates. They're already almost going to be at 100 meters of progress. There it is. 100 meters already. And the fact that they did that in 2.5 minutes, that progress is permanent.
It just keeps picking up and up. Like every one step forward that we see Francis Howell take, it's two backwards. They don't couple, but then at least Optimo clears the anting effect before that fish finds head. Francis Howell, that was an incredible play, whether it was predicted or not. It's once again the Junkrat player to come up and be hero.
Again, like you said, it's the Junkrat with the trap, and then I will say the orbital ray from Potato God was really good. That allowed them to kind of solidify themselves a little bit. And because they win that fight, 2 ultimates were used from Francis Howell. They have the ult advantage going into this next fight if they can build up the Blizzard. So it's a massive point here for them, and Francis Howell spawns are now reset.
We're back the very first engagement we had just about 3 minutes ago. Fortunately, a bit of deja vu for St. Dominic. They're taking a beating at the loss of a support early on in this fight. Pokeball did a little bit of damage in the back half of it. It's just Sukun on this JQ, cleaning house as usual.
Let's go.
I will say Sukin's probably one of the most impressive tanks today. And the fact that this is a JV game shocks me. I think that A describes the depth of these two programs. Like, hey, not only do we have teams that are playing really well in the varsity tournament, we also have JV teams who, I will say, if they were in the varsity tournament, I could see them taking some maps. Like, both of them could take maps depending on who they're playing. And I think that is just an incredible showing of how deep some of these programs really can be.
And again, and this is JV, Jesse. This isn't the varsity squad. These are people that will be on the varsity. And even through the onslaughts of things like this, I mean, it is dead fish on Kiriko. Will eventually get 3. It is easier to hit him when you're literally hitting fish in the barrel, thanks to them all being rooted in place. But Francis Howell, they're going to get another team wipe here and push even further towards St. Dominic's spawn.
And honestly, at this point, the bot will be at, by the time this fight happens, it should basically be at the barricade, maybe a few meters. If they win this fight, they could just finish it out. They could just full count,
Oh no,
which is dangerous.
Almost already dead. I mean, this is where we saw SCHS Overwatch 3 come up big. Last time, they'll go down early, so someone else is gonna have to step up and be that hero. Pokeball, Ice Block is forced out, has the Blizzard in the back pocket. Should St. Dominic need it, and then it'd be an ideal time to have it pumped out. The trigger just needs to be pulled. Everyone on Francis Owl pretty spread out at this point, especially not having a tank. As long as they can buy time, or rather waste St. Dominic's, it is a great spot.
Yeah, they can now, they're in the popular push position of, hey, we can win a fight, then we can lose a fight. And you can kind of just go back and forth. In fact, again, this bot has yet to go a single meter on the opposing side over halfway through this game. They are very content with this model because, again, right now, they've also just kept forward spawn. Even if they die right now, forward spawns will still be active as long as that bot does not cross that center line.
Winning consecutive battles is the name of the game for St. Dominic, and you have the ultimates to do so. It will be an orbital ray to start it out, Tune Rush to push the advantage even further, and that should be all that the team needs to get this past at least the midpoint, deny any form of forward spawns, and kind of move on and start getting some meters.
Like you said, they needed to win back-to-back fights, and they do. This is at least the start of the bot push now for them. But again, a long, long hill to climb. Another 100 meters they need to reach before they can take the lead from FHC. But it's not like they have that bad of a position. I personally would not have swapped Sukuman off Junker Queen, but I understand them trying to play the counter.
Time for the reckoning.
And at this point, though, it's the Rampage into the back line. Mr. HK gets so many players low, but can't finish any of them all. Dukman is being a great bodyguard the entirety of Francis Howell. I'm expecting at least 3 players to go down on their team, but somehow, some way, the heroics of their tank were enough. But the difference here, St. Dominic are still moving this bot. They might get the checkpoint off of this, Jesse, activating their own forward spawns. This game suddenly is much closer.
If they win this next fight, this map, like you said, gets a lot more interesting. They went from being in an, admittedly, an awful position, down 115 meters with just 4.5 minutes to go. And now they're in a great spot.
And you don't have the ultimates. It's really only the Riptire to work with, an Avalon rushing forwards with Francis Howells. Enough to confirm eliminations on the back. They didn't even get the opportunity to use the Riptire with how sudden that Kitsune rush was. Deadfish set up the team greatly to turn it around, and St. Dominic aren't as close as they thought they would be.
Yeah, not where they were hoping they would have reached at that point. But still, honestly, for that one push, getting 72 meters, massive. They all got forward spawns. I think, Pokeball will not, though. Pokeball does not, but they died late. And this is where the staggers really come in.
Oh, the tactical nuke. A trade for the tank, though. Superman can get back in the mech, and that is a much better trade. Not having a tank, Mr. HK has no reason to stop walking forwards other than helping the rest of his team. And these are going to be staggers. If St. Dominic can get them, Jesse, they may be able to even up this whole point.
possibility. Again, I am shocked to be saying because it is incredibly difficult to do when you get stuck in this kind of position. The Maga is now on. We got somehow went.
Yeah, we've gone all the way around in our tank hero rock, paper, scissors, and a bit of deja vu that you're feeling. Francis Powell roars back quickly and turns this robot right around. I'm saying Dominic can't get any farther than that 72 meter mark.
Yeah, they just cannot seem to get past that point. And again, this is the bad thing where they need to win consecutive fights again. They need to win a fight here. They need to win a fight near their barricade, but that is not already. The Junkrat is down.
I think Dominic fighting this 4v5, and they got ultimate, sure, but you have the time, use the space, use them. All the cooldowns are being baited out. Francis Powell pushing the pedal to the metal. I know I've said that so many times today, but not giving teams any breathing room, denying a fight that could be taken in the first place is one of the most valuable things that you can ask for in a team game of Overwatch.
And they will just continue pressing forward. They're able to find the Kiriko, and now the Diva's out, and it gets eaten by Mr. HK. I just don't know if it'll be enough, though.
I mean, dead fish has found an insane amount of final blows, number one, for Kiriko, but number two, you're out of ops. This bot is as far as it possibly could be to save Dominic right now. They're just popping ultimates out of desperation, committing it to the cage fight, making sure Superman can't get anything done there. This won't be the end of St. Dominic, at least for the time being. The problem is, Jesse, even though the St. Dominic JV team wins this fight, look how far you have to turn this around, and you cannot lose from here on out. Otherwise, the game is over.
They do find a stagger on Avalon. Sukman will now back over to the Maga again. I think they went over to something to stall, and they realized it's not worth it. They need to, presumably here, win a fight roughly near mid. We'll see how long it takes Avalon to get back into this. But roughly on kind of in this in-between part between now and the halfway mark in the tick. And then they need to win at barricade, and then they need to win another fight. 3 fights in a row to try and keep this alive.
And there is less than a 5% chance of this actually happening. You wanted to use your tools as best as you can, and its odds are not in their favor. Avalon teleported into the backline, finds Optimo, traded out to the Kiriko, but with no support remaining. All onto Pokeball and this Blizzard. 3 players are frozen up. They have damage to finish it off. That's at least the 10 with the Symmetra still in the backline. They're working overtime to make sure it happens. So it's all Avalon to come back and clutch it out. Francis Cole, as they will win the JV show match.
Man, this series gave us everything. This was an insane series. Yes, it's Francis Howell who come out 3-0 on top. But man, I can't say St. Dominic didn't give us some entertainment. That is sure. As this game, back and forth. But sadly, this is the push dynamic. In other modes, yes, you can have a bad round, you can have a bad half, and still be in a very good position to come back. Push is just so difficult because that progress is permanent. And it was just too much for St. Dominic to jump over. But honestly, for the fact that these two were JV teams, a phenomenal game.
I'm very impressed by what we saw here today for the show match. And JV teams, I couldn't tell, genuinely. I think that they have the capabilities to fit in right alongside these varsity rosters. And these are like the building blocks, the stepping stones, and shows the interest in playing esports, Overwatch, more specifically at Francis Howell and St. Dominic's high schools, respectively. So the Overwatch future at these schools is very bright.
Oh, 1,000%. And I wouldn't be surprised if next year we see some of these players playing in the varsity tournament. Like that, they're at the level to do that, and I would not be shocked to see it. And I want to see it next year. Please come again next year and play, because I want to see these guys at the varsity level. I want to see them play at that level. I think it'd be incredible.
Oh, there's absolutely no doubt about it. Like, even the showcase match was incredible. It surpassed all of our expectations. But, Jesse, it is time for us to go ahead and get back into the tournament bracket that we've been talking about. Group stage is wrapped up. All 8 of our teams are going to be set within a single elim bracket. We were corrected on that. So you lose one, you are out. You win one, you move on. So we'll have to say goodbye to half of our teams over the next round. We're going to go ahead, get our varsity squads set back up and come back to you with a continuation of the St. Charles High Overwatch Invitational. Since this morning, we have been playing to find which St. Charles, Missouri area team is the best. And now, Jesse, we are going to find out who will hoist that trophy at the end of the day. We have entered our 8-team single elimination bracket. Our seeding stage is over, and this is the final chance for these teams to make their name known.
This is where everything truly starts to matter. You don't get any second chances. Single elimination bracket. You can see here at the very bottom again. Hazelwood, Duchesne is our first streamed game, and then it'll be St. Charles and Fox Senior High School in the other streamed game. That'll be right after this. And over on the B side, we got the 1 versus 4 games: Francis Howell versus Confluence Prep, and then Fusion against St. Dominic. So we got a lot of great games. I won't lie. These games now start to get real. You're done trying to test out. You're done trying to adjust to this feeling. And again, the winner of this first game will face the winner of our second game in the semifinals with a chance to be in that championship game.
It's quite literally now or never for these teams. Half of them will be sent home after the conclusion of this quarterfinals round, and that's where we're going to get ready to head in. We've seen every one of these teams on the broadcast, Jesse, and we've been taking some notes, some mental notes, mostly physical notes, because there's a lot of teams, there's a lot of players, and we want to make sure that we can do them the justice that this truly deserves. And you can't look at this Duchesne and Hazelwood matchup without talking about how strong Hazelwood West has looked today. And honestly, looking at this bracket now, Jesse, this very well may be the team in this bottom portion that makes it to the finals.
I will say they benefited a lot from how this bracket turned out. I think they are the favorite to run this bottom half. I think the top half is a gauntlet. I won't lie to you. That upper semifinal is going to be disgustingly good. I'm not sure if we know yet what semifinal we're casting, but hey, if we can make a request, that'd be great to do that top half game. But yeah, this will be a phenomenal game. Again, we are still best of 3 until the finals. So we're going to Old Faithful first. Lijiang Tower, the most popular control map in the entire game first, and then probably the least popular hybrid in Blizzard World, and then the reworked Dorado as our map 3, and Saravasa if we need it for whatever reason, if we tie Blizzard World.
So we got a very traditional set of maps to come our way today. One of them slightly reworked, so that'll be interesting if we get there. These are still best of 3s. As you said, we will not get back to that best of 5 longer series until the grand finals. So your time to make a statement is very short, to say the least. You have 2 maps in total, maybe 3 if you push it that far. And Lijiang Tower is like the ultimate control map. It is a favorite amongst everyone in the Overwatch community because you can play Brawl on pretty much any point. And the Overwatch community loves some Brawl. Hazelwood Lex loves some Brawl. Duchesne showed us a bit of a look there, here and there, but it depends, I think, who's going to be starting on that tank. Duchesne had some swaps back and forth, whether it was Duo or Humble, taking up that role, and neither of which really, they preferred the Sigma, right? A little bit of Orisa here and there, but the poke style was their favorite, so they have to show us something a little bit new. It will be Duo on the tank, and is teasing the Orisa.
Yeah, so I was kind of curious because Humble honestly looked not bad on the Orisa when they were on Midtown. But I wonder, we talked about this earlier a little bit. I wonder if this is just, hey, on control, we're going to run Duo on tank. Once we get over to hybrid, the possibility is there to swap it around. So I wonder if that was the case. Even Hazelwood as well. They also kind of shifted around a little bit. Bird went over to hit scan on their second map. So 2 teams who are not afraid to swap it around. Come a second map, but for now, we're focusing on the here and now. The Reinhardt comp with the Venture and A out for Hazelwood at the Orisa. All faith in back.
We've seen how good Potato Cujo is at this venture. If Duchesne aren't ready for this, there's just gonna watch out. Look below, because there's somebody lurking beneath your feet. With this Mei wall to isolate this choke point, and I think that's the big difference we're gonna see between the competition. There's more burst damage for Duchesne, but having the utility of a Mei wall from Nova to isolate certain players, I think is gonna have more value in the long run, just like it is now. Potato Cujo separates the tank from the team, and Potato Pooch and can go all the way into the back line without the fear of getting stunned. Great start from Hazelwood, even if it's a little distracting.
Yeah, and I think they don't mind it being spread. When you run the Reinhardt, you know stuff's just gonna happen, and you kind of just have to deal with it. I already love that. Hey, the realization that, hey, we need to speed people back. Like, that is something. This is just like a mental thing. I love when teams do this because teams who are new don't realize how important that is. Now everybody's here for this fight, ready to go. They just consume when they have the shadow.
Yep, absolutely free. No shield in the way. This is the wall for safekeeping, but it's just a verb. Swing around. One's a nail when you got a giant. Hazelwood, go ahead and clean their way through the second right.
Yeah, and one ult, that's it. One ult is all it takes. And that is exactly what you want. You want, hey, one ult, you win the fight. Now you have Orbital Ray, and you will have the Venture ult here very shortly here from Potato Cujo, which we talked about earlier. They made quite a name for themselves during the first match, their stream game, I should say, today. And already, 60% counting Yushin, trying to figure out how they exactly want to go into this.
Kind of taking their time on figuring out what's the best place for entry. They opt to go around the far side. The hard part with this, we saw where this first battle took place, and it was those Maywalls of Nova. They were a problem. Wait, Potato, the ultimate all players went to the high ground. They never expected the ultimate goes completely down the drain. Great planning from Duchenne, taking an unconventional route. Now a couple diamonds above, mirroring the Reinhardt gameplay, but not enough. We don't have orbital rays to match all of the chaos that's happening on the screen. Nova chucked a blizzard out too, and Hazelwood were too far ahead to be caught. Control center, Brawlius, all the points on Lijiang Tower will go, of course, to the Brawl team in Hazelwood.
This is the one that, yeah, definitely makes the most sense. Like, this, going into it, like, hey, yeah, if they go to Control Center, it's probably going Hazelwood. I want to see if it's Night Market or if it's Gardens. I think Gardens maybe leans itself more to Dusheen. Okay, and they do get it. Okay. This is where I think Dusheen have the best chance. You can kind of run a little bit of everything on this map. Night Market is even more rush-sided than anything else. But my thing is, if they're going to stick the signal, is it going to work? Because of the fact that they could just get ran over, do the Hazelwood special, and just be like, all right, bye-bye. We're going to run through you, hide to your back line, and we're going to win the fight.
Is it easier, though, for Duchenne to do what they want, right? You don't want to fight nearly as close. You want to poke a little bit more out, have more room to work with Sigma, and just basically not get rolled over. Nova's Maywalls have just been too good. Like, Humble isn't bad. Nova just does it first, and usually the follow-up is there a little bit faster. The timing, work with this May player in Nova.
I think they've kind of been the unsung hero of this team.
Oh, yeah.
Because this doesn't work unless you have the walls constantly set up some of these fights, or even just to put the worry in Duchenne's mind, like, hey, this is going to happen. The walls are here. You got to play around it, and we've seen that hesitation already from them as they try and move into some of these fights.
And see, there it is. You have to be scared of what Nova can do. It's a great counter wall out of Humble, but you still find your backs up against one, lined up perfectly for Burb and Potato Cujo to cause chaos.
Yeah, you break one little hole in the wall, but it's literally just a fire strike lane that goes straight through for Burb. And again, this is the issue I think Duchenne is going to have this entire game. How do they take the pressure? Like, is there a way they can even deal with it, or are they just going to stick to their comfort and just pray that their style eventually will?
Been able to do it so far. At least this Maywall doesn't actually result in elimination here. So Duchenne have an opportunity to move through this choke point quickly. Unfortunately, there's an Earth Shatter or Burb, and you just gotta deal with it. Humble actually went over to Venture. Trades out 2 for 2 and tank for a DPS. And all right, this is what we like to see. Hazelwood punished for their over-aggression, and Duchenne are starting to move towards this objective with only Teaser remaining.
There's no way Teaser gets out, right? I was about to say, there's no way Teaser gets out. Right? They won't recontest in time. They are going to recontest shortly after. Right.
Yeah.
Flip this back, realize, hey, nobody's really at full strength.
Potato, oh, that's the unfortunate thing. It takes like a second to get into the ground, and that's where Finn Vimo decided to strike caught the Venture player out and actually ended up saving it. Hazelwood could have easily taken that fight and won it easily, and now you just get to try to stagger these players out.
Yeah, I won't lie. If I was Nova, I just would have jumped. I think that stagger is going to hurt more than it's going to help. Granted, you have 4 ultimates on your team. You only need to win, I'd say, a fight and then maybe a stall coming in from Dushin. So, not a horrible thing here. That I want to look at. Because we talked about, hey, typically it's not great. But the Memo actually got some value out of it during this game earlier today. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they got more.
They've been able to make it work so far, but you'll have to see, because this ult fight is about to get chaotic. There's 5 ult buttons that were pressed so far, and only 2 deaths to result from it, but they're both from Hazelwood. They're not quite in final fight territory. With how much they just committed to that, it's going to be a pretty important one for them.
That'll be a very important one. And yeah, especially, yeah, you look at it, 3 ultimates already off the board. I think that's even 4 with the critic flex. That is worst case scenario for Dushin. Yes, Hazelwood used a few ultimates as well, but you're going to want some of those back. Get a quick choices.
This is his classic Venture gameplay.
Ooh, I would have got out.
That was ambitious, Potato Cujo, and might end up costing Hazelwood here unless someone does something insane. Bird is close to an Earth Stack. If he can build this up, I'd say there's a chance to stay alive, but staying alive needs to be the priority. The health bars falling relatively low, and there goes Rusthawk. Nova finds support. It's a second one now. Nova, sniper on the May. Not just about the walls, all around players. Potato Cujo finding a bit of a silly moment there. The team is there to cover for him. Claim Lijiang Tower for Hazelwood West.
Hazelwood, first map. Again, signs of life from Dushin late on. I also think, yeah, that Venture gameplay a little bit from Potato Cujo. A little bit risky, a little reminiscent of some people I play ranked with.
Wow.
But hey, I did not say you. I did not say you. A certain person that looks really like me reminds me a little bit of their play. But this has been, yeah, this is a great showing. Again, when the Reinhardt comp works, it can be one of the best in the game. There's a reason why Space Station Gaming over in EU for OWCS, they're phenomenal. They're one of the best teams in the world right now because they run this kind of comp basically flawlessly. And if you can run it even close to that, like the Wildcats are right now, it is just so hard to deal with.
And, you know, I think there's a reason we see this style being played by multiple teams. And it's not because it's, I would say, easy to understand, but I think it has the least amount of fast-moving parts in a way, right? The setup and execution itself is a simple idea. You want to set up a Mei wall and set your Reinhardt up for a pin. You want to hold these close angles, go for a Venture burrow for these insane damage bursts. Like, the concepts, it moves slower. It gives you more time to think, and it's this rinse and repeat. You're less worried about what your mechanics do because it's easy to swing it. Just press a button to swing a hammer and not be a sniper from halfway across the map. There's a big difference in how that works, and I recommend playing Reinhardt Brawl for any team that's starting out and wanting to learn synergies like this, and the Wildcats are showcasing what that can look like once you have those basic pieces down.
Especially because, again, like you said, it's not like you need a whole lot of aim on tank, but it is the easiest to coordinate because it is one of the biggest tanks in the game. And it's basically, hey, you stay behind the shield, you play around the shield, you try and get your Ryan into a great position. And even though you look at it as such a basic view, to have it work at this level is incredibly difficult. So that's why you can see, especially when you have a great rush team go against, you know, a team that's kind of learning it, the difference is very much there. And I'm not saying that's what it is here. I think Dushin actually are, but they're definitely getting there on the rush. You can just tell they feel more comfortable on, or they feel more comfortable with the Sigma variant of rush, which is just a lot more complicated in its pieces compared to the Hazelwood Ryan.
Yeah, and I think that what Dushin wants to do, it's a different style of game. You want to play that longer range, kind of poke them out, have an option if they go close, but overall, Duo looks way more happy playing the Sigma, having a shield for close comfort, not having it up close and personal. And I think this is why the map of Blizzard World is much more favored to what Dushin have wanted to play this whole time. It's almost bad luck of the draw for them to have to play Lijiang Tower against Hazelwood, a team that will just run away with any type of brawl map. This is going to be much more manageable in comparison.
Oh yeah, this is way more manageable because of the fact, yeah, the Rhine is not going to work until probably third phase. If you try and run the Rhine anywhere else on this, yeah, you're going to struggle. You're going to have issues. It is just not a super fun time. But the fact that, yes, you can run your poke style, which is not, especially at this point, it is phenomenal on this map as long as you don't get your head taken off. So,
That made me a little nervous. No role swapping this time. Potato Cujo will remain on the DP. Yes, these shots are a little bit too close for my comfort, especially because Potato Cujo can one-shot Humble. Humble cannot one-shot Potato Cujo. We'll be going over to mirror the Ash instead, so that's much more comfortable for this team. But this is kind of that slow burn that we were expecting to see after the
yeah, especially this part of the map, it's incredibly difficult. It is almost like Eichenwald, where you have to win 2 fights to get this thing, okay? And that's why they're actually okay. Not the swap I thought we were gonna see. They will go over to the right. My guess is that they're either gonna try to rush over the members who are on low ground, because there's actually a good amount of players here on low ground for Duchenne, or they're just gonna insta rush high ground and force the Ash. But they're not gonna go low.
Or you could just pin at the Sigma and goodbye, Duo. That's a 1-2 swing. No more Sigma at all. Hazelwood, they're going to back to their bread and butter. Reinhardt rush. Burb leading the charge as usual. You just gotta see it.
Yeah. I like that they at least realized, like, hey, they're not playing high ground as much as I thought they were. Let's just do what we love doing anyway, and let's see what they can do. And that's what allows them to get the point. There definitely could be a recontest. They only just got the second day.
A little bit of room, but Potato Cujo and Burb are not clean in house. Both the supports are down, and the Reinhardt acts a brick wall of defense for the point. So Hazelwood successful on their attack thus far, and we'll get this payload moving.
Payload moving on, and that's arguably the hardest part of this map at all. Granted, this part of the map also isn't the most fun. I wonder if for Duchenne, granted, their support line typically would be pretty good. Like, Greg Juno is one of the best in the game right now. But the fact that, even though they get that phenomenal pick there, I think against the Reinhardt, you just kind of get ran over if you don't use the ring more defensively, which it's hard because you want to use the ring offensively. You want to go in and help your team, but sometimes against the Rhine, you almost have to do the opposite.
You want to play further back. You want to make the Reinhardt shield or just the character itself take as much damage while crossing these open areas. You don't have these corners to hide behind, which is why Nova needs to make them. For Hazelwood, this Maywall, near perfection. Burb just has too much health there. Earth Shatter put on top of it. Nowhere to run. Hazelwood, maybe a slight bit overkill in terms of ultimates, but at the end of the day, got the job done.
Got the job done. That's all you really need to do, and especially because, hey,
Ultimate is ready.
they have so much time still. 3.5 minutes here for Hazelwood, and they have Bob to throw in. They could have a sound barrier later. They're in a great spot. Yes, there is plenty of ultimates for Duchenne, and that is not what you can.
And Duchenne, he's still got the ultimates. They could win this. The problem is getting a touch. And as I said before, Duo doesn't want to play close to this team. Finn Bimo, the best character to even attempt the touch. And even though they get 2, it's simply not enough. Hazelwood have way too much presence on a front line to make the changes, and Duchenne are going to have to bunker down this 3rd point.
It's also just the fact, again, they get the stag. Yeah, it seems to take so long for Duchenne to be able to actually get back into a solid position. And it's not even as much their fault. Like, they're playing positions really well. It's just the fact that Hazelwood are getting such early picks. They set themselves up for an advantage. And they always ensure that if somebody is straggling along, they can also fight them.
Hazelwood they're chasing, right? They chase down the eliminations that they see as possible. We'll use a Bob as a bit of a rather neat shield, if you could say. So once that ultimate is down the drain, Hazelwood accomplish what they want to, and that is stay in this fight with all of your players still alive, ready for a re-engage. The sound barrier, though, that's where you get aggressive. Everyone over 1,000 HP and nowhere to run for Rust Puck or Duo. And this is what we're used to seeing. Burb getting up close and personal, smacking a couple people with the hammer.
Yeah, they just love getting up into the opponent's drones. Like, hey, I'm here. Hello. Like, you can't ignore me. There's no way for you to ignore me. If you ignore me, then you just die. Like, that's just how it is against a Reinhardt this aggressive. And again, Shatter's online. They're going to be watching to see when those shields are up, but nope, never mind.
Oh, that's stun! Great play from Rustlock. Made sure that there was no escape from Burb. Otherwise, he might have gotten out of there safe and sound, and we'd be seeing a much different outcome.
That could have been very, very differently. And that stun doesn't go across you. Yes, Burb was low, but they couldn't turn around, shatter the entire team, and we keep talking about this map being over by now. But instead, that stun gives them time. This card continues to regress. And we also go from like them having a great time to they could be pushing in the final minute.
I mean, but that's another Maywall set up. Legends has to overextend to attempt to heal Juo, and it's just Blizzard. Like, this is Nova. Even if Nova isn't the one in the kill feed, he is the reason that Hazelwood are getting the opportunities to get out of eliminations and push this part even further. 4 meters left to go, and with Humble not standing a chance at a contest, Herb takes to the spawns all by himself, and only one more team kill to end it all off. Hazelwood will get a full cap with about 2 minutes to spare.
Yeah, this is. I maybe jinxed it a little bit, saying, "Hey, you may have just a tiny bit of time if they cap." This is again, the fact that Hazelwood can make a composition like this work so well on a map that it just shouldn't. It shouldn't work on this map because of how open it is. This final phase, yes, the rush makes sense. And the weirdest thing is, I think it worked the least on this part of the map compared to the first and second phases. That is not right. The fact that it happened that way is an insane testament to Hazelwood, to understanding how this composition works. They know, yes, it's not going to be the greatest, but they can really take advantage of how this works. And now they're going to take back the speed aspect. There is no Juno. There is no Lucio in play. They're going to play slightly more defensive, and it's more heal focused with the Baptiste and Brig on the support line.
This has just been incredible looks from this team, and I like it. I like this change. You don't have the speed as much, but I wonder if they're expecting to have either a poke or a dive. Zushen, what they've been doing hasn't exactly been setting the pace that they want to. Nova has caused way too much disruption to that, or rather initiated in a way that Hazelwood West can succeed. And now that Zushen are on attack, Jesse, it's their turn to set the pace and decide how this game ends.
Yeah, it's now they're pacing. I don't mind the Orisa against the Reinhardt. That was what?
Okay.
What 2 shots to the man.
Potato Cujo just got outside. Simple as that. Humble needed a way to break in. Great. Humble will do just that for you. And that's an easy thing to do, people. Especially from that far away. Problem is, you can't move through this choke super easily, and you're still afraid of Nova's Maywall. Burb is way too deep in. This is a very punishable offense. Surely Burb doesn't lost, right?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But no! Pump it and killing. Nova gets another elimination, and Hazelwood West are somehow still standing.
And the fact that Nova lives through that as well, they were so far away from the choke point. They get jab skinned away, and they're able to make it work. And now they're looking, but their issue is, if you look to the right, you got Burb. You look to the left, you got Nova. It's a lose-lose, depending on how you want to go.
Not to mention Potato Cujo's back and is sitting on the high ground. It's unlikely for Humble to hit another 2 icicles like that again, and you gotta try to go from another angle. Not sure if this is gonna do you much better since you now have 2 smaller doors to work out of, but Duo can bust their way out. I'd say what happened to Finn Bimo? Just got pancaked between both of the tank players. Not something you see often, for sure, but Zushen are still going to try to win it without their player, and getting Pyro Inferno is the best spot. Perp doesn't have healing anymore. He can no longer be this aggressive and live through all of that. Then will get themselves to the point, and I'm very glad they switched up the way they were attacking the
What is this game? What is this? They had no right to win that fight. Another icicle. Let's add another one. Oh. Okay, so I'm losing word at how this is going on. There, yeah. No. But the fact that it looks so in favor. Like, so in favor. You're in an enclosed room with a Reinhardt. That is exactly the place you want to be. but you're able to pop the Terra Surge. You find Pyro Inferno. The rally goes off, but it doesn't do enough in time to save the rest of the team. And there is no recontest. It is the perfect way to go at that if you are Duchenne. And now you do give yourself an opportunity because all you had to use was one ultimate to get through one of the hardest, honestly, one of the hardest points in the entire game.
And this is Duchenne. You had to find your second win somewhere, because this is still a best of 3. If Hazelwood West win this map, then Duchenne, they're going home in, well, technically 4th to 8th, 5th to 8th place here, and if they can keep this momentum going, it'd be awesome. Unfortunately, they never really cleared the high ground, where most of Hazelwood West's support lines have set up, making them untouchable in this situation. Burb can push up, the Earth Shatter still goes off, and the Hazelwood having a retreat.
Hazelwood retreat, and yet these shatters are just too good. Burb understands that, hey, you don't need to get 5 every time. If you get 2, you get 3, and you can ensure at least that, hey, at least 1 or 2 of those players are going to fall because of the shatter. That means it's worth. Don't have to get too greedy with it. I think it's been a really nice adjustment from, you know, some Reinhardts at this level think, oh my god, I need, even just with ultimates in general, oh my god, I need to get 5, I need to get 5, I need to hit 4. They understand, like, hey, we can hit 2. We can hit 3 and be perfectly fine.
And that's all it is. Like, there's a lot of players that would get greedy. They want to be that hero for the team, but it's a team game at the end of the day. You can't do it all, but that is an incredible play from Finn Vimo. Jumped out of the ground and prevented Pyro Inferno from landing in the Immortality field. Finn Vimo, another one now, coming in from the Venture player. It's just Nova. It's always Nova. And that's what we've been seeing, is Hazelwood, if for some reason they can't get the execution off that they want, it is Nova. Come up and bring them back.
Yeah, Nova, I think right now, let's just jokingly say if Hazelwood wins this, like wins the whole thing, you could argue Nova is the MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Because without the May, this entire composition does not work. And granted, Potato Kujo would like to enter that conversation as well as they find the big Vimo, but I don't think it works. And I respect Humble for trying, and I think their ice cream shots have honestly been really good. The walls just hadn't been as good.
I mean, even look at it now. The ice block is there, and the rest of the teams, their entire position gets forced, but Potato Kujo, no one checks their 6, and that's 2. Hazelwood's Cassidy player. Now it's easy cleanup from here on out. Like, these are the constant blanks, the positioning that Hazelwood West, they know how to set up these pinches.
They know exactly what they're doing. And it's honestly incredible to see. Like, hey, we know what we're doing. We know what the game plan is. And we know, hey, if we just make a little distraction here, we can get a Deadeye off. If we can make a little distraction over here or set up this May wall correctly, we can ensure a pick onto someone from Bourbon. Now, yeah, okay, that got 5 now. Now you have to go and protect
Nope,
May.
bait!
Oh,
Nova
was bait!
Nova's out of position. Let's go get it. But they were for Burb, waiting in the wing to lay them all flat on their back. It's still flippable. Duchenne found a couple of eliminations here, and there Hazelwood trying to bamboozle Duchenne, but they're having none of it.
The fact that they flipped that is awesome. I will say, Burb kind of just dashed out like, nah, I'm out. I didn't want any part of this. And they should be able to. Amazing. What a play, but that is.
Oh my god! Just got launched over the rooftop. There's still Potato Kujo on the high ground, uncontested. Nova with Bird, whatever else is available. Finn Bamo can only do so much for Duchenne at this point. 21 seconds, all that remains for this team's lifeline.
They need to go fast. They don't have a ton of time to really work with. And the worst thing, Tiny, 0 ult. They don't have anything ready. Ideally, they want to try and get the orbital ray from Legend. Humble is try and touch. They get the touch, but they can't recall out.
I mean, at least the game isn't over yet, but Hazelwood are going to make sure it ends here. And now, one last hurrah from Potato Kujo. Deadeye held long enough. And that will go ahead and do it. Hazelwood West High School is moving on to the semifinals.
Moving on, Duchenne sadly bow out in the quarterfinals. But Hazelwood, again, they're continuing that name like, hey, we could be a team to look out for. We could be the team that takes out one of the top dogs. And so far, they're showing exactly why. No matter where you look on the team, And I think that was the most important thing that we saw.
Oh,
That like, the transfer was nuts.
so crispy.
But it's the fact that no matter where you look, you have a playmaker here. They're not just counting on one player. They're counting on multiple players. Hey, in this moment, it's up on you, Potato Cujo. Next one, it's up on Nova. Next one's up on Burb and the supports. And no matter where you look on this team, they're just playing phenomenally. And now they're in a great spot in that semifinal. I don't believe we actually know who they're going to play against because that will be our next stream game. So they now have time to watch this one to see who they will be playing in that semifinal.
At the least bit, you'll be prepared, but I gotta say, Hazelwood, you gotta be feeling pretty dang good after
Yeah.
that last win. Star-studded roster is the best way that we can put it, and we'll see them later on in the semifinals, but we're gonna have to find out who will be meeting them there. We got the home team, St. Charles High, retaking the stage against Fox Senior High, the rematch from the second and third place match last year. We're gonna go ahead, see how that ends right after this. Half of our teams have been sent well, not half, a quarter of our teams. It is the quarterfinals. We've done halfway through the quarterfinals. That's where we're getting messed up. But we will be sending half of them after the conclusion of the quarterfinals. And we have our second one that is about to be played here on the main stage right now. Our home team, the St. Charles Cyber Corsairs, came in second place last year, only second to Francis Howell Central, who currently stands at the other half of the bracket. They're going to head off against the Fox Senior High Fox Warriors, the third place team from last year in the quarters as a single elim. Two strong teams that have continued to grow and develop, but only one to move on.
I will say it's kind of insane. We got second and third place from last year. One of them won't even make it out of the top 8. That is how good this year's tournament is. The fact that these two teams are in this situation. Give a little look at your maps again. It's the same ones we just did. Lijiang Tower, Blizzard World. If we get to it, Dorado and if we somehow get to a map where it is going to be Servaz. I don't foresee us tying Blizzard World right now. But you never know. It is possible. And considering how today's went, I'm done still trying to guess how things are going to go.
If we've learned anything, it's never, Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
Anything can happen within this realm of Overwatch, and I think this map in particular will be interesting because we haven't seen either of these teams. They've played teams that seem to be at a different level, and I think we couldn't get a good grasp on what the Fox Warriors and the St. Charles Cyber Corsairs are capable of. Now that they're facing off against each other, this will level the playing field even more. Moving towards Lijiang Tower, two brawl-focused teams on control set. Jesse, this is just the matchup.
Oh yeah, this is exactly what they want. Like again, just like our last game, they love Kings Row, they love Rush. Like it's not Kings Row, and they love Lijiang. It's the same reasoning, right? So yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense why they want to go to Lijiang, and it makes sense why they want to go to control set. As you already, yep, the Reinhardt is out for both.
Yes.
I respect them being like, yeah, let's just do it. There's no reason. Get the candy corn out. That candy corn, I have issues with candy.
If you like candy corn, I'm sorry. Something is not right.
I will only
No.
have it if it is offered to me because I'm too nice to say no. Other than that, just no. Just no.
the Midwestern in you.
It is.
But hey.
the Midwest.
Yep, I hope there's not any candy corns. This is pretty Halloween themed. I like all the pumpkins that are going on. But the only thing that I think is scary right now is Widowmaker on the Widowmaker. On the most indoor map of probably the entire map set of Control. You don't have any frontline damage, yet Stitch still hits the deck due to a nicely paced May wall out of the front. Widowmaker goes on a flank, and Jesse, while this in theory shouldn't be working, St. Charles High are running with it.
They even got the Widow snipe and the honing. Like this is, it's the perfect start for St. Charles. This was, yeah. Again, the Widow should not work, especially on this point. Like at Night Market, you really work. Garden, great. It should not work here, but
Rhoda.
this is,
Like, Rhoda is also a sniper. Apparently, Rhoda also played Tank the last time we saw this.
Yeah.
Kiki Scrub is playing the Tank. That is their traditional role. They role swap from what they were playing on last year. Both returners from St. Charles High, and this is already a great look.
yeah, already exactly the look that they want, right? This is already pushing, you know, it's only 30% because it's fighting very quick. But it's the momentum, it's the ultimates that you're building because of it. Blue already is
Wait a minute.
eaten up, and that's Blizzard.
And the Blizzard from Rhoda's already up, but yet another headshot. So, I suppose Rhoda has just been proving that May is a sniper over and over again. And because I do lose out on their auto, and that's a problem because that's the majority of Cheeky Scrub's healing.
Yeah, that's the majority of the healing. And just chill out. I'll tell you, granted, Widowmaker is, hey, they're just actually going to go more aggressive. They see that the Junkrat is on the flank, and then, hey, that red tire might be on the way soon.
Well, no, it's there. Not that you really can do much about it for the time being. Is Earth Shatter, though, going to be rather free after Stitch swapped over to the D?
Oh my god.
Rage! He thought he was being so sneaky, but Widowmaker you in his sights. But it sudden out the Shadow Maze, the explosions don't go anywhere. It's all the crowd breaking. They all fall down. Fox Senior High School just did not stand a chance. From the start after swapping, they haven't found the answer yet.
Yeah, they just haven't found the answer to this, and the Maga is the pivot. But again, how you worry about, can you get there? And yes, obviously, Train almost seems the one that's in touch, but they also need to land this ultimate.
I mean, I don't know how. Going for the chase on the jump track, but it doesn't matter. St. Charles High prevented Fox Senior High School Hawks Warriors from getting there in the first place. Well, I'm blown away by the difference right now between the St. Charles High that we saw at the beginning of the day, group stage round 1 to now.
This is when teams need to show the best. And I think St. Charles, maybe, I don't know if this is true. Maybe I don't want to say they sandbagged a little, but they didn't show all their cards during the group stage match that we saw. Here's the fact that they look phenomenal right now. Like, this looks like a much better team than we saw earlier, and they still looked great earlier in the day. But again, maybe this is also a team that, as the day goes on, they get more comfortable. Like you said, Rhoda no longer on the tank. It's Cheeky Scrub right now on the Reinhardt. This is a really good spot for them to be in. The Maga is interesting just because of the fact that, well, it doesn't matter. Widowmaker,
Okay.
yeah, wiping windows and cleaning heads.
I mean, you can't call yourself Windowmaker and not be really good at playing Widowmaker hero. Like, that just sounds illegal. St. Charles High are using this towards their advantage, and this is a much better map for Windowmaker to get value on that hero, too. This is worst case scenario for Fox Warriors.
Yeah, literally worst case scenario because, again, you need to be able to find the pickoffs, but especially when we're at this point, Windowmaker is almost hit the shot on the Lou. But actually, Lou's gonna get a visitor. I believe Rhoda is 1v1ing.
Rhoda just gave himself a boost with the Maywall to just go fight Lou on the high. I mean, that looks like an ego duel, but it's one that was warranted. Widowmaker doesn't want to fight at a close spot, and playing Afara when you have to cross Windowmaker's sightline does not sound like a fun task. Tried its rage, found that out the hard way.
No, I love it. I ain't gonna lie.
Great.
I absolutely love the challenge. Like, hey, I'm gonna go up there. If anything, they can just ice block it. And that's exactly what they did. As soon as they pick off Lou, Stitch is like, yo, what did you do to my Widow? And they just... I think it's a great job so far. And now the rotation, at least quick rotation. No heads taken off yet.
Oh, but the biome onto Stitch. Dread Pirate. Make sure Stitch doesn't live any longer. Trades aren't even thus far. It's just a blizzard from Rhoda. It's 2 with just that damage alone. And St. Charles Higher just stand tall at the joke.
Oh, poor Lou. Just, yep. Okay, no, that's smart DPS. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Sometimes players at this rank will be like, yo, I don't want to jump off. Like, why would I ever jump off? But that is why, because now you're at least not in a horrible spot in the window.
Another biome. They keep getting, the snipes keep landing, the nades keep landing, and it's just Windowmaker. I don't really miss. They literally don't. Rage was low enough for Cheeky Scrub to get in there, and why not just add another one, a highlight reel for Windowmaker? That's all Lijiang Tower has been.
Yeah, Highlight City. If you need to make a reel, use this. It's the Windowmaker in St. Charles show. 2-0 on Lijiang. That's rude. Oh, I shout out. But this is exactly the start that they needed.
I just want to know, like, what did they have for lunch? What happened between the first half of the day until now? This is a St. Charles High that is just popping off. They're showing us things that we didn't see before. And you gotta wonder, Jesse, were they withholding this? Did they just not show us all of their cards at the beginning? They have some sort of insane motivational speech from a coach? We don't know that information. All we can see are the positive results that St. Charles High is showing us.
The fact that, again, they showed just such a turnaround. Like, this is, this already seems like a team miles ahead of where they were earlier today. And granted, I think it helps they were on Lijiang because it's Lijiang Tower. I want to see now how they do on Blizzard because we saw it in the last series. Granted, yes, they were still able to get the win on a rush comp. It's a lot more complicated. So that definitely turns into a conversation like, hey, how do we still want to go at this? Or do we still want to pivot to something?
Yeah, you kind of have to make that decision at this point. It's not impossible to run what you've been running, but if anything, you're scared of Windowmaker. How do you respond to that? Like, this has kind of been an argument within the Overwatch community for the longest time. Is you just have a sniper who's one-shotting you from across the map before you can even give them a glance. And if Windowmaker continues performing how he has, I think this game might just be over. I don't know if Fox Senior High School can find an answer to what this individual has been doing. And Jesse, it's insane that we're saying this because we've been talking all day about how it's rare that we see just one player stand out so much, but this quarterfinal right here changes that fate.
Yeah, as we said, like, the rush is obviously worse here. The Widow is even better here, though. That is the scary thing going into this map because of the fact that, yeah, the Widow is just going to rule house, especially on this first point. Sightlines are so long, like they are so long, and it's going to be easy for Windowmaker to line it up. There's a reason why. They're just going to insta-left. There's no reason not to. For Fox Senior High School, yeah, this looks about right. They're going to be having the Reinhardt in play. Uh, the Ana Moira I actually like because it lets
Yeah.
the Moira be a little more aggressive, and especially when they buffed Moira damage for whatever reason. I'm not sure why the devs did that. It honestly lets Moira be even more combative. So I think on that line I like it. I'm waiting to see what Rhoda decides to do. Now that they're back on the tank, I want to see if this is a meme right now that they're running or if this is
I mean, Rhoda took it very seriously last time that the Doomfist was attempted. It just didn't work out. Doomfist is so hard to synergize around as a team. Your entire goal is to disrupt, right? You don't want Fox Senior High School to be able to play together in any degree, but you're gonna have to do a lot to make sure that that doesn't happen, and that's what Rhoda does. Finds Trident Rays, turns them into a flat somewhere on the walls of Blizzard World. Widowmaker's back on the Widowmaker, just where you expect them to be, in St. Charles High, clearly riding the wave of momentum.
Okay, I wasn't familiar with your game, Rhoda. I apologize. That's all me. That's all me. Yeah, that was a very quick push, and I think the issue is for Fox Senior, the only real answers you have to it are the Ana and Lou. We also have to worry about a Widow. And it's no matter where you look, there's threats on this. It's either gonna be from the distance or right in your face, and it's hard to try and look both ways. Because yep, everybody looks at this. Widow makes their fun.
And like, it happens in the blink of an eye. Like, if you lose Widowmaker, sure, you don't have healing. That's significantly more important in the long run of this game. Widowmaker got what you needed to do done. It's on to someone else to turn it around. Stitch almost had it. I believe it was actually Dread Pirate who pulled Rhoda out of the pin, kept their tank alive, and St. Charles High's chances of winning this fight along with it. Appearance in the kill feed, and this payload is moving.
Yeah, it's moving. I know we've had a lot of fairly fast pushes today. We could be getting another one during this map. They're in a great position already because you look at it this way, they haven't really had to use any ultimates either. That is the scary thing about the progress. Now the fact they have Peter Strike here in a second, throw it. There it is. Well, and there goes.
Wow. I mean, it just happens so fast. There's another one from Widowmaker. Everyone's so focused on Rhoda. This is the plan, Jesse. Rhoda is just drawing all the attention. It's all Fox Senior High School trying to run away from the Doomfist that they forget where the DPS are positioned. They forget that Widowmaker can just take their head off at any point. Cheeky Scrub along with it, and they're speed running the map by just splitting attention.
This is a phenomenal
Wow.
drill, I think, for even any team, right? But obviously, we're going to have a lot of teams looking at this like, yo, what is going on right now? I think this is a way to look at, hey, this is going to be a true test of target prioritization. I think if you're running the rush, you almost have to int into Rhoda as soon as they push in. And if you're running dive, you have to just dive with them. The fact that they've been trying, honestly, to punish Rhoda and just haven't been quite yet, it's made this way more difficult.
Just so limited on your options. Like, the supports can't even peek to help Stitch stay alive there, and it just exists of this team. The presence that St. Charles High has on Blizzard World right now, you gotta start questioning, like, what Fox Warriors even do at this point. They have ultimates, sure, but very little chance to use them. They can't get back to the point. Your Shattered Land, sure, but Jesse, I'm looking at a near 5-minute time bank with the full capture. Genuinely, in the 4 years that I've done this, I think that is the highest time bank I have ever seen on a hybrid map.
I think it might be. Like genuinely might be the best time bank I've ever seen in a hybrid map. Escort, I'm not sure, because normal escort can be a little, finicky. But wow, that is an absurd time bank. And the question is now, do Fox Senior have an answer? And my answer is, I don't know if I would have an answer. Like, it is such a niche time. Yeah, there's so many different angles, especially now. They're going to keep Hanzo as well. So now you have 2 people from range you got to worry about. And you got Rhoda in your And Dreadfire can just pull Rhoda as soon as they go into some of these engagements. This could be a very, very, very tricky situation for Fox Senior to deal with. And I don't know if there necessarily is an answer for it. I honestly don't know right now if you can confirm and to be like, no, this is the exact answer. It's not like, oh, you have Orion in problem. Break the Orion shield, int on him. There is no just normal answer to this. And I'm guessing Hazelwood is looking at this right now and being already writing down, how are we going to counter this comp if we have to deal with it? Because it is so true.
And that's the hard. Like, we've seen teams do this before, Jesse. Like, I'm automatically thinking Illinois State University. They have Lethal, their sniper player, does things like Windowmaker and just denies the fight before they happen. And you need to have some sort of crazy thing to happen to fight the other four and just prevent the sniper from getting value. In that case, it was an even trade of the supports, but pushing in, again, small chokes, long-range snipes, and no way to touch them. I don't know how Fox Senior High School can get to the high ground. I don't know how they can get to the objectives. Honestly, trying to force point is their best bet right now.
Yeah, and I think right now they're just waiting for the team to
stick-
come back.
Oh my gosh. It just popped like a balloon right there. That was a combination of both Windowmaker hitting the shots and Cheeky Scrub chucking a couple in. The floodgates open, and the rest of the Fox Warriors have to fall back.
Yeah, at this point, they have to fall back. They have to reset. At least it hasn't taken a ton of time off, but it is still a rough start. But again, what is the answer to this? And I think you're right. You just have to force point. And then when Rhoda tries to go in and contest, you have to try and punish. But it's just an incredibly tricky thing to do.
The sleep dart, the anti-nade, and I think that's what they want. If they want to make sure that Rhoda can't get as much value, and they almost caught them out there. Like maybe 50 more damage. They wouldn't. Yeah, it's just a little bit too late. Windowmaker found the shot they wanted. Rhoda is dead, and ooh, snipers galore. And Gamer still thinks that this is winnable. Is gonna pump the coalescence into it. Gets Bane sure, but that is so scrappy. It's so staggered, and that's exactly the game that the Cyber Force heroes want to play.
No, it's exactly what they want. The poor Arissa had it spinning right round on point. Like, yeah, this is just how this match has gone so far for Fox Senior. They cannot seem to catch a break, no matter where they look, no matter how they go at it. And now they're in a great spot. You know, yeah, Triton tries to punish the high ground, goes up, reflex, and then, yeah, just gets done, dead. Like, that's what happens whenever they try and punish the high ground. Just like that.
Oh,
One shot.
it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And now Cheeky Scrub just got a 4K, mind you, on a hot, like, this is all-star performance from St. Charles High. Every player, specifically these DPS and Fox Senior High School, you gotta either all go up to the high ground, and you can't just expect your Genji to get it all done. Trident's Rage is doing a great job. He knows what the problem is, but you've got to make maybe some sort of other adjustment, a Diva, a Winston, something to help you move forward.
Yeah, a change got to happen. You just can't do this. But at this point, you got so many ults that are almost about to come up. You almost feel like you just have to do it, and it doesn't work.
You don't have a choice. Maybe you can get Rhoda here, but no, it's the extra damage boost. Fane's Orbital Ray reaches the tank just in time, and St. Charles High have maintained their flawless defense.
They've maintained it so far. Now the question is, hey, Banana Blade is almost on the board for an ultimate combo. Thera Surge is almost there. And the strike as well from Lou. Can they get something out of it? But at this point, well, or just not. Or
Okay.
I guess.
Widowmaker is just in the most obscure
insane,
position.
dude.
Like, Shep expects to be safe in those spots. Widowmaker just takes the road less traveled. Cheeky Scrub fights them all in the small room. There you go. You get what you want, but not with the support, not with the utility, and it's all been a flash, a nightmare for Fox Senior High School. They tried so many different answers, but none of them struck gold. The Cyber Corsairs are simply too strong to be stopped and will be finding their rightful place in the semifinals.
Yeah, what a way to do it. Like, what a way to knock your spot into the semifinals. And we're going to go right into their semifinal game here in just a little bit. But wow. It's talking about, like a 3-headed dragon is so hard to beat. How about a 5-headed dragon right now? Like, this is unbelievable from St. Charles, the home team. And Fox Senior, after a 3rd place finish last year, will sadly not even make it the semifinals. And I think, honestly, yeah, a lot of it is just because of where they placed. But again, that's why group results matter, because that is how they got into this position. And yes, St. Charles, they move on to our semifinals and they'll play Hazelwood and White's a semifinal, I will say. That is going to be an amazing game.
Both of these rosters have had some refreshments from when we saw them almost a year ago to the date. And the Fox Warriors, definitely more of them. I think only one or two returning faces on that team. And they're in a process of rebuilding in that regard. The fact that they were able to win some games in that group stage, make it here towards the semifinals, show that they are very much still prevalent, but there are just some titans of this tournament in St. Charles, in Hazelwood West, for example, that are just terrifying to look at. And oh, geez, Jesse, this bracket is shaken out just how we expected it to be, with one exception. The Fusion end up falling to St. Dominic in the quarterfinals and will be facing off against Francis Howell Central experienced roster in the top, where we'll have our St. Charles versus Hazelwood West matchup in the other side.
Yeah, it's nice to see St. Dominic get the win there. I honestly thought Fusion looked to be in a great spot, but again, sometimes when bracket play happens, some weird games happen. You know, it's the kind of the madness of brackets like this. But yeah, I cannot wait for this semifinal. The one we're about to get into in just a few minutes, Wildcats St. Charles. This should be a banger. Like, this, in all counts, should be an absolute banger.
Oh, not a doubt in our minds, Jesse. This honestly will be close to exciting as these grand finals are sure to be. Hazelwood and St. Charles Corsairs yet to miss a beat here in our playoff bracket. We're going to go ahead, get them set up for their semifinals match, and come right back to you with a continuation of this broadcast. all of our quarterfinals are now complete, and we get to see which team will be booking it to these grands. We've already had both of our teams that made the finals last year. Jesse, they're still in the bracket, and we're about to watch one of them again. The St. Charles Cyber Corsairs just dominated their way through the quarterfinals with Windowmaker leading the way on their signature Widowmaker. They're going against Hazelwood, though, Jesse, a team that we have seen that it really hasn't missed a beat throughout the entirety of it. And we'll have to see, will this be the test that the St. Charles Cyber Corsairs have needed? Or will they manage to overcome what has been the best brawl team we've watched all day?
I will say this. The map pool definitely favors St. Charles because of the fact that Numbani and Circuit Royale are the second and third maps of this, because they are definitely not rush maps. Circuit Royale, if we need to go to a map 3, it's a sniper map. It's one of the only maps in the game where you consistently run Sigma and Hanzo and Widowmaker and Ashe. Like, that is a sniper map. So the fact that that is the tiebreaker map potentially, I think definitely sways it slightly towards St. Charles' favor. But if you're the Wildcats, you need to win this first map. You need to win this first map and then just give yourself a chance in that second map. Because if you go to a third, I'm not saying it's impossible, but the odds are definitely not leaning that direction.
Not exactly. And Windowmaker, I mean, you could play the Widow on this map, and it does seem to be the case. But I think the more interesting piece is Rhoda and Cheeky Scrub are remaining on tank and DPS roles. Specifically, if we've seen a Reinhardt come out, it's been, or like an Orisa, it's been Cheeky Scrub to take up that role. And that just means that Rhoda doesn't want to match this brawl. They don't want to do anything too crazy, but it's not like Hazelwood are doing the same thing. Potato Cujo and Burb have also swapped.
Well, like, what about these role swaps? Like, I won't lie, these role swaps, I love it. I love that we're changing it up. We're having a lot of diversity, and you're kind of keeping at least some of your cards hidden from the other team. But I wonder if this is the right call. Maybe it just depends that, hey, maybe Burb is their best Widow, and they want to make sure they can contest Windowmaker. I think that's probably
yeah. Hazelwood West did their homework. They got to watch the last series play out, saw what Windowmaker did, and changed their game plan accordingly. This venture from Nova has the first elimination of the day, and Potato Cujo pushed everybody else forward. The difference now is much harder to land shots on these incredibly mobile targets.
Yeah, especially when there's Doomfist on both sides ready to go. It's incredibly difficult. The Doom never got looked at.
They just had no idea Potato Cujo was there. Nova fighting right alongside their tank, and this is an excellent look from Hazelwood West. It's not the best brawl team, but I'm liking this Doomfist gameplay.
The Doomfist is looking clean. I will say, so far, Potato Cujo is winning the Doomfist duel. Ultimate percentage up 40-some%. And well, there's
okay, well, goodbye. You're walking straight into the crosshairs, and you can't afford to pay him any glasses at this point. You're just trying to move forwards. Windowmaker ended up swapping off the Widow and is now on the Cassidy. What's crazy about this, Jesse, is Hazelwood West are beating St. Charles High Corsairs at their own game.
yeah,
Wow.
Not what I expected.
Oh,
what is happening? Yeah, this is not script. I thought script writers are going crazy. That's all I gotta say. Windowmaker goes over to May, just like, hey, no, you can't. Y'all gotta relax just for a few seconds. We need to make sure we get through some of these chokes, and it still doesn't matter.
Can't do that. Burp can see you through the walls. You better think he's gonna hit shots. Oh, Hazelwood West, the Burp, the tank player. Tank players are usually thought to not have great aim, but Burp, the complete opposite of that. Nova goes in with Potato Cujo, like the synergies on point in the front line. You got Burb as a backbone, and I mean, this is just some of the best look we've seen from Hazelwood.
It's crazy how these teams, like, every time these teams win, they just look infinitely better the next time around. It is wild. And now they're in a great spot. Yeah, the rotation's going on.
Exponential growth every time we see them, and Nova is just that TikTok shock on 2 with the nano boost, even more deadly than it previously was. Hazelwood West, a dominant showing out on 2.
I'm done trying to guess. I know I said Hazelwood West had to win this map. I didn't know they were going to do it, at least so far, like this. Pure dominance in the first round of the ball is exactly which is why, honestly, this is the better of the two remaining. You don't go to Village, where the Rush is that's definitely the best sub map on Nepal for Rush, as it's just a very enclosed point. Ryan, Orisa, they love it, especially the Maze as well. But instead, you go to this to where, hey, the Widowmaker, there's a lot of spots where they can be hiding. And now the fact that, hey, Widowmaker, I respect it. We'll be going straight back over to it. But now with the assistance of Cheeky Scrub on the Sombra. And that is definitely going to be just purely to make Herb's life as difficult as humanly possible.
This is one way to make the change, but the difference now is Sombra is not permanently invisible. You do have to come out, throw a translocator every 7 seconds with a 1 second delay in between. So Cheeky Scrub has to be even more cautious about the rotations that he decides to take. Instead, will end up with a support for his troubles. That's even better than getting a Widowmaker, if you have to say it, looking for the Venture too. Okay, Cheeky Scrub, I see it. What's it with these tank players? Just looking so good on DPS today, Jesse.
They look phenomenal so far, and I think it is definitely an applause to these teams being so deep, right? Like, they're not just gonna run one. They're not just gonna run one rotation of people on different roles. They have multiple preset comps as people on multiple different roles, and now even you look at him. Tato Kujo goes over to the Zarya to help try and deal with the Orisa, but also as a counter to the Sombra, to help those that are getting dove in the back line. And well, it doesn't matter though.
Well, you wanted an opening. There you go. One shot, one elimination, and same thing goes for Cheeky Scrub. Nova did the thing where you just kind of eat Sombra for breakfast, turn right around, 1-2 combo, and does it again right there. This is why I love Venture. You can just sneak up and people underestimate the damage that this hero does. Exactly what St. Charles High fell victim to.
Yeah, that's insane. Again, the fact that these Widows are hitting the shot, right? And even there, nice little, they tried to get the shot off. I think they were on one of the leftover Dread Pirate pedals. But yeah, now they're gonna run it. I was like, hey, you can't, this ain't happening. Because these shots are hitting consistently is the insane thing.
And it continues to remain that way, even with the changes. Now it's on to Nova. We don't have to back it up thanks to Rhoda on the other side. Nova even themselves is relatively low, had to go into ground. Can't get much value out of the ultimate other, really, than Widowmaker. And St. Charles High are okay with sacrificing their sniper.
Yeah, as long as the team wins, I don't think they're really going to care as that. I like them trying to finish it, but also a great job from Hazel. Let's relax. As you in for sight pop by a Burb. Widowmaker doesn't have it yet. So yeah, this is 3 eyes. We're almost trying to bodyguard, but they left.
There you go, Burb. Some shield for Widowmaker was moving as Rhoda doesn't like it in one place for that long. St. Charles High are in a decent spot now, though, with the Death Blossom in the back line. He doesn't hit anything out of it, and that's kind of a major ultimate down the drain, which is rather rough. An opportunity for the Wildcats that they are certainly making the most of. More specifically, Burb, more eliminations on the Widowmaker from their off angle, and it's been great nonetheless.
It's like they find a new angle every time. Like, they're just finding the most random of angles. Like, look at this. As soon as they peek around that corner, well, now they at least know it's there. Someone from St. Charles could get their head taken off. But now for St. Charles, you only need one fight. You have the Terra Surge in hand. That's really about it. It is the only ultimate on the field other than the Nano from Teaser for Hazelwood. This is going to be very much a neutral fight, one that both teams desperately need to win.
Well, early cooldowns forced. Rhoda, though, another Terra Surge in the back, and that's what St. Charles High are looking for. A quick bit of executed play. Widowmaker moved over to the May. We've seen how impactful that hero can be throughout the day, and the one trick is just not true after all. Still moving towards a final fight territory, and it doesn't seem that Hazelwood will get a touch. Rhoda pushing up to deny it completely. And for the first time today, Jesse, we are going to see all 3 rounds of this one.
It's possible. It's actually possible to go to a round 3 of a controller. That is, hey, I'm not cursed. I'll say. And a quick update as well. We know our first finalist. The first finalist has been confirmed. Francis Howell will be in the final to try
Ooh.
and defend their title. They defeat St. Dominic 2-0 and are now patiently watching this game to see how this one wraps up. But already one team locked in. We'll see after Village who is at least in a good position to be that other one. Like we said, Village, it definitely leans itself to the brawl. Not surprised that St. Charles goes back over to old reliable Ryan.
No more Widowmaker
No.
on the ball. We've stopped doing that. We're back to the May Reaper. That is a ton of up in your face damage. St. Charles High, if they can get close enough and not like Potato Kuja distract him like he's doing now, I'd say this would be great for them. Unfortunately, that's not the case. You lose out on your tank and have no big spearhead to push in with. Hazelwood, pretty free to move about this map, confirm eliminations as they will, and ideally get the first capture on the point.
Yeah, they should be able to get the first capture. The Life Weaver, get out of this. Verb, lining up the shots, even though they're not on the sniper. That 6-shooter is dangerous, especially right now. Cassidy with that new flashbang buff is A, not needed, but B, again, just kind of jumps back into the meta. And I love this for Hazel. Just play the high ground. They're on Reinhardt. How are they going to go up there and try and challenge? They can't.
You can't. And it's better to go point. Make Hazelwood come to you. St. Charles High want to fight close. And that's what this point allows, unless your Kiriko just gets one shot. Potato Kujo, get that off my screen. That was disgusting play from Hazelwood's tank player. St. Charles High kind of just crumbled under the pressure that is Nova, Potato Kujo, all of these moving pieces that they actually saw another team fusion and four earlier, confusing their opponent.
Yeah, it's almost like just rig around the rosy, like, hey, we're gonna try and force you to play point, and then we're gonna drop point, and that's exactly kind of where we want to play you anyway, even though that should be better for you. So this is again, great job so far. Doomfist punch forces the goal already from Rhoda, and they have the ult if they just want to be able to use it to get out.
And Reaper not doing too hot either. Cheeky Scrub and so little health with that immediate push. Potato Kujo just kind of sends it into the back line. I'm not even up yet. The escape plan. There's always an escape plan for Potato Kujo. My bad for ever doubting you. Hazelwood West, though, do lose out on Nova. St. Charles might see this. Has an opportunity to push forward. Burb is over-aggressive with their ult. That's a second shutdown out of Rhoda. Exactly what the Cyber Corsairs needed to get themselves on this point.
There will be a stall coming in from the Doomfist. Yeah, the shotguns are not on fan stalling. But it is already 83% for Hazel. So it is one fight territory for them to take this map, and that is going to be a rough stagger on. I will say, don't let her get out. Now you look at it from the ult economy point of view. Hazelwood did use a few ultimates during that last fight. They're going to have the Baptiste window and Nova's ultimate as well to try and enter in, but there is just more available for Hazelwood.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too. Hazelwood have been so dominant on this map. Some combos got it. No, Cheeky Scrub is completely denied. Pyro Inferno, the only casualty of the combo. It should be enough to deter it since it is a good shot.
Yeah, and for Hazelwood, you don't use anything, so it's not a massive, worry. But now St. Charles, they got 2 more ultimates. That is exactly the rotation they need. Even though that wall is going to force Potato Kujo in an out spot, but they find the kill anyway.
Yeah, Windowmaker is kind of out in the open. Verb was able to help Potato Kujo with that elimination, and now St. Charles High, they're in survival mode. There's a Bionade. These are preventing any healing to come through, and that play right there to go ahead and seal the deal. One more potential touch to take her.
Yeah, everybody's going to be a late spawn. Everybody to spawn except for Windowmaker, who isn't necessarily the fastest. You typically want your mate to be like second or third to touch.
Go down.
Yeah, they have to ice block. They can't make it. Somebody else has to touch, but it will be Cheeky Scrub to touch.
I'm just using your May as a distraction. Windowmaker died for the cause for sure, but you don't have resources. You don't have answers. All Burb right now in the Gilfy with the damage. And Charles High fought very hard. They kept it up as long as they could. We even had our first 3 rounds of control. Yet this third one, Hazelwood West High School were able to pull it out off the backs of their Doomfist and Nova.
And especially because the fact they shut down Widowmaker using the Widow early, it forces St. Charles to use a lot of different looks. And that also went to their advantage. I think this first run, I won't lie, it was all Hazel. Like
Oh.
this was all Hazel. I love seeing this play, but
Oh, yeah.
I do think now changes my thought here on the second half. I won't lie. I was definitely leaning towards St. Charles after we saw their series. It's like, man, this team looks good. Like this team looks really good right now. Wildcat have now showed a little bit more consistency and more adaptability than we've seen in the past. But earlier, like, oh, we're just gonna go right again. Even though it's Blizzard, we're just gonna go right again. And don't get me wrong, it worked, but it makes you worry against teams like this. But now they actually had those changes. They worked. Like we saw the Zarya come out. We saw different looks. This is now a very dangerous situation for St. Charles if they can't figure out how to shut down these DPS because they're having a good time. And as well, the Doomfist. Doomfist is so hard to counter. They tried, but when you try and counter the Doomfist, you can't counter the DPS. It's almost like the catch-22, you know, they were putting the other team in the last series we saw. This time around, it's on them.
Something had to change for St. Charles had to do something. They had to do something different. They opted to focus on the Doomfist instead of the Widowmaker. That ended up switching anyway. So it wasn't as much of a problem, but it did feel like there was some disconnect between the tank and the DPS, where I'm always seeing Potato Cujo and Nova together. They're going after the same target. They're working as a unit. And that like 1-2 quite literally punch force of those two players on the Venture and Doomfist respectively was enough to overwhelm even when Burb couldn't get as much done on this Widowmaker. Umbani, though, is going to be an interesting map because it's a map that really is never picked in competitive play and has even been recently reworked in certain parts, making it more easily accessible for the attackers. While it's going to be helpful, contesting high grounds, a common theme from today. Setting up these snipers on angles, we are bound to see Widowmaker return to their home on the Widow.
Yeah, the Widows will be fun, right? Like, especially, yes, it's a reworked map. I would say Rush, given the map changes, Rush could actually work maybe a little bit better.
Maybe?
But maybe as, I'm just going to ignore what Potato Cujo's on right now. I'm not even going to,
Yeah.
I ain't going to worry about that right now. I will say for St. Charles, they do have, again, another role swap. Rhoda will go over to DPS, Cheeky Scrub over to tank. You can see it. Man, this is all new. This is the first time I've actually seen this part of the map. I won't lie. I've seen what they changed up by where the Kiriko is right now, but I haven't seen that change. Okay, I like that. Again, this map for so long, it's so hard to get high ground control. I think that's where they tried to go. And yeah, I knew it Potato Cujo. So that was bait. I understood that was happening. They will go over this fair.
You know what's not paid, though? Widowmaker isn't on Widowmaker. Something feels wrong. St. Charles Cyber Corsairs are full committing to the dive. And honestly, I don't hate this. Burb, in all honesty, was getting the better of Widowmaker on the majority of the Widow duels previously. So if you identify it's not working, you try something else. But then that brings up another issue. Potato Cujo almost had 3 eliminations all by himself there. Wasn't the case. Widowmaker found the synergy with Cheeky Scrub, dove on Pyro Inferno, and giving St. Charles High School a chance at holding it.
Yeah, it really does give them an opportunity because the counter is so strong. And already at Pyro Inferno going over to Lucio, changes are already being made. And here we go. Junker Queen has returned to the fray. Again, full rush with the double speed support as well with the Juno and Lucio. They're just running it down. No thoughts, just double.
We know Potato Cujo can very well play this Junker Queen. Not a concern about that. The big concern, though, is how can they manage to survive against this dive? And it could be a scrap. It is a bloodbath of a fight, but one that Nova and Burb seem to be winning for their team. Cheeky Scrub took their eyes off of Burb for just a second, but there's kind of a big old bomb of deployment. Burb decided to disregard, and just like that, they go high. Are stalling this out, and it's all Cheeky Scrub. Got 3 eliminations, and with how spawns are, it's very easy for Hazel. Now, Hazel might have to back off. It'll have to be St. Charles in defense.
Yeah. We'll see where this goes. Nova, they could turn it back.
Trying to make something out of nothing. Windowmaker, again, another 2. Bloodbath is the only way to describe what just happened. It is scrap on scrap, tooth and nail. St. Charles High School haven't been able to find a full foot back in. They have Kitsune Rush. Should they get a contested? I don't really think they're going to have it. Windowmaker goes in, or no, it's Cheeky Scrub that goes in. You can get this ultimate off. After all, the trade Burr for Dead Pirate ain't great, not gonna lie. And especially with Windowmaker going down, at this point, it is good as over. Assuming Potato Juice can go ahead, clean this one up. Rhoda, even coming blades to this. St. Charles are putting everything into the fights, but they're just a little short.
I was about to say, if Rhoda actually brought that back, that would have been absolutely insane. Granted, they already stall a good amount of time off that one. They stall a good almost 30 seconds or so away. And again, that could matter down the line. It may not matter. But 3.5 minutes. And now St. Charles, they're kind of still stuck on this composition. Cheeky Scrub's at 20% bomb. You have ultimates already available. You kind of have to stick it.
You don't really have voice, but I mean, it's working, clearly. Pujo is doing what he does best, and that's close the gap between him. Oh, it's what a knife, too, to pull them closer and just slice them down to bits. We'll likely end up going down to this ult next. Oh, never mind, squeeze around a corner. My bad, I guess. Windowmaker's caught out of position, too. Like Potato Pujo is just picking up a limb.
They are just in a phenomenal spot, no matter if they're on DPS, if they're on tank. They've done a great job at just finding those targets, and I think part of the advantage is being on the June and on Dunker Queen. It feels like you're on it. Like you are just taking your 1v1s, and that's where they shine.
Will be Nova. Like the second point most of the time doesn't really exist. So the Cyberforce still commit. It was an EMP. Cheeky Scrub and Windowmaker get one piece. Enough to outlast. EMP is still an incredibly powerful ultimate, even if Sombra has to be relearned.
Yeah, you definitely can't play Sombra how you used to, right? But the fact that EMP is still one of the best ultimates in the game, no fist. Backfired. And Rhoda is gone. So they have all. If they can get out, granted, that's not going to happen.
All right, bye.
They could have.
Oh, that was close. They do touch the payload. 0.66 meters. Not a lot of breathing room. And look how close this is to being contested. Pyro Inferno smells how close it is. Amidst the sound barrier, so much extra overkill. A burst of aggression usually is the answer, but Hazelwood never actually got that aggressive. They couldn't push further forwards because of how defensive Cheeky Scrub was, negating damage from the rest of their team. Windowmaker into the back line once more and gets a trade out for the Ventures. Very end of it, but it doesn't get to settle. St. Charles High School just keeps tucking players after body at this payload, hoping for some way to pull through, and they're gonna do just that, Jess.
Yeah, they do just that. Again, they're able just to finally just continue holding the line. And St. Charles, how many more tricks do they got? Like that's my thing. How many more tricks do they have left in the tank? I was saying earlier, hey, maybe they need to swap off this composition. But no, they've actually made it work really well. They're forcing Hazelwood to be in very awkward situations. And now...
there it is. Orbital Rise. It's the best ultimate in the game. You're not gonna lose with it. And Potato Cujo took advantage of the damage boost and... Go ahead. Okay, they're just staggering out a little bit more. At the end of the day, you got what you're paying for if you're Hazelwood.
Yeah, if you're Hazelwood, you got exactly what you want. Right? Like that's exactly what you want. Hey, you still got 2 minutes going into this. It's not like you have a ton of time that you still need to make up. You're in a relatively okay spot. But now, as you go into this is a must-win fight. I would say for St. Charles, now that you made these.
You have to make something work of it. You have your orbital ray of your own. Again, incredibly strong ultimate, but it goes too far ahead. You'll notice that we saw Hazelwood, Potato, Cujo just push on in, ignore the ultimate existing in the first place, which usually is not advisable unless you're good at Junker Queen.
Yeah, when you're just this good at Junker Queen, it's giving me just flashbacks of some of the best JQs in Collegiate right now. Like, you can just run a lobby. You literally can. And again, we talked earlier, typically you can't in this game. JQ is one of the few heroes that you genuinely
And the problem is you don't stand super well against a hammer and a Mei. He gets made the right move. be happening. This fight should not still be going on, and hopefully it doesn't any longer, at least for the sake of the home team here in Charles High School. Managed to get a little bit of stabilization, but man, was that close.
Yeah, a little too close for comfort, especially as soon as I saw the Sombra die with EMP. I'm like, man, this could maybe get flipped. If Hazelwood is not, if Hazelwood can actually clinch it out, but St. Charles, they finish it out. 40-some seconds remaining. Shatter online.
Oh, I thought it was going down right there. You and I both held our breaths for a second, but if you waited a little bit too long, the sound barrier's out, the overhealth is gone, and there's Shatter doing what he does best, and that is causing chaos with a good old hammer and shield. Kane with the only elimination, though. We're still seeing Hazelwood West commit a ton of their own ultimates into this, which they may end up regretting later on. You have 15 seconds left, and you are not getting anything near a full contest, let alone one at all. Potato Cujo going down.
Yeah, especially with those final kills,
Oh,
it's going to be near impossible. Yes, there's going to be a touch, but yeah, not a quality. That is for sure, as no time ticker winds down.
This will be just about all that she wrote here on the attack box. We're seeing Hazelwood West, excuse me, chuck bodies at this payload and hoping for the best. Get the rampage in play, but it's not over. Potato Cujo trying to be the hero. There's only so much that you can do when you're fighting a 2v5 battle, and the St. Charles High School halting this payload about halfway through.
And yes, I believe we're trying to get it fixed right now. I know it says Fox Senior High School, but yes, that is Hazelwood West that we were talking about on the right side of the screen. But yeah, honestly, again, not a bad push considering the kind of map it is and everything that they've tried to run. They never really tried to run dive. And that is the risk you take when you get to this point of the map. You may not have as much time as you would have liked, but still a decent push here for Hazelwood. And the objective is clear. Don't allow St. Charles to get that far. You clinch your spot in the final. But if St. Charles win, we're going to a third map in this series. So again, it is nice when you have these very clear win conditions. My thing is, yes, right now the Junker Queen is not going to be played here by Hazelwood. How do you still deal with this Burb and Potato Cujo, especially now on the defense? This Widow is going to be just that much better.
Burb's going to be set up on that. You'll have Nova on a defensive Venture. Venture is significantly easier to run on the defense, mind you. Potato Cujo back to that good old Battle Cattle and Orisa. I mean, we're going to get what seems to be close-ish to a mirror. The biggest difference, of course, it being Burb on the Widow. I don't think Windowmaker wants to attempt to match that again. He got a lot of value out of the Sombra, and it makes sense. If it ain't broke, don't try to fix it.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, you might as well just keep running it, right? Like, you might as well just keep on cooking forward. As Burb, Burb almost gets taken out in the first second they try. And instead, they actually will be able to get out. And now Nova can tell everybody, hey, they're here, but they're not.
Oh, Nova just got stunned out of play, but they forgot about Burb on the opposing high ground. Fang playing with the fire, and eventually he's fire. That's a bitter end. Hazelwood at least have enough. They've slowed down the momentum of St. Charles enough. It's no longer this go, 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 go. It's like, wait a minute, we should probably get our supports back in play before doing anything. And now you have to wait longer now that Burb found the head of your gun.
And now that that pick goes through, you gotta wait even longer. It's a lot of pressure, I won't lie, on the Widowmaker to find the picks on the Widow because of the fact that it's... If it was old Sombra, it wouldn't be. But current Sombra, it's so difficult in a row to just... But now, the Winston in play, that does help. That does help.
Winston is like the epitome of dive tank. You have a jump that gets you vertical and horizontal mobility, a big old bubble shield that prevents the damage from coming in, and you can easily isolate and collapse on targets such as Burb or Windowmaker can try to do it by themselves. There's Pyro Inferno that has a split-second reaction time to place down an immortality field to keep the sniper alive. St. Charles High School a little bit off timing in their dive attempts so far, and that's great. Potato Cujo and Nova, they can capitalize on the split seconds of kind of splitness that we're seeing from this.
Yeah, I will say the more split this is really becoming, it's just benefiting Hazelwood even more and more. Like, they want it to kind of be like this, where they can just pick off somebody here and there, whether it's Bane or Cheeky Scrub, Windowmaker, whoever. If they want to pick off whoever is left alone, that's time again. Cheeky Scrub, maybe they're just a little bit too long or too early, considering where the rest of the team was. And now half of that time bank is already gone. And Hazelwood in a phenomenal spot because they have not had to use a single ultimate.
Not at all. And this is kind of the pacing, the rather discipline that we see from some of the best teams in this event. They're not going to use their ultimates if they don't have to. They're not going to use their cooldowns if they don't have to. And we've seen from Hazelwood West, the Wildcats are disciplined. They're using their resources nicely, and now you have all of these extra tools to use for the loss of your supports, but the problem is they wait too long. You have too much discipline, too much. You can be a little bit more wild than this. Nova's Tectonic Shock doesn't get a whole lot done because they don't have the support needed right now, and St. Charles High School should be able to get at least a couple ticks.
Hola.
Yeah, they should be able to. I wonder if they can get a touch. If they can get a touch, they have Terra Surge, Nano, Window. They have resources. I just don't know if they're actually going to be able to get the touch. That is the issue. But, no, they can when they don't get
Yeah, you can put the teleporter down, but it doesn't register as being on the point until the Reaper actually appears at that location. So they're really just a half second off from getting the touch and doesn't get the value out of Nano Boost. Now, Hazelwood that are on the back foot. St. Charles Cyber Corsairs have built up to quite a few ultimates of their own here, Jesse, and they're going to start using them now. Cheeky Scrub to start the Primal Rage, battering these players into a pulp. Nova first to follow, and it's the support to come after. Wonderful play from St. Charles High School, getting a head start on what is the hardest point in the run.
Yeah, get a beautiful head start, and I think it's even a better position for them because this part of the map is just so good. Well, I was about to say good for the dive. And now they are not on time. They are on the Dunker Queen. So going back to comfort, which I wonder if Windowmaker is literally waiting for EMP to use it when Potato Cujo uses Terra Surge.
Scrub, though, already has Nova. We've just seen some great Dunker Queen play throughout the day. There's the EMP, cancels the Terra Surge. You read it in the playbook. You did predict something today, Jesse.
Hey.
Congratulations.
I did my job. I got my
you.
one prediction as a color. Take it.
Shout out St. Charles High School for following the traditional forms of Overwatch. And hey, it worked out for them. They just scooted their way through that point in 3.5 minutes, and they don't even need a full completion here.
No, they don't need a full completion. They need about like what 15 or 20 meters short of a full completion, and they have over 3 minutes to do it, so they can really take their time. They have, yes, the blade right now, but that's really about it. They could, if they wanted, wait for the rampage, wait for the EMP to be online, but they could also just push in knowing that, especially with Hazelwood making the swaps they did, their ult bank is also severely.
You're running out of resources, running out of options. It's going to be Bird versus Rhoda, and Rhoda back himself with the giant laser beam pointed at him. Not a fun place for a Genji to be. The Zarya swap from Potato Cujo could come at a better time.
Oh yeah, that couldn't have came at a better time, and now swaps will be made for Hazelwood. Burb goes over to the Soldier as well, so this will be again a little bit of a change. Definitely trying to keep the range, and just like that, Rhoda will swap over to the Tracer, try and make their life difficult. This turns into the kind of this hero roulette. Everybody's trying to counter everybody, but who will actually be able to get it done? Tree of Life and Rampage online here for the home team.
Of course, Corsairs don't have a ton of burst damage. A lot of this kind of poking in, poking out, seeing what can be done. But Nova, on the other hand, going straight in. You got the Tree of Life, pop healing for the St. Charles Cyber Corsairs, and none of it thanks to the Rampage on the other side. Cheeky Scrub sending Hazelwood reeling backwards, and it's almost looking like we might get it. The difference is Potato Cujo is still alive, has a decent amount of health. He needs to be dealt with right now. It's now what we need to see from Hazelwood. They're staggering out. They're buying as much time off this clock as they can. This payload less than 4 meters away from pushing us to a map 3 from the Cyber Corsairs, making a comeback, and Rhoda is taking step by step to make sure it happens. A couple more shots from Cheeky Scrub, looking for this Baptiste. Just doesn't come. The bubbles, the healing, it's all there. And the spawns with how close they are. They're not finishing off the fight fast enough. Players keep coming back in. Potato Cujo's going to have a Graviton surge here. Is it going to be the help? No. There's no damage. There's no healing. Cyber Corsairs have done it. They're not done fighting, Jesse. We're going to a map 3.
St. Charles forced the third map of this series, and my oh my, what a fashion to do it. Cheeky Scrub with the swap over to tank. I'm no kind. I think it works. I think
I think so.
I think it's swapped. Now we'll get ready to go to Circuit Royale for the decider, but man, again, this series just keeps giving and giving and giving. And see, yeah, Circuit Royale being the final map of this series, no matter what, we won't get to serve us, so we don't have to worry. That's a final issue. Going over to Flashpoint, I mean, this is lining up to be one of the best series of the weekend so far.
I think it already is, Jesse.
Yeah.
And maybe only a grand final series can manage to top that. Only one of these teams can face off against the defending champions and Francis Howell Central or the finals. And I mean, they're going to Circuit Royale to decide it. And if you're not familiar with Circuit Royale, it is the sniper map of all time. It is the best spot you could possibly ask for to play those comps. Some teams have been playing a little bit more of a rush. It's not necessarily hard locked on Poke or Sigma. We don't want to go that far. We are focused on what the snipers will be doing, because there's no way you're going to pass up an opportunity like this to put your strongest heroes, your strongest players on their strongest heroes.
Yeah, at this point, you just got to put your players in the best position, right? And I definitely say, well, beginning of the series, I would have said it favors St. Charles, but then we saw it time and time again that Hazelwood looked great on the Widowmaker as well. So it's not like it's that far off of a thing. Like, hey, I will say that it's going to come down to the Widows. Flat out, this map will come down to the Widows, who is feeling it the most, because even in games outside of this, when Widows typically aren't a factor, this map, it is always a factor. And I think that is truly going to force its head here in this map.
Yeah, and what we're seeing in this series too is a similar narrative, interestingly enough, to a previous game we saw, where St. Charles is great at adapting. They're so fast to pinpoint what the main struggle they are facing is and adjust accordingly. They realized, hey, Widowmaker, you're kind of getting shut down on your main hero. Try playing Sombra. See what we can coordinate on this end. Pull out a Tracer. We can't win the hit scan. Like, they're so fast. Someone brings it up and they make that change. And that's the type of communication you need to see. With the Wildcats, they've made changes too, but it's not nearly as quick. They had the whole series previously to come up with a game plan for how they were going to attack this series against St. Charles. And while it worked at the start, Jesse, it's that in-game, that mid-series adaptation that the Cyber Corsairs have really used to their advantage.
They've done a great job, like you said, those adaptations. And at this point, when you're playing teams like this, adaptations are everything. You need to make sure you can't be one-dimensional. You got to show 2, 3, 4 different looks, and just showing it time and time again, whether it be the role swaps or the mid-game swaps. I think they've looked great. I'm not saying Hazeltown and Hazelwood haven't looked great either. I think Hazelwood has also done a great job of switching here and there, but they've just been a little more hesitant, I would say, too. They haven't been as keen on swapping off their kind of main 2 or 3 compositions that they love to run. And I think here, going into Circuit Royale, again, I'll put in air quotes, typically Sigma is played. These teams really haven't shown the Sigma. They haven't really cared to show the Sigma, because Sigma outside of this map isn't really great right now. So I wonder, my question is, do you go the Sigma just because it is this map, or do you just stick to your guns, stick to what is confident right now, and run a tank that, yes, you maybe feel more comfortable of in front, but it might not support and protect your backline from the opposing Widowmaker as much?
No, and I think that's the decision that these teams need to make is, first of all, who's playing tank? Is it going to be Burb, Potato Cujo? Will it be Rhoda? Will it be Cheeky Scrub? I'm assuming Burb will be on DPS for this. Okay, never mind. I can just be wrong. That's fine.
I
Burb
guess.
is on the tank and the Winston of all things. So that is the Widowmaker player of the Wildcats now playing a completely different role for the first time this series. What in the world?
This is, this series in this day just keeps throwing curveballs, huh? Just keeps throwing curveballs. I thought for sure it would be Burb back on the Widowmaker. And the fact that, A, they're not on the Widowmaker. B, we don't see Widow at all. We don't see a sniper at all. Confuses me to my core.
And there's a
I'm
Roadhog. You want to bring that up?
No, not not really. Um, I the fact that this could actually work, I think
It
is
might.
phenomenal. I never thought this would work for St. Charles, but the fact that Hazelwood is not running a typical comp on this and actually running dive, it may be crazy enough.
Hey, maybe Hazelwood had a genius level read on the compositions that were going to be going out here. This is abnormal, to say the least, but we're really just going to have to wait and see what ends up working out, because that is how chaotic, how untypical that it is. Nova, a little bit more damaging. Not really good to play that close to Roadhog, because you can easily get pulled in and one shot just like that. Nova does stay alive, thanks to Ether. Extra healing pumped in, and Hazelwood has made quick work of that first corridor, which the snipers often dominate. Instead, Nova on the venture, a hero I would not typically recommend playing here, that has just led the way.
Oh yeah, it's just I think Nova again is in that MVP conversation if Hazelwood is eventually able to win this thing. But for now, they got to focus on the now. They're not even in the title game quite yet. But there will at least be the stall coming in. Rhoda will get the stall in the ice block, and that is a massive point.
Rhoda's there, and that allows the rest of St. Charles to get to the point, but in a very staggered manner. Hazelwood was already set up on the objective, and you kind of had to fight into them. As unprecedented as this map is, Jesse, we're kind of seeing Hazelwood regain their footing after kind of stumbling over themselves a bit on the defense previously.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they're continuing this pressure, right? Obviously, the Junker Queen definitely changes how they want to approach this defense. But the fact that, yeah, they can kind of just set the tempo. And already, look at that. Hack goes through the venture right there.
I'm always so impressed with Nova on this venture. This is exactly where you need him to be at all times. This is kind of the other piece. Nova, tectonic shock. There's barely anywhere that you can hide from that ultimate, and by far, this venture player is the star for Hazelwood.
Yeah, Hazelwood. Finally, there you go, able to get it done. This time, Hazelwood continues pressing on forward. As this is, again, a phenomenal spot. Especially with this map, it's typically very hard to attack because of the bridge, because of the high ground, but because these comps are not conventional, it lends itself to chaos.
Oh, but that's big. That's 3 players hit with the rampage.
Oh,
managed to get the south barrier off. You still lose out on Potato Cujo. It's not the end of the world. There's no EMP. Come to St. Charles since they lost out on Windowmaker, and Cheeky Scrub can kind of just keep doing what they're doing, at least until Burb pulls out some excellent juggling mechanics. I mean, the snipers, the Winston, I can't name 2 different types of heroes to play in Overwatch. Burb is just an overall talented player. Even though it's not enough, I was still impressed by this one.
no, I'm incredibly impressed by this tank, whether it be they're on tank, whether it be they're on DPS, and now the Rhine gets pulled out. So we're doing a full circle. What we thought we'd see a lot in the series is that Reinhardt rush is now.
We've got the good old-fashioned Hazelwood Reinhardt May brawl. We've been talking all day about how Nova has been setting up whoever has been playing tank, and this is where it all started. With Burb on the Reinhardt and Nova playing May. We're back at the beginning. Hazelwood have come full circle, and they want to end that circle here. It's going to be hard, though, with an EMP and Death Loss come online, though, Jesse. It's just a 1-2 punch combo, and you don't have any abilities to deal with it. Excellent timing from the Cyber Force Harris.
Yeah, EMP, Death Blossom, team goes boom. Easy as that. And that's honestly old school, like Beyblade era ultimate combo right there. If you understand the Beyblade era, that you've been around for a long time. I will say that. I'm definitely dating myself with that. But now, if you're Hazelwood, you have the Orbital Ray, you have the Death Blossom of your own, which would get buffed by the Orbital Ray. That could be a new little combo of its own.
Hazelwood can certainly make something happen with this. The Orbital Ray alone might even be enough, unless Fade is in there. Joe does a little dance of death on the objective, picks up 3 of his own, and that right there will march this payload through the second point. And now we can start attacking at the hotel.
In we go. Looking for a reservation if you were Hazelwood. It's time to figure out if they actually overbooked or not, and if they can get this in with time remaining or in OT. Honestly, 3 minutes to go. Still in a relatively decent spot. And now we're back to a Ryan duel. like old school grind duel, just not the map at all that I thought we would be seeing this on.
No, not particularly. You gotta say this is a bit of a change, but you gotta see, like, look how the hallways are structured here. They are narrow. You can make a Reinhardt work with a May here. Problem is, you swapped late. Hazelwood have the ultimates, knows what laid down a Blizzard like it was nothing, and St. Charles High School had no choice but to forfeit this space.
Yeah, they cannot give that space up, and they don't get to stagger on a cheeky
Cheeky
scrubber, do they? They are any health. My goodness, they are able to get out though at the end of the day. And now Rhoda is gonna have a visitor for Potato Cujo, and he out. As soon as he gets up there, he is not like it.
No, not at all, and I don't think Cheeky Scrub is particularly happy with the treatment he's receiving either. Burb has just been saying MPD all game, but Rhoda comes back up, hits a couple with the Death Blossom, and Cyber Corsairs will stay in this. If it wasn't so instantaneously traded out, Rhoda has looked great on this Reaper.
This Reaper could change a lot. I won't lie, I feel bad for her. Playing the Shatter thing, hey, I got the Reaper. Oh, no, you didn't get the Reaper. It's just outside of the Shatter cone. If they hit the Reaper, maybe it's different.
I mean, speaking of the Reaper, there he is again. Now, Rhoda grabs Nova. Cheeky Scrub does overstep their bounds, and once again, eyes on Rhoda. What can he manage to do to help this team stabilize?
Try and help this stabilize, honestly, for St. Charles. If you're Hazelwood,
Yeah.
you just gotta actually get into a fight that you're not already down one. I will say St. Charles have turned into the aggressor in a few of these fights, which has been a really good change. And I think it's throwing Hazelwood off. They're not the team pressing W all the time. They're getting pressed into them, and it's forcing that reaction. That happens a whole lot of.
Big Potato Cujo now. The Death Blossom, ultimate that it was in store, has been pressed, but it's mainly blue in the kill feed. St. Charles High School getting with some, but it's Nova. The Blizzard turning up into an early winter. It's not even Halloween yet. We can't have snow yet, and it doesn't matter for Hazelwood. They'll take over the kill feed and everything else along with that payload. Rotating on home. It's only Rhoda remaining. Goes in with the Death Blossom. Every way to get out, but Teaser and Nova. These two full shotguns to the face. There's St. Charles. They're still in this. Cheeky Scrub returns with the Earth Shatter. This should not be happening, Jesse.
That is an insane return, and having that Death Blossom pay dividends in the stagger on the Burb as well. That'll make it incredibly difficult for Hazelwood to be back in this as a full 5. It will be up to Nova to try and touch on the Tracer, presumably. Here we go. Touch tries to go in out. Potato K who's able to touch.
And Potato's there, but for how long is the real question.
Yeah.
Rhoda. What happened between then and now? But he is on an absolute tear with this Reaper, and genuinely is the only reason that St. Charles High School were able to prevent Hazelwood from full capping.
That, granted, that's partially a Circuit Royale third phase moment.
Yes.
But also, hey, you're still stabilized, right? You're still stabilized if you're St. Charles. Again, clear win condition. You basically finish the map. You're going to the grand final, and you're going to return to a grand final with a rematch of our first game of the day, but also it will be a rematch of last year's final. But Hazelwood looking to ruin the party just a little bit. They've already knocked out a top 3 finisher from last year. Why not make it 2 out of 2 for the potential to make it 3 out of 3? I will say, again, these comps are just so weird. I was not ready for the rush going into this. But I do feel like Hazelwood kind of slowed down a good bit once you got into that third phase, and even the second phase to a degree. Charles really understood the assignment, slowing down the tempo. And now, okay, now we're getting to the comps that we thought we would. The Sigma is fine here. Burb will go on to that. No Widow for Hazelwood, I think, because of the fact that Burb is on tank and not hits hand. So it'll be Nova on Cassidy, Potato Cujo on Bastion. But for St. Charles, look who finally decided to return to the main, huh? Look who finally decided to come home. Windowmaker teasing the Widow on the most Widow of all.
As you should be. I feel like this is a little bit later than we were. Okay, it is. The Widowmaker is just a hero that pretty much always played on this map, and we get to follow that true. I do not Cheeky Scrub, look how low he was already chunked. You're playing into a Bastion, Sigma, Cassidy. Every single one of those heroes has a way to shut you down, and it's not going to be in a fun one. The difference is they're trying to pull the attention. Remember how Cheeky Scrub is disrupted to the point that their opponents forget that Windowmaker exists and they can just click heads. That's what they're going to try to do here, but against the Sigma, it'll be much harder.
Yeah, against a Sigma, it's a lot more protection for your team, depending on how you want to try and play the angles with the shield. Now you can see Windowmaker going up top, and they find Teaser.
There it is. We knew it was coming. We knew it was coming. Like, at this point, someone's got to swap. This is not the answer for Hazelwood West. I do not believe they are expecting Windowmaker to play come back on the Widow, let alone Cheeky Scrub to play Doomfist. Like, unconventional as it may be, St. Charles High School making themselves work as a unit.
Yeah, no, so far, phenomenal from them. Just throwing a wild card out against Hazelwood, and the swaps do start coming in. It will be Potato Cujo, who has the duty of trying to match this Widow and almost lands the first shot, but nobody dies yet.
As you're, there goes Cheeky Scrub and Potato Cujo. Wait, apparently can flex onto that roll too. Okay, well, why not? Why not at this point? How come this Burb and Potato Cujo can pick up basically any hero and be excellent at it at this point?
Yeah, they're just looking at Pyro, Inferno, and Teaser like, hey, as long as you guys can be support, we got this. Like, we can be whatever you guys want us to be, whatever combination. Hey, if they would have hit that shot, I would have been out of my chair. But they at least get the infra sight from that. Now they can start pushing in. Again, Ryan not gonna have Shadow Crown a long time.
Yeah, but I like the Reinhardt into the Sigma pick. The problem is Rhoda was way too far ahead of Scrub, and you really want to be playing hand in hand with your tank player in that sense. Windowmaker, I mean, you win the sniper duel here, sure, and Cheeky Scrub can live a lot longer on the front line. Gravitic Flux, though, is pretty dang massive. They can keep, again, the Reinhardt alive. Burb is extremely out of position. Healy's coming in for Cheeky Scrub, and suddenly Burb knows that he has to back up as quick as possible. Nova's down. Rhoda, once again, Death Blossom in the back, and the support just crumbling from underneath Hazelwood West. St. Charles, how
Again, just what's happening? I'm running out of words. They are able to bring that back. The Death Blossom Rhoda. Right after they kind of feed right beforehand, they go in too early. They actually have enough time to come all the way back and land the Death Blossom. Granted, they had Tree to work with.
Cheeky Scrub, Cheeky Scrub,
where art thou, Romeo, going?
Please don't shadow. He's gonna shadow him. He's gonna do it. He's gonna. What was coming, Cheeky Scrub? You beautiful genius. Just baited all of them in. We're like, oh my gosh, this guy's feeding. He's gonna die, and he just won the fight. And this is the hardest point in the map to complete because of the high ground, Jesse. They moved through it like it was nothing.
I don't even know if Hazelwood will get an actual fight during this phase, which is an absurd thing to say. They're positioning it. They should at least be able to get a touch, but wow, it's gonna be like.
I mean, they're gonna get there, but it's gonna be pretty. Nova has an ultimate and is going to look in the back line to use it. Risky, popping up in front of Windowmaker. It doesn't really hit with Potato Cujo, using the amplification matrix with Pyro Inferno to shut down St. Charles in the front line. So Nova going down is the big of a deal.
I love how Nova was like, look at me, I'm going for your Widow. Don't worry about the rest of the team that's gonna rush you as soon as you try and peel. I think that's almost the advantage of, hey, I know they're going to try and peel for this Widowmaker. Let's take advantage of it. But now the Widow is no longer on the board. Windowmaker will go over to the May to try and punish Burb even more.
Take that swamp again, too. I mean, this is great. I like the May. You just want to focus on the front line, knowing the Widowmaker too much. Where this cart currently stands, Nova, though, the immortality field from Pyro, it was working a lot there, just until it didn't. Rhoda got too close. Cheeky Scrub has yet another Earth Shatter and the Cyber Corsairs. They are chugging along to this point. 3.5 minutes left to go, and only one of these teams can move forwards right now. With St. Charles' momentum, Jesse, it might be them.
With the home team inching closer and closer and closer, just under 80 meters to go try and finish this off. They're in a great spot. Like, I won't lie, they're in a phenomenal spot. Hazel would have had no answers to the new moves from St. Charles. And yes, the Junkrat could play a factor here now, but I wonder if it's too late.
I mean, Spam spamming bombs through this hallway. It adds more shield pressure to Cheeky Scrub. Windowmaker will need to be more defensive with their wall placement. So it's overall a better change for the pace of the game. But as you said, Jesse, it's a good change. Is it too late? Did you lose out on those ultimates, on those major tools? Fortunately for Hazelwood West, they should be okay, at least for this current fight. Orbital Ray, along with the open and protect the platform placed underneath, Dread Fire kept the entire team alive except Cheeky Scrub. It was a nice little fun play that we got to see from a life lever. However, Hazelwood just committed way too much into that for St. Charles to handle.
Yeah, committed way too much, but honestly, they needed to. They knew that, hey, we need to win a fight. We need to win a fight. We cannot let this boil over and let this just kill ball us before the end of our tournament run.
Ooh, it will be the Orbital Ray, though, on the other side. This ultimate's hard to beat. Windowmaker Roto with one apiece is now up to Nova, the Riptire, going on a journey on the high ground. It's all over the place. Juking the East gets one, but at the cost of their life. Only Potato Cujo stands, throws the bomb onto the cart, but doesn't live. At the end of the day, the bomb was taken off cart. It was Cheeky Scrub. There is no contest. It's now Burb, who has inched their way closer. Rhoda just blocked and stunned out of it. The counterplay from Burb is superb. At the immediate moments, but is it enough? They don't have the healing. Cheeky Scrub still stands tall. Earth Shatter on the way. If they can withstand this damage, St. Charles are about to escort their way into the grand finals for the second year in a row. It's all about the Earth Shatter. Put on the backs. Rhoda with one, but teaser Nova the respawns are back to the defense. Action never stops. But once the dust settles, Jesse, it breaks through. The home team is returning to the grand finals.
The home team become the hometown heroes for now. They will return to that grand final. They will get that rematch. And oh my goodness, Hazelwood just not going to make it after an incredible day of games. That was one of my favorite plays so far this weekend and so far today. But man, what a way for St. Charles. They find this comp and just they shove it down. Haverwood decided that there was nothing to do. And I think, like you said, the fact they played so well on second phase, they had so much time going into that last phase of the map. That was the difference maker here on Circuit Royale.
I mean, I'm out of breath after that.
I bet
what
you are.
an ending for that. Like, my lungs hurt, my throat hurts, and that knows how it was a good game of Overwatch. And it is, we're casters. We love narratives. We love following storylines, but I don't think you could have had a more poetic one than this. I mean, you had Hazelwood West, a newcomer to this tournament who has fought against the odds, against these experienced teams, almost managed to do it, but we get a rematch of not only the very match that started our day, but from the grand finals of the tournament just a year ago. It couldn't be more perfectly laid out in this event, and this grand finals is going to be one heck of a game.
Oh, it's going to be just phenomenal. And we're going to be going to a quick break. We got to get, obviously, the other teams settled in. St. Charles will just be staying at their setups, but don't go anywhere. This final, if this is any sort of indication of what that final is going to be, you want to stick around. Make sure you stay with us.
The moment we have all been waiting for is finally here, and it couldn't have come in a more poetic way. Just a year ago, we saw the Francis Central team take on St. Charles in the grand finals in their own tournament, and it was Francis Howell Central who came away with the win then. They had a rematch just 7 hours ago, Jesse, and it was a complete sweep from Francis Howell. St. Charles High, they're on a hot streak. They've been looking great. They came off of a 2-1 win, but will it be enough to take down the defending champs?
That's the question on everybody's mind. Who knew that we'd be going right back into this, right? Starting the day on this matchup. We're going to end the day on this matchup. It is a best of 5, and it is the same map set as it was for the JV show match. So guaranteed maps: Ilios, Eichenwald, Runesapi, potentially Suravasa, and Route 66 later on. But those are the guaranteed maps, at least those first 3 between these two absolute titans. I'm not going to lie. We're not going to hold you too long. The players are already ready in lobby. We're going to go pretty much straight into lobby here in a moment. But like we kind of said earlier, I'm done predicting trying how these games are going to go. I've been wrong almost every single time. And yes, I'm just going to put my hands up and be like, I just want a banger. I don't care if it's a 3-0 banger, a 3-2 banger. I just want a phenomenal game. I'm slightly leaning towards Francis Howell just because they won the game earlier today. I think that's responsible of me as trying to be someone to fix my record here, but it is hard to pick against the home team. I can't lie.
Yeah, especially with how good St. Charles have performed ever since they hit this playoff bracket. Like, I don't want to say they weren't trying, but this is a new level of the Cyber Corsairs from when we saw them at the beginning. I mean, maybe you were a little sleep deprived, you know, you had to wake up, you had to get some games in you, and you just happened to play your hardest match of the day first. So from there, St. Charles has not lost a single game to point out, and neither has Francis Howell Central. Both remain undefeated except for each other, and that makes this matchup all the more interesting. We know St. Charles High, they want to win their own event. They want to get the revenge pick. Francis Howell Central has performed as a titan, a mere god that St. Charles High has been able to find the cracks and unable to make them bleed. And they're going to start here on Ilios. See what they can do.
Over to Ilios, like we said. And yeah, this is... I'm excited. I ain't going to lie to you. I'm very excited about this game. I will like going into this tournament as someone who wasn't here last year, right? You were here last year. You kind of know some of these teams going in. I'm curious where the level is going to be, because some events, you know, it can be a little shaky. Some events like this, you got teams who are genuinely really good. And I want to see how this goes. It will be Cheeky Scrub on tank, Rhoda on DPS. I know they've been changing that up throughout the day as well. Here we go. Zenith on the Junkrat to start. It's been a while since we've seen Zenith, but I got a feeling they're still popping shots already. Rogue, who's hitting
okay. I don't think Rogue has missed a headshot. The dynamite comes through as well. Not skip to beat. Francis Howell Central are still as good as they were, and they just watched this long, grueling series that St. Charles High had to play. Francis Howell is prepared for what is headed their way. No more surprises left.
That is the one thing, the factor we actually didn't talk about initially, is fatigue. Because of the fact that St. Charles, hey, they've been on stream game after game after game now, but also the fact Francis Howell, they got their semifinal done. What? It was after map 1 or during map 1 of the St. Charles semifinal. So they've had time to reset, get some food, and then watch the game and relax. St. Charles really hasn't had that opportunity, so I wonder if fatigue is going to play a factor here for the Cyber Corsairs.
Been 8 hours since we started our day today, and even us, we're not playing, but we're starting to feel what that fatigue looks like. This is a test of endurance and team play. Boot Chop so far has showed us that the Reinhardt reigns supreme, just swinging all some hammers around and using Maywell's the Junkrat spam. There's just so much for Francis Howell to look forward to with this squad. Oh my God.
I will say Rogue, we didn't say their name a whole lot in the first match. Because, again, it was a lot of the man trio running it on Lucio and everything else. But it's been great.
No way. No way. No way.
No way. No way. No way.
What's coming? And it gets sneaky play represented hiding around the corner that no one checks. That's why we always say check your six, people. Otherwise, you're gonna get blown to bits.
Well, it's the fact that it's almost like the Reaper checked them, too. Like they almost checked the corner and just didn't actually see them. Rhoda let you go over now to the Bastion to try and help out their Reinhardt a bit. But now you need to win this fight. You got to win a few more fights after. The Rogue's on the flank for a bomb.
No one can look at Rogue. No one can touch him. At least his Earth Shatter is blocked. Well, the shield in place. Right from Cheeky Scrub. Zenith is still a problem. Zenith has lived in this small room. He has planted his flag there and says, I'm not looting. Problem. You don't have any touch. Not that you look at the Junkrat. The payload took the back of their mind, and that's a bit of a problem. That's what keeps the round going. Francis Howell Central clearly continuing their run from earlier today.
Hey, it was no fluke earlier today how we were playing. A clean 100-0 to start off. And yeah, this is great. Like, this is just phenomenal so far for Francis Howell. Now we go back over to Ilios. Well, our favorite. You know, we talked about at the very beginning of the day. We like Ilios. Why? Because of the well. I wonder if we're going to see more of it. Honestly, part of me doubts it. Only because, like, are we really going to see the Roadhog again? I don't think so. But here we go. It'll be the Maga and the Rhine. Cheeky Scrub may have a fun time trying to do this. But honestly, there is at least enough range for St. Charles to where it could also be boot shop.
And that's what I think is. I used to see Rhoda on a Reaper. And Jesse, if you remember last series at all, Rhoda was frying. Fortunately, now he does have a sliver of HP, can't really get killed. You don't get to see that Reaper get close. And you did bring that up. The difference of the range between these two teams. It takes longer for St. Charles High in position. They take more damage, use more cooldowns to get to a fighting point. And Francis Howell always have a little bit of a head start to fight.
Yeah, just because they have that little bit extra speed. And Zenith, we talked about initially, on the Genji is going to make life very difficult for Bane and Dread Pirate, just because they can be so quick in and out. They've kind of snuck back into the meta with some recent changes to the game, and they're just straight chilling.
I mean, it is the nicest way possible, Zenith. Zenith is playing like a rat. He's hiding around these corners and just catching people off guard. That time it is him who oversteps his bounds, and Cheeky Scrub comes back to help the rest of the back line. And for St. Charles High, they need to be. They've been so had their attention so split that they need to lock in onto one threat, and so far, that's been the case. Boot Chop is down, and he's gonna start to push the rest of this advantage here. Rogue close to a Bob, but I don't expect him to pop it to touch, especially after, then actually maybe after Zenith gets that elimination.
Yeah.
Cheeky Scrub can't remake. You have no tank. Why not? Throw the Robot Butler into the mix and allow Zenith to play yet another hero to a high degree. 3 kills for him alone.
But okay, he was like, okay, you want to play range? We'll play range. Well, let's go over to the Cassidy. You don't have to infantry team to get the value. And yeah, I was wondering if they're going to throw the bomb initially, but it still didn't matter. They threw it in later and got it done. Now over halfway through, well for Francis Howell. And now you look again. The ultimate orbital ray could make this a difference maker for Fame. Rhoda's Blizzard could be interesting. No, and there it is, already chucked out.
Tried to look for it early, but I mean, Zenith has a dead eye. He just swapped the Cassidy last fight. Like, this is insane amounts of value from this player. We didn't get to see him. He didn't see him on the roster last time, and he's the captain. And I can clearly see the impact he's having on this series, this outcome. Francis Howell has looked untouchable.
Yeah, like you said, they've looked untouchable. Zenith as a captain, obviously you can tell they're having great calls because they've just been able to run it. Yes, they don't have Rogue right now. I think St. Charles will understand that. So they've got to play a little fast, but also because they got about 5% or so to really get a touch on that point.
Oh no, the Deadeye combo. They're going to make sure Cheeky Scrub is sent 6 feet under so fast. Doesn't even need the ultimate. Carries it back to the objective, but the Maywall just enough to block the sight lines. St. Charles High, they fought, they tried, they really did. Francis Howell had it for every single competition. There's no more surprises, no more answers left in the tank. Francis Howell Central cleanly winning Ilios.
Clean 2-0. That's exactly how you need to start a grand final for Francis Howell, especially with all of the momentum St. Charles has been able to build throughout this bracket. Close game after close game. You need to shut him out this one. Painful. to see just nobody checks the corner. Not they even get play. And that, for the home team, not a great scenario to be. That's a map you really want to win. Because again, we look at the maps. Eichenwald is next, and I wouldn't necessarily say that the dive has been great from them so far. Yes, they've had their moments to where it's looked all right, but they really are going to step it up a tiny bit because you got to stop the bleeding at some point. If you get a 2-0 Runasapi can get out of hand, like we saw earlier today, very, very fast.
And I think it's going to start with the DPS problem. I mean, Rogue, I don't think he's like, anytime we watch his perspective, he doesn't miss. Like,
No.
he's just that good at the hit scan. Like, that is a mechanical talent, a rarity. Within this level of this age, rather, not even level, this age of gameplay. It's very impressive to see. And I said earlier, I promise it's not an insult. Zenith is playing like a rat. It is a compliment. He's playing super sneaky in the backline and completely catching St. Charles off guard. The element of surprise is not something that you should underestimate in a game that moves as fast and changing as fast as Overwatch does.
The fact that, like you said, us saying he's a rat, that is a positive thing, right?
Yes.
You're on the flanks. You're messing with the opposition, messing with their brains. And yes, you're not always getting the kills, even died once for it. But it's allowing the rest of your team to really get the value out of it. So I think so far it's been great so far from Zenith. And now, again, as we get ready for this second map, are you going to be able to continue that? Are you wanting... Honestly, I would just keep Rogue on the Ashe. I won't lie, considering how well they were playing. We spectated them at the beginning of Lighthouse. Headshot, 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 hits dynamite. It's like, it was unbelievable the amount of shots that were hitting. I guess we are ready now for map 2, but I would say, if you're afraid, just keep Rogue on the Ashe. It's worked for you so far.
Please.
Just keep it going.
We said it before, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There is absolutely no reason for Francis Howell to change up what they're doing. But speaking of change, Jesse, I think this is a good spot for St. Charles because we have been complimenting them on their ability to adapt mid-game. And this is a great checkpoint for them to figure out what do you need to change. You know that Rogue and Zenith are a problem. How do you adjust your gameplay around it? Do you want to try Windowmaker on the Sombra again? Maybe some form of dive could be the answer, like a diva from what we see earlier in the day, or just go back to good old faithful, the Reinhardt, the Widowmaker. You have options if you're St. Charles. I don't think they're going to predict what Francis Howell are playing. If they do, please buy a lottery. Actually, they can't do that. They're underage.
They're not
Don't buy a lottery ticket, but you are a very lucky person if you guess what they're running.
I would say get some loot boxes, but those are also, extinct at this point.
Yeah, those are yeah.
I'm confused. I won't lie to you. It seems to be a popular thing today. I don't know why you wouldn't just stick the Reinhardt when it was working so well, but maybe they have something cooking, right? They have something ready to go. St. Charles, this is a normal comp for them, right? They have Windowmaker on their signature hero, cheeky scrub on the Reinhardt. This is a very traditional rush, just with Windowmaker on their best role. The Roadhog is not quite in that same.
Yeah, hey, if we learned anything today, it's let Boot Chop do Boot Chop things, and he will succeed while it happens. The problem is, there's an Ana. Red Pirate is the capability to single-handedly destroy Boot Chop. However, that has not happened. It's been Superhoff and Zenith instead in the kill feed. It's only now that Windowmaker makes that appearance. They're pushing up on the defense, and the Roadhog, again, I don't think it was accounted for. Like, in what world would you expect Boot Chop to roll out on this?
Not me. I won't lie. I wouldn't have expected it whatsoever. And I think the Diva is a good swap, not only for the Roadhog, but post-mortem does exist. The one hero in Overwatch that it does.
No, and they're gonna get. Oh wait, they don't get to stab.
Oh.
Grrr, that was great killing. She can scrub. Wait. The immortality field had to be pulled, and it's not a big deal. At least all of your players are alive, except Rhoda. And Boot Chop is having a hard time playing face-to-face with the tanks right now. Eventually getting the tank out of mech. A nice Ionade from downtown. Superhoff making a mark of their own. Zenith from above. I mean, this is looking great. Out of Francis Howell. He was Zenith on his favorite hero. Boot Chop doing his own shenanigans. And as their luck is coming.
I do think St. Charles are just They're just like the rest was like, this was not something they showed earlier today in their game. This is not something they showed on stream. This is a very random composition, but they're keeping Rhoda in check.
Rhoda hasn't been able to do anything this game, and if anything, he's the one that needs to make space to force positioning, but he's been getting shut down by Boot Chop, by Superhoff, if anything. And the key thing here, does he look at that ult economy? I see a bunch of bright, shiny lights. Boot Chop going down, sure, that's something, but Francis will have infinite resources to cover.
Yeah, they just have everything they possibly need to try to stall this. They got Nano onto the main, Blizzard out. No.
Struck! Rogue gets out of danger, and again, Francis Howell, infinite resources, nice purple out of Dread Pirate. It's only the supports, though, fighting this battle, and it's not one that you're going to win for the time being. About 90 seconds left on this clock, and St. Charles High have yet to strike the answer.
They've at least got to the point, but like you said, they have not found. They have not crushed
to be the patient.
Sigma again could be an answer. You can accretion Boot Chop when they're trying to back up and using to take a breather, but you can also get hooked in like that and forced to lamp out early.
Oh man, Biohit 2 onto Boot Chop. The tank is in trouble. St. Charles, they can push on this now. That's a wonderful opportunity given to them by Dread Pirate. Windowmaker is now free to hit the shots that we very well know that he can, but it's B-Man Trio fighting his own ultimate. He used it just on himself, and gets one, gets two. Both the supports are gone at the hands of B-Man Trio. He's an incredible flex support player and is almost single-handedly giving Francis Howell a chance. Even if he goes down, then it's back with a rip tire.
They needed a touch.
Yes, they can. They missed the jump. That's unfortunate. B-Man Trio top. Gotta give it to him.
The man trio also needed to stall literally for maybe a second. Talking about this continuing on, but instead, add 2.5 minutes on, they're acting like this fight ain't done.
No, they're fighting in the same spot. I don't think Francis Howell will care. And this is important. Even if St. Charles High don't have the numbers right now, making Francis Howell reset in a staggered fashion, think about how far away these spawn rooms are. It's going to take him forever to reach.
It's going to take him a while, and yeah, especially Rogue. I respect the stall, but not really going to do a whole lot. It's going to take a while for this door to open. And Francis, no, again, they're off the hog. I wonder if that's... Hey, we're in the back. And the nano, that's an amped flux. Like
Riveted Flux doesn't do too much. Boot Chop has so much health and can't move as far forward as he would have liked. Setting things down so the castle is more of an option for St. Charles High to push in. The problem is Cheeky Scrub does not want to fight within hammer range, and Boot Chop wants to fight within hammer range, so he'll be going so close to his team and gets Windowmaker, of all players, caught out on the low ground. Hopefully punished for his crimes, but no, Superhoff swoops in the superhero to save the day, and Francis Howell somehow, some way will stabilize.
how in the world does Boot Chop live? That is wild. I would say Superhoff, that was a phenomenal cleanse. The fact that they do that, they don't use a single ultimate during that as well. They build a few ultimates for the heroes that they swap. I don't think that fight could have gone any better.
No, that was the near perfection right there. And Francis Howell, they want to make a play. Boot Chop, stuck with another pulse bomb, this time on the shield. You don't have V-Man Trio. So honestly, if you're Boot Chop right now, lay down the shatter. Don't let St. Charles High push up, because if you let them take this battle, it is one that you will most definitely lose. Boot Chop is out of resources, flamethrower shatter on the card. There's one, there's two, and finish to blow up the rest. Great combination out of Francis Howell.
Even when you could just see, as soon as the window went down, Boot Chop was like, I'm good. I don't want it. I would rather not face the window, but instead, right after, turn around, shatter. You could see Zenith was just chilling, waiting for something to happen, whether it be a full commit from St. Charles, lamp to go down, something, so they could use that tire. And now they go, can't you? I don't know. They're gonna be able to get out, but they have to use range.
Yeah, you got V-Man Trio. This is honestly okay. Even if you end up losing a couple, you have Orbital Ray, you're full on through. This is final fight. St. Charles High realistically aren't going to get a full re-engage. Do you think? I don't even know if they have a touch, in all honesty.
Bane or Rhoda should be able to.
not Rhoda. That's out of the picture. It's going to have to be the life
All right.
mover. Rogue is back on that Ash that we saw him absolutely shred on last map. 4K for him, and what a way for Francis Howell to close out this defense that was pretty darn near perfection here. St. Charles High did most of the things right, Jesse. Francis Howell were just better. They were more prepared for these pushes than St. Charles expected.
Like you said, I think they're just in a great spot right now to where, in the very beginning of this game, they were just so unorthodox in what they were doing, right? They're running a Roadhog. It took St. Charles a long time to try and figure that out. And arguably, Francis Howell should have had another touch, but just couldn't get on it quite in time. So, like, all right, St. Charles, they finally got through a difficult point. They forced some swaps. And then you swapped Francis Howell back to their comfort zone. They swapped to the Rhino. They swapped to this Rush. And now they can go back over to the Manga if they want to. It's this rotation of compositions that they're so comfortable in. There's just a few more in the bank that wise than St. Charles, who's really locked in. I'd say to about 2 compositions with Cheeky Scrub in at least. I think that has really been where they've taken the advantage. They're always the aggressors, and they have just way more flexibility to counter what the Cyber Corsairs are doing.
There's so much wiggle room. That's what I keep saying. Like, St. Charles High, they're a team that we can say can adapt. They'll try new things, like Windowmaker on the Bastion. That's a new thing for sure, but you have to acknowledge that what Francis Howell have been able to accomplish between mainly Zenith and Rogue, but also Bootshop's straight up confidence. I mean, this guy has so much trust in V-Man Trio and Superhoff to get incredibly aggressive. Cheeky Scrub, who is known for doing the same thing, doesn't know how to respond to it, and then just individual plays like this. Bane is down from one shot of Zenith, and Bootshop can go right in, help finish it off, to Bionade the wall. None of it is enough against a full-fledged Mauga who wants to brawl.
It's just such a weird character. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad we're not in Manga meta anymore because, trust me, we were for a while there, everybody, and it was not fun to cast. Oh, the fact that they're able to do that, if Zenith finds a picture, it's pretty few wraps. I won't lie.
But
well,
as you were
oh
saying,
my God.
there it is. Rhoda goes down. Zenith, I think, just grappled. Was that a grapple shot over the top?
Maybe?
But not quite. It was kind of close. Zenith was already in the position. And almost got punished for it. Cheeky Scrub left on the opportunity. This is the problem, is the payload wasn't nearly far enough for St. Charles High to lose high ground positioning. They still have that as an option, and maybe okay because of it. It's just the fact that Bootshop is so far in. Thankfully, everyone on St. Charles will live through and actually punish Bootshop this time around.
Yeah, they finally get punished. And now, yeah, everybody low. They're going to try and get out, but Cheeky Scrub is deep. Are they going to... I don't know if they get out of this. No, they do. Oh, no, they don't.
Oh, no, they don't! The burn! I think that was the extra burning effect from Bootshop. That was a small micro buff that Malcolmus received just a week ago, and it worked out to their advantage. Then it's back in a risky position, doesn't quite land the shot that he needs to. There it is. One out of the life weaver, the back piece to follow, and Jesse, this map is looking as good as over. Francis Howell Central are going to push themselves up to a almost championship point. They have one last fight to determine if it's possible with St. Charles High. I mean, they're broken, they're beaten, and it's only a matter of time before they crumble. Match point, championship point for Francis Howell to get the 2-peat in the St. Charles High School Overwatch Invitational.
I think they're probably playing the best they are right now than they have the entire season. I think they're playing like the #1 team, and it's been showing. The fact that this is working as well as it is. And having the knowledge, like, hey, if I just pop this right now, shuts down the entire window, my teammates are going to be able to clean up as well. It's just the trust in this team is unbelievable, and that was the map I think St. Charles needed to win to have a chance. I won't lie to you. Rudasapi can be a very dangerous map, and it also leans very heavily to what Francis Howell have loved to do, which is rush, get in your face, just no doubt in your mind, just go in without any withdrawal. And that is just how you have to play push, and especially Rudasapi. St. Charles are going to have to pull out some tricks out of the bag if they want to start at least the reverse sweep.
Those first 4 or 5 minutes of push are by far the most important of the map. If one team gets so far ahead, I mean, that's what we saw the last time this match was played in the JV show match, that you got to a point where it's just impossible to return. You can win 5 fights in a row, but even that won't get you past a point. And with how dominant Francis Howell have been in this series, it's up to St. Charles. You're going to have one last chance to prove yourselves at this event. They've made it to the finals 2 times in a row. By far, no slouches. But Francis Howell has just looked better and better as the day has gone on, and the title looks closer to theirs with every fight that we've seen. Now with one map of Brunasapi standing in their way, will they manage to sweep, go flawless without dropping a map? And honestly, Jesse, you keep playing like they have, it's totally possible.
I won't lie. I would love to see if they're going to do this. Having a perfect tournament, a perfect day, would be just the icing on the cake for how this is done, because it would perfectly tell the story. It has been Francis Howell above the rest. Yes, there's been challengers here and there. We thought there was maybe some potential challengers on the lower side of the bracket that didn't quite make it to this point. But now it's up to St. Charles. What can they do against Francis Howell this time around? We do have a role swap for the potential final map. Rhoda has returned to tank on the Doomfist. Cheeky scrub onto the junk, and I will say, if you're going to pull out the Doomfist for Rhoda, you might as well pull it out now. You got nothing to lose.
Feels like a comfort con from St. Charles High. They're like, we've tried counter swapping, we tried playing our strategy, and now we just need to go back to what is most comfortable. And unfortunately for them, it is countered out by Francis Howell. They lost the luck of the draw. Zenith is on Tracer and has now snagged 2 all by himself, and that is the power that this team has. They had the read, and St. Charles High didn't stand a chance.
I won't lie, that would have been ridiculous. But again, this is what we're talking about, to where these early games, you can build such an advantage. I will say, if they hit tick right here, it's a perfect start. It's a perfect start for Francis Howell, and it already puts St. Charles in an awful.
And if you're playing Cheeky Scrub 2 on the Junkrat, you don't want to fight in this part of the map. You don't get to chuck bombs down small corridors and guarantee it hits somebody, nor can you support your tank on moves like that. Zenith is still being a nuisance in the back line. The extra damage that Rogue is putting in with the Dynamite, Boot Chop does whatever Boot Chop wants to do, and this is a recipe for success. Fragile House Central have capped this first point, and Jesse, if they win another fight or 2 here, I don't know if St. Charles will be able to come back from it.
It might be a wrap at this point. If they win this next one, if they win this next fight, we saw it in the JV game. It made us be too much. Nice little dodge there, Red Pirate. That could have been disaster.
Red Pirate will be okay. He takes a couple shots to the face, but he'll do a lot more than that. V-Man Trio, Orbital Ray from above, and support line. It's done. It's gone. The trades from St. Charles High will certainly help this payload maybe halt its progress slightly, but at the end of it, the dust settles. Francis Howell have more numbers, and this robot's still moving.
They're going to hit 100 meters before we get through 3 minutes, or just over 2 minutes into this game. That is unbelievable here for Francis. They may not play this super aggressive. They know it's just right now. Yeah. Ring behind them. They're out of there. They do not want to try and press. But they got the value they want. They got it to 107 meters on their first full push. It's going to take a lot of fights now for St. Charles to get to a remotely similar.
And they still haven't dealt with Zenith. Boot Chop is in the back line. He's charging in and almost got Dread Pirate with the counter punch out of Boot Chop. And there you go. Earth Shatter on the ground. Both supports gone. 2 swings of a hammer, and Francis Howell, and they just turned around the field. They had all the ultimates, and the players, they're just pushing the limits at this point.
Yeah, they're just pushing the limits, trying to, hey, they want to get this done. They want to end it on an exclamation point, not just a period. Rhoda now goes up to the rest. They have given up on trying to run the dudes. None of this, a little bit of a wave. Hello, I'm over here. Don't pay attention to this.
That's what you want to do. As a Tracer, draw attention, but Boot Chop certainly has plenty of that. Cheeky Scrub, Rip Tire here. You need an ultimate to turn your day around? Well, this is just the one to do it, assuming he can get it towards a target. Gets set, was waiting for the bait. He knew where the Junkrat was located, and finally deals with that techie little Tracer player. St. Charles used everything, though, in the bank just to get to this point. They're down Fane. Window Faker isn't faring too much better. V-Man Trio has been coming up in the kill feed a lot. I think it's the best shooter player we've genuinely watched all day long. How how much impact they've had on the outcome, helping with Boot Chop's aggression, and they're marching to the spawns. Francis Howell have hit a new high. St. Charles have one last effort, one draw, but it's Boot Chop to shut it all down. This part mere meters away from full things. Francis Howell one step from repeating the championship. It's only one that's stands in their way, and they don't get the touch. Francis Howell Central are your two-time St. Charles Overwatch Invitational champion.
What a way to do it. If you're Francis Howell, you finish the map, you sweep the hometown crowd. And it was what, a perfect? Yeah, 0 meters for St. Charles. Almost unheard of in push. And it's the fact that the fight before this, when St. Charles, they used 3 ultimates, Francis Howell have the acknowledgement like, hey, just get out. Get out. They use tree, they use tire, they use Juno ult. They only get the tracer. At that point, hey, we just wait a second. We push in. We have the ultimates. We have the advantage. And that is how Francis Howell, they win this tournament. And what a phenomenal way to do it. Because commiserations to St. Charles. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride this time around again for St. Charles. But I got to say, they played excellent this weekend. It's the one team they can't beat, it seems like, is Francis Howell.
It's a rivalry in the making.
Yeah.
It didn't already exist in the first place. I can tell you for a fact that it is there now. Francis Howell have just shown time and time again why they are the strongest team. There is not a single weak link. Everywhere you look, it is bright spot after bright spot, star after star. And I seriously hope that every single one of these players, regardless of how far they are within high school, like they keep playing on this team, that they can keep achieving these things, because this is a squad that really can go places. We've seen talented teams throughout the day today, and the fact that Francis can just walk in and make it look easy, taking down every single other squad, is insane.
It's a perfect run for a perfect day for Francis Howell. That's the way you got to put it. Perfection personified for Francis Howell Central. What a way to win it. Congratulations to everybody on the team. What a way to do it. And what a day. You know, we've been here for a while. That is the easy way to put it. I think a lot of people have been here for a while. It's been a very long day, but it's been an honor to help do this. And I'll hand it off to you, the returnee. You want to send us off?
Oh, it's been a wonderful day. 8 hours as a whole of Overwatch, of some of the best that we've seen in a while. You and I, Jesse, we love the high school scene. We love the scholastic scene and empowering these students, these players in whatever might be next for them in the journey of the esports. And it was a real treat to have them here today at the St. Charles High Overwatch Invitational. That is going to go ahead and do it all for us. It's been wonderful. Thank you to everyone who came out to support these students. I know it means so much to them to be on the stage and to hear you guys supporting and cheering for them along their way. Congratulations to Francis Howell Central on their two-peat. And we're really hoping to see what is left in store for these players, because the future ahead is so bright.